On my first day at the new school, I was publicly rejected by the hottest guy and treated like an outcast by the entire school. What on earth did I do? Chapter 1. So what if I trap you in my closet and only let you go when they agree to not move? My best friend, Kristen, asks while rubbing her chin like she has a beard. The blonde-haired, blue-eyed beauty sat on my bed, her creative mind spinning with dramatic ideas to keep me in San Diego. Her eyes sparkled with mischief as she gazed up at the ceiling, her fingers tapping rhythmically against her knee. You already had that idea yesterday, and the day before, and the day before that. I look up thoughtfully at the ceiling, stroking my imaginary beard. And the day before that. I grin at Kristen, who scowls back at me, her expressive face contorting in mock frustration. I return her scowl with one of my own, feeling defensive about my impending move. Now quit sitting around and doing nothing and help me pack the rest of my clothes. She flips her back-length hair over her shoulder, the golden strands catching the light, and looks toward the mighty heap of clothes that are piled on the floor right in front of the closet. Her critical eye scans the pile as she says, "Only if I can help you throw away some of that crap you call clothing." It's not crap. It's just used. I respond defensively, my frugal nature kicking in. I worked hard for my clothing. My time at Starbucks a testament to my dedication. Going to work at the coffee shop that was only a few miles away from my house had its benefits, such as being able to walk to and from, and getting a bunch of coffee. However, one of its benefits was not its pay. Working 6 days a week from when school got out at 1:30 until I had to get home and do that day's homework at 7 had taught me to appreciate what I had. Please, Evie, this stuff is so used my dog Woodland want to use it to wipe its butt, Kristen said, her dramatic flair on full display as she held up one of my favorite shirts. A blue Doctor Who shirt. She flung it behind her only for it to hit the wall and land on the bed, the TARDIS design facing up as if in protest. Hey, I jump up from my position on the floor in between the pile of clothes and my empty suitcase. My love for the sea-fi show evident in my reaction. I happen to love that shirt, thank you very much. And I wouldn't even let your dog go near this shirt, let him wipe his butt with it. I snatch the shirt from my bed and throw it into my open suitcase, treating it with the reverence of a prized possession. Whatever. Kristen rolls her eyes at my unhealthy love with the shirt, her critical nature clashing with my sentimental attachment. She stands up from her position on my bed and plops herself down next to my mountain of clothes. Her hands dive into my pile and start flinging items of clothing into my suitcase, her actions a mix of helpfulness and playful judgment. All right, keep doing what you're doing. Just make sure everything fits in the suitcase. I'm going to go grab all my bathroom stuff. I say, heading out of my room to the bathroom that's across the hall. I look into the mirror and sigh. I look too pale, and too skinny. My dark green eyes are tired and lack their usual shine. I sigh again and grab my brush from its place on the counter next to the sink, running my fingers through my deep brown hair before my brush goes through. I try to style it like Kristen's hair. It never works. And I wish, yet again, that I had Kristen's hair. Apart from one thing that I love about my hair, I move my head back and forth, making the light shine different parts of my hair. All of a sudden, the red in my hair makes an appearance and turn my hair from its boring brown color to an exotic, deep red color. What's taking so long? Kristen shouts from across the hall, irritation clear in her voice. I grin to the mirror, an idea coming to my head. I silently turn around, take a couple of tiptoed steps out into the hall. I take aim, and throw my brush straight at Kristen's head. Ouch. What the hell was that for? She turns to look at me from her position in my room, rubbing the spot the brush hit her. I smile my pearly whites at her and in return guy daggers. I hold up my hands so that they create a heart with her in the middle. Kristen's gaze softens and she smiles her pearly whites back at me, holding up her hand with her middle finger pointed straight at me. Love you, darlin', I say sweetly, still holding up my hand heart. Kristen puts down her finger. Love you too. Which is why I think kidnapping you and hiding you in my closet is a great idea. I mean, you love San Diego and I love you, so it works out nicely for everyone. Except for my family. I respond, walking back into the bathroom. They won't be happy if they have to leave their only daughter in San Diego while they go to live on the border of Washington and Canada. In the middle of freaking nowhere. Exactly. You don't even know the name of the town you're moving to. Kristen shouts. I sigh, agreeing with her in my head. It's Harbor something. Or something Harbor. I'm not sure. Now quit distracting me. I need to focus solely on packing all my bathroom stuff. I say as I grab my Dove lotion in one hand. In my other hand, I grab my blue and purple toothbrush and my Crest Minty Fresh toothpaste. Under my arm is my black bathroom bag that was supposed to hold all my bathroom stuff. I doubt it could even hold half of all my bathroom stuff. Walking into my room, I sit down next to Kristen, looking at my pile of clothes. I noticed it had shrunken and the pile in my suitcase had grown. Make sure all of the clothes actually fit in the suitcase. I tell her as I open my bathroom bag and place the lotions, toothbrush and toothpaste in it. I'm helping you pack. Don't push it. She retorts, but she starts to fold the pair of shorts in her hand. I push aside my bathroom bag and start to tackle the pile in the suitcase. I start at the top of the suitcase pile, pulling out a shirt that has the Hollister logo on it. Silence slowly fell across the room as I placed the now folded shirt on the floor next to the suitcase. I grab another shirt from the top of the pile, fold it, and place it on top of the shirt already on the floor. As I grab the next item of clothing, a pair of jean shorty shorts, I notice Kristen had stopped folding. I look up to see her teary, light blue eyes trained on me. Dropping the half-folded shorts, I attack her with a hug. Kristen starts crying harder, little whimpers coming from her mouth. Should I soothe? It's okay. Who am I supposed to hang out with? Who is supposed to be my best friend? How am I supposed to go through senior year without you? She cries into my shoulder, her hands hugging my back like I was the last safe place on earth. Tears start pooling in my eyes and spilling down my cheeks. This is the first time we accepted the fact of me moving hundreds of miles away without making a joke of it. I know. I say softly. How am I supposed to just let you go? It's like the 10 years I've known you mean nothing. Friends forever and ever. Remember, always sticking together. Kristen's voice quiets as she recalls our pinky promise when we were 6. Tears start falling harder as I hugged her harder. Just because I'm moving doesn't mean we're not friends anymore. And the sticky stuff that keeps us together will just stretch farther. What are you? Some kind of shrink. Kristen asks mockingly as she pulls away and wipes her wet face with the palm of her hand. I'm sorry. She continues. It's just never hit me that hard. It's okay. It's okay. It never hit me that hard either. I assure as I sit back and pick up the forgotten half-folded pair of shorts. I fold the shorts and place them next to the shirt on the floor. I look up to see Kristen start folding the rest of the clothes on the floor in my closet. Silence falls again, but this time it was comfortable. I think we both wanted to enjoy each other's presence. Grabbing another pair of shorts. I fall into a rhythm of grabbing an item of clothing, folding it quickly, and placing it in its respectable pile on the floor. I was so absorbed in my folding that I didn't notice when my pile of unfolded clothes disappeared and folded ones appeared in my suitcase. Kristen had started to place her folded pile of clothes in my suitcase. Pants, next to jackets, next to long-sleeve winter shirts. On top of those, Kristen laid her small pile of summer shorts and shirts. I picked up my pile of shorts and put it on top of the pile in the suitcase. I did the same thing with the shirts. Last but not least, I looked over to my pile of dunnies and brass, scooped up a pile of them in my arms, and scattered them on top and around everything in my suitcase. Kristen copied my actions, scooping up the rest of the brass and dunnies and sprinkling them in the suitcase. All right, I gotta go get the rest of my bathroom stuff. I stand up and walk back to the bathroom. Walking in, I remembered that I forgot my bathroom bag in my room. I turn around, only to bump into Kristen. who is holding my bathroom bag. Forget something? Kristen asks, holding up my bathroom bag. I smile a thanks, turning toward the cupboard under the sink. I kneel down and take out all my makeup, perfumes, and body washes from underneath. My makeup consisted of a small bottle of foundation, a black eyeliner, and mascara, which went into my bathroom bag first. Next, I put my bottle of fruity-smelling perfume and my bottle of vanilla-smelling perfume in the bag. Lastly, before it closed, I put in my vanilla-scented body wash. Is this all you have for bathroom stuff? Where's the rest of your makeup? Kristen asks me as she scours through the now empty cabinet. That's it. You know I don't like to put a mask on my face. I answer, zipping up my bathroom bag. Yeah, well, I mean I know that. But I assumed you had a little more to play with. And didn't I give you a bunch of my stuff too? She responds, following me out of the bathroom and back into my room. Well, let's say they are now in a wonderful new world. I say, dropping my bed on the floor, placing my bathroom bag in my suitcase and zipping it up. Finally finished. I sigh. It felt good after the past week of packing everything in the house, saving the bedrooms and bathrooms for last. My house no longer had a living room, kitchen, or dining room. They were just rooms with walls and carpets now. Later today, the last of the furniture, being my bed, desk, nightstand, and dresser, and my parents' bed, nightstand and 2 dressers, were being packed away and shipped to the new house. Wonderful new world, my ass. Kristen mutters. So tomorrow's the day. I sigh again, a frown forming on my face. Yeah, tomorrow's the day. Suddenly, my bed starts vibrating. I look to find my phone and saw it on the nightstand. Not mine. Yeah, I know, it's mine. I just can't find it on your bed. Help me. Kristen hops on my bed and scrambles around, trying to find her cell phone. I stand up from the floor and hop on my bed, sitting on the end of it. Hey, get up. Get up. I need to check everywhere. Kristen shoos me off the bed and removes the covers from right where I was sitting. Sitting right there was her phone buzzing like a bee. Kristen turns around and sticks her tongue out at me. I shrug back at her. She presses the talk button after looking at the screen. Hello? Kristen says in the speaker. Yes, I'm still here. I knew it was her mom on the phone after that sentence. But she's moving. Kristen says after a pause. I don't even know them. She continues to argue with her mom while I sit back down on my bed. No, you don't seem to understand. My best friend of 10 years is moving to who knows where and you're saying that I have to go to some stupid party. She shouts into the phone. I chuckle to myself, knowing that Kristen is in a war she won't win. Her mom is too tough and demanding, not to mention stubborn, to give in. My predictions are correct when a couple seconds later Kristen slams her phone shut and growls in frustration. I guess I'll see you tomorrow, I say quietly, looking down at my lap. Though I knew Kristen wouldn't win that argument, I cowed and say I was happy with the outcome. Kristen turns to me. I'm so sorry, Evie. I don't know what's wrong with her. It's okay. I sigh, still looking at my lap. She attacks me with a hug, which I return wholeheartedly. I promise to be here before you leave tomorrow. I wouldn't miss it for the whole world plus the universe. Kristen says, you better, or I'm going to hunt you down. I respond with a sad smile. Chapter 2. Sitting outside on the driveway. I wait for Kristen to show. She promised. I remind myself. I look at our packed car, still irritated that we were driving to this new place instead of flying. I guess we couldn't afford it or something. Evangeline, quit sitting around and start helping with the last of boxes. My mom shouts from the doorway. I sigh and turn around to face her. I am waiting for Kristen. She said she would be here. I say, irritated. I am not moving until Kristen got here. I can be an extremely stubborn person when I want to. Well, while you're waiting, you could help. You know, your dad and I aren't the only ones moving. Mom responds, walking back into the house. Well, you and Dad are the only ones who want to move. I mumble. I stand up and dust off my butt, making sure there isn't gravel or dirt on it. Looking up, I see a blonde head running toward my house. Kristen. I squeal. Evie, she shouts. Am here. Don't leave yet. Wouldn't dream of it. I shout back. I start jogging toward her and open my arms for a hug. She mimics my action as she comes within 5 feet of me. We crash into each other for the hug of a lifetime. Evangeline, get inside the house and start help, shouts my mom from the doorway. Oh, hi, Kristen. Never mind. I think your dad and I got it. I didn't bother responding. Even if I could. The crying episode that hit me yesterday hits me even harder today. Tears are streaming down my face as I hug my best friend for probably the last time. We stand here hugging each other for a long time. Not saying anything, just hugging. Our time is cut short. However, when my mom comes and places a hand on each of our shoulders, I'm so sorry, but it's time for us to be packed in the car. It's time to go, Evangeline. Mom says, sympathy lacing her tone. I pull back from Kristen, not surprised to see tears in her eyes and falling down her face. You have a phone, Kristen says. Use it. Text me. Call me. Anything. If you... I will come and hunt you down. She emphasizes the hunt you down. I smile. Don't worry. You are speed dial number 2. Right after 911 on speed dial 1. Kristen holds out her pinky. Friends forever and ever. Always sticking together. I hook her pinky with mine. Friends forever and ever. Always sticking together. I repeat. She hugs me again while we walk to the car. Once we get to the car, she lets me go. I step back and sit down in the back seat. My parents are already seated in the front seat and had started the car. Wait. I close the door and immediately open the window. Love you, sister. I say through the open window. Love you more. Kristen responds. With that said, my dad pushes the gas down, our car starts rolling away. I stick my head and arm out the window, waving and smiling as we roll away. I see Kristen waving back like a maniac as she starts getting smaller. We come to the end of the street and make a left. Now that I can't see Kristen, I pull my head and arm back in the car and close the window. My bag, that was supposed to be a carry-on, is instead sitting on the seat next to me. I zip it open and stick my hand in it to see if I can find my iPod. Digging around, I finally felt the smooth screen that is my iPod. Pulling it out. I am happy to find that my earphones are already connected to the iPod. Putting the earphones in my ear, I unlock my iPod, go into my mirror, and hit the shuffle. Mirrors by Justin Timberlake starts blaring in my ears. Humming in my head. I sit back against the seat and close my eyes. Evangeline, wake up, we are coming into the town. Dad says, shaking my leg. I slowly open my eyes. I mumble, rubbing my eyes. Not sleeping last night sure made up for today. I didn't have to sit through hours of boredom in a car. I look out the window to find nothing but trees in a massive forest. Glancing forward, I see a small wooden sign sticking up from the ground. Welcome to Lupus Harbor. So I was right. It is something harbor. They'll have to tell Kristen the name of town to prove it actually exists. Once we passed the sign, however, only forest existed. No Lupus Harbor. I thought you said we were outside the town. Do they live in the trees? I asked, looking up in the trees to see if I could find a treehouse or something. Mom snickers. No, they don't live in trees. This is still the town's territory, but the real town is up ahead a bit. Damn, living trees would be awesome. 10 minutes later, there is still no sign of the actual town. So how far is a bit away? I ask. Well, it should be here somewhere. Mom says. as if right on cue. The first buildings of the town came into view. I'm surprised. I expected to see a bunch of wood shacks. Instead, I see brick and cement. These buildings must be houses, seeing as there were porches in the front of them. As we keep on arriving, the houses seem to get bigger and nicer. Eventually, an iron gate fence comes into view. My jaw drops open as I see through the gate what must have been a mansion. We don't slow down, so all I get is a quick glance. But what I see sticks in my brain. Majestic poles stand in front of the front door, holding up a patio right in the front of the house. Behind the poles is the huge red oak front doors that stand 7 feet tall. On the front doors is a gold knocker that seems to gleam brighter than the sun. The whole house, beside the doors, is a cream-colored marble that clashes with the deep green of the forest that surrounds the house. The sides of the house each seem to have hundreds of windows. Each were covered with a curtain on the inside of the house. The forest blocks the sides of the house as we keep on driving. Who lives there? I thought this town was a rundown nobody town. Apparently, a very rich person lives in this town. Great, rich kids. We keep on driving, and about 5 minutes later we reach the town part of the Lupus Harbor. Here. There seems to be more than meets the eye. Store upon store flashes by. Clothing, shoes, Family Dollar, restaurants, a movie theater, a grocery store, a gift shop. This town seems to have everything. The people walk on the sidewalks, absorbed in their own worlds. No one seems to notice the new car driving on their street. Today seems to be one of the rare hot days as girls flounce around in low-cut tank tops and shorty shorts. Guys are wearing basketball shorts and wife beaters. Everyone seems to be out enjoying the hot weather. The car keeps driving and we move on through the town, back into more residential areas. Stores turn into houses and the forest thickens. We pull into a driveway and I start to observe my new house. The outside is painted a light blue that is extremely chipped in some areas and had been through to many rainstorms. There's a small front porch that's next to the garage. The front door is a light brown that surprisingly goes with the blue house. The house has 2 stories. On the first story, there's a huge window next to the front door that looks into the living room. The second story, however, has 3 windows side by side. I assume that those look into the bedrooms. Looking at the outside of the house, nothing special jumps out at me. It's just a house, not even as nice as the one I left. Chapter 3. I slowly step out of the car, my earphones dragging on the seat. I toss my iPod on the back seat, not wanting to carry it. I look up at the house, a look of apprehension on my face. This is my new life, and so far it doesn't look good. I follow my parents to the front door. My dad sticks the key in keyhole and turns the lock. It clicks open. He opens the door and steps inside. My mom goes in after him, and I go in after her. Our new house is packed with boxes, waiting to be unpacked. I walk out of the foyer and into the living room. Our new living room is very spacious. The walls are a nice cream color with a white carpet. It would easily hold our dark brown couch, glass coffee table, 36-inch TV, and the stand that holds our many DVDs, and our grandfather clock. There would be space to spare, which will be nice. A little hallway connects the living room to the kitchen. In the little hallway is a small closet. The walls stay their cream color, but the floor changes to a smooth tile instead of a carpet. I walk into the kitchen and am surprised to find a steel refrigerator, sink, and stove. Around the stainless steel, there are dark, cherry oak cabinets and drawers. This kitchen is bigger and nicer than the one at my old house. Well, too bad. I don't like to cook. On the other side of the kitchen, there is another big room. I assume we are going to make this room the dining room. Cream is still the color of choice, but the floor changes back to its white carpet. The dining room connects back to the foyer. To the left of the front door is the living room. To the right is another hallway. I walk down it to find multiple doors. The first one to my right is a small bathroom. The brown walls are a nice change to see. Closing that door, I walk a couple of feet and open the door on the left. I am met with an empty garage that smells like gasoline and is filled with dust. I close that door and walk to the end of the hallway, which is only a few feet away from the garage. Opening the last door, I find the laundry room. I wrinkle my nose, smelling detergent and lint. I close that door and walk back to the foyer. Right in front of the foyer, a few feet left of the front door, are the stairs that lead to upstairs. Walking up them, I notice there are very few rooms up here. At the top of the stairs, there is an open hallway that looks down to the foyer. Making a left, I walk into what must be the master bedroom. It is huge. In the bedroom, there are 2 more rooms. Opening them up, I find a nice master bathroom and a walk-in closet. All the walls are cream-colored and the floor in the bedroom and closet is a white carpet, with white tiles in the bathroom. I guess there's a trend. Shaking my head in jealousy, I leave the doors open as I walk out of the master bedroom, across the hall, to find my room. Instead of having a connecting bathroom, mine is again across from my bedroom. I sigh and walk into my room. My attitude immediately changes. This room is huge. Not as big as my parents' room, but certainly bigger than my last room. Sadly, like my parents' room, it's cream-colored with white carpet. In the middle of the room, I turn to see another closed door next to the now open door. I slowly walk toward it, expecting something to jump out at me. Instead, I open the door to find my own walk-in closet. Yes, I shout, "Evangeline, where did you go?" My mom yells from somewhere downstairs. "I found my room." I yell back, still in my walk-in closet. "Great. Now you can come back downstairs and get the stuff for your room." Mom yells, smugness in her tone. I groan. Unpacking was as bad as packing, but it's still a pain in the ass. I walk out of my closet, out of my room, across the hall, and bound down the stairs. Okay, my dad starts. "The boxes that have your name on them, Evangeline, are yours, obviously," I say. He continues like he didn't hear me. "The smaller boxes have your pictures, lamps, books, pillows, mirrors, and any other smaller items you packed. The tall, rectangular boxes have your bed, desk, dresser, and nightstand in pieces. That big, rectangular box has your mattress in it, which is what you will be sleeping on tonight. We will rebuild your bed tomorrow." Dad explains. "Gotcha," I respond, picking up one of the smaller boxes. I walk back up the stairs into my room to place the box in the middle of my empty room. Walking back downstairs, I pick up another box and bring it to my room. Box after box after box. It's a never-ending stream of squares. Finally, after I get the last small box to my room, I return downstairs to try and haul my mattress to my room. I don't get far. The damn box just won't move. "Need help?" my dad asks, coming up from behind me. "Yes," I sigh in defeat. "Well, the first thing you should have done was open the box and take our mattress out. Would have been a lot easier," he says, opening the side of the box and pulling my mattress part way out with a grunt. "Need help?" I ask him innocently. "It's your mattress. Do you want to sleep on it tonight?" he asks mockingly. I roll my eyes and scoff at him, but I bend down to help him pull my mattress out of its box. After it's out of the box, my dad moves to the other side of it and hoists it up, putting his hands underneath the mattress. I copy his actions on the side of the mattress I am on. He goes first, going backwards up the stairs. I follow him going up the stairs. Once we are upstairs, he walks backwards toward my room. He stops in front of my room and looks in. It would help if there was a place to put it down, preferably not on a box. Dad looks at me and puts down his side of the mattress. I smile sheepishly. I put down my side of the mattress and rush into my room. I move the boxes in the way. My dad picks up his side of the mattress again and starts dragging it into my room. I run out and grab the other side of the mattress, pick it up, and help carry it into my room. We sit it down next to the wall. "Thanks, Dad," I say, dusting of my hands off together. "No problem, sweetie," he says, coming over to kiss my head. He leaves the room after that. I sigh, happy that my heavy box moving was done. Evangeline, come get your suitcases," my mom shouts from downstairs. Damn, almost done. I walk out of my room, jog down the stairs, and rush out the front door into the car. The trunk was already open, so I reach in and pull out my 2 suitcases. One was filled with sheets and pillowcases for my bed. The other was obviously filled with the clothes I packed yesterday. Holding 1 suitcase in each arm, I walk back into the house and up to my room. I sit both of them down on my mattress. Now I'm done. I fall back to land on my mattress, feeling around for my phone. I realize my carry-on bag was still in the back seat of the car. Grunting, I hoist myself off my mattress and walk out of my room to get my bag. Walking outside, the hair on the back of my neck stands straight up. I scan the woods around our new house. A cool breeze kicks up and I hold my arms closer to me, trying to keep warm. Tiny raindrops start to strike my body. So much for a nice, hot day. Now hurrying to get back inside before the rain really hits. I grab my bag, close the car door, and run back into the house, closing the front door in the process. Going back upstairs, I close my room door and lay back on my mattress. Fatigue hits me suddenly and I find that I can barely keep my eyes open. Pushing my suitcases the mattress so I can have more space, I curl up on the mattress and fall asleep without so much as a pillow or blanket. Saturday consists of building my bed, desk, dresser, and nightstand. It takes forever since my parents ignore me and have to build all their stuff. Building my bed, I drop one of the parts on my foot. Hopping around for the rest of the day sucks, but my foot hurt more. After my bed is built, I take on the task of building my desk. It takes about half the time the bed did, and for that I am grateful. After I am done with the desk, I run downstairs to grab a bag of chips for my lunch. "Mom, we need to go grocery shopping. I don't like eating crap," I shout, hoping my mom hears. "Yes, I know. I'm going tomorrow," she shouts back. Finishing my lunch, I run back upstairs and build my dresser and nightstand. Happy with my work so far, including when I put sheets on my bed. I snuggle into them and fall asleep. I am home alone Sunday, so I decide to furnish my room with all my smaller items. The first thing I do is find my speaker and plug it into my iPod. "Don't Wake Me Up" by Chris Brown blares out of the speakers. Humming along, I dance around my room, putting up pictures, putting lamps on my desk and nightstand, placing my little trinkets around my room, and organizing my school stuff on my desk for tomorrow. My phone buzzes. "Hello, Evangeline." My mom's voice comes through the phone. "Who else? Quit it with the attitude," she retorts. "We are on our way back from the grocery store. I'll make dinner when I get home." I mumble, only half listening. "Bye." I pull the phone away from my ear and end button as I walk downstairs. "Wait," Mom shouts in the phone. "Remember, you have school tomorrow. Make sure everything's ready so you don't have to stay up late tonight." Bye. I hang up the phone after that. Tomorrow's going to be one hell of a day. Chapter 4. I slammed my hand down on my beeping alarm clock, throwing my legs over my bed. I sat up and rubbed my eyes for a good 5 minutes before moving. What on earth made my parents think that starting school immediately was a good idea? Standing up, I walked across the hall to the bathroom. I splashed water in my face to wake myself up. Looking in the mirror, my dripping face and hair reminded me of a drowned cat. I sighed and dried my face on the towel next to the sink. I walked back into my room and walked toward my suitcase still filled with clothes. The weekend was too short. Sipping it open, I searched through it looking for something acceptable to wear on my first day. First impressions are the most important. I spotted my elbow-length deep purple shirt. Pulling it out, I looked for my black skinny jeans. With my outfit found, I happily skipped back over to my bathroom and readied my shower. After I finished showering, I put my hair up in the towel and put on my purple dunnies and bra. I walked back into my room and stopped in front of the full-length mirror. My green eyes popped out against my pale skin and purple undergarments, still in front of the mirror. I unwail along my head. My brownish red hair tumbled down my shoulders. The wetness of my hair brought out the red in it. I turned around and grabbed my jeans. I pulled and wriggled my way into them. With my jeans buttoned and zip tie, walked back into the bathroom. I opened the cabinet under the sink and took out my hair dryer. I plugged it in and looked around for my brush. And it's in my room. I sighed and walked back into my room and to the dresser. My brush was sitting there, as if it was waiting for me. I picked it up and walked back to the bathroom again. I turned on my blow dryer and started with my hair on the left side of my head. The hot air blew against my face and made my wet hair fly around. I took my brush and started with the ends. I slowly moved upward as my hair dried. Eventually, the whole left side was dry and brushed straight. I repeated the drying and brushing steps on the right side. Once I was done, my hair no longer looked like a tangled mess, and instead was nice, neat, and straight. I walked back to my room and reached for my shirt. I put it on and walked back to the full-length mirror. I ruffled my hair, to make it a little more messier. Next, I went to my suitcase and pulled out my bathroom bag. I opened the bag and pulled out my makeup and perfumes. I walked over to my dresser and placed the makeup and perfumes on it, deciding today was going to be one of my rare makeup days. I opened my foundation, looking into the half mirror on my dresser. I dotted on the foundation and rubbed it in. I took out eyeliner and laced it on. I unscrewed my mascara and swiped it on my upper and lower lash line. Satisfied with my makeup, I popped open my vanilla and fruity perfume and did a spray of both. I found that each perfume smelled great, but together they smelled fantastic. I turned toward my full-length mirror and smiled at my appearance. I walked out of my room and bounded down the stairs to the kitchen. My mom was making waffles in our waffle maker and my dad was frying bacon. I popped beside my dad and snatched a piece of bacon out of the pan and stuffed it into my mouth. Oh, hot, I shouted. Hot, hot, hot. I chewed quickly and swallowed the burning piece down my throat. Well, what do you expect? Wait until it's out of the pan. My dad reprimanded me. Minutes later, my mom had a plate of waffles and my dad had taken all the bacon out of the pan and had a paper towel on it to get rid of some of the grease. I grabbed a plate, a waffle, and 2 pieces of bacon. I finished my breakfast in record time. I ran back upstairs to brush my teeth. Once I finished brushing, I walked to my room to grab my black flats and my backpack. Right now it was light, as it was only holding a couple folders, notebooks and pencils. I hopped back downstairs just in time to see my mom getting ready to drive me to school. I walked toward the door that leads to the garage, opened it, and walked to the car. The car beeped open as my mom walked out to the car. I slid in and put my backpack on the floor in between my feet. My mom opened the driver's door and slid in. She closed the door and started the car, opening the garage door. She backed the car out. Are you nervous for your first day? She asked, and she closed the garage door and turned down the street and drove away. Well, a section by Drake Mesa. I said, when you start a new school in junior year in a small town where everyone knows each other, yes. You could say that. My mom smiled and looked at me. I'm sure you will be fine, huh? I scoffed, rolling my eyes. Fine my ass. We pulled up to a brick 3-story building. I looked outside and saw the cliques in front of the school. Time to walk through the battlefield. Bye, I said as I opened the car door and stepped out, grabbing my backpack in the process. I turned around and shut the door. My mom pulled away, and I started walking toward the door to enter the school. I ignored everyone's eyes. Some of them were curious. Some of them were not caring. Most of them were accusing, or full of judgment. I kept my head down and headed into the school. I didn't look anyone in the eyes. I kept my eyes either on the wall, the floor, or the ceiling. Eventually, I saw a sign that pointed to the office. I turned down the hallway the sign pointed to and saw my destination, the office. Oomph! The sound rushed out of my mouth as the door opened before I could reach the handle and my body hit a wall. I took a step back and realized that it was in fact a wall, but instead a very attractive male. I looked up at his head to see a very messy, but sexy, mop of black hair on top of his head. When I looked closer, I noticed that his hair was a very deep brown that was probably mistaken for black. My gaze traveled downward to his eyes, where I found to deep, ocean blue eyes looking back at me. My gaze traveled farther down to his a little too crooked-nosed call straight, to which I assumed came from too many fights. My eyes finally found his pink, very plump lips which were turned into a sneer. "You have got to be kidding me," his pink lips said in a very offensive voice. My eyes turned questioning as I looked back up into his eyes. "Whatever, let's finish this. I, Ashton Carter, reject you as my mate." "He or Ashton," said with then unlacing his voice. He quickly turned and walked down the now vacant hallway with no glance back. Rejection. On my first day, the first person I make eye contact with at this school rejects me. I guess that's how this school works. If the hottest boy in school rejects you, you're a nobody. So much for making friends, or mates, or whatever they call people at this school. I shake those ocean blue eyes out of my head and continue into the office to start my new hell. The door closes behind me as I see a secretary behind a brown desk. She looks flustered with a bunch of papers on her desk. She looks up as I walk forward. "Hello, oh, you must be Miss Evangeline Cross. Welcome to Lupus Harbor High School," she says way too chirpy or my taste. "Yes," I respond, my cheeks probably turning a light pink. Yes, okay, darling. I have your schedule somewhere around here. I was waiting for you to show up," she says as she moved her papers around her desk, probably looking for my schedule. "Found it," she said. "Here you go, sweetie. This is your schedule. Locker number and combination. A slip of paper that all your teachers have to sign. And a map of the school. I hope you enjoy it here." She beamed at me, handing me the papers. "Thank you," I said, returning the smile. I left the office, but stopped right after the door closed. Time to see what I got. U.S. History first, then math, then honors communications, then lunch, then French, then science, then lastly gym. Not terrible, but still going to be hell. I pulled out the school map and looked for my history class. Second floor, right above me. I looked around for the nearest stairs and found them forward and to my right. Walking to the stairs, I brought my backpack around my shoulder and zipped it open to put the papers, apart from the one my teacher needed to sign, in my backpack. I walked up the stairs and immediately found the U.S. history room. I slowly walked toward it. As I reached the door, I took a deep breath and twisted the handle and opened the door. Everyone immediately stared at me, including the teacher. "Oh yes, a new student," the teacher said in a deep voice. "Where is your sheet that I need to sign?" I held out the sheet toward him, trying to ignore all the stares. He quickly signed it and gave it back to me. "All right. It seems like the last open seat is next to Mr. Carter. Please take your seat." Oh shit. I looked to the empty seat, hoping it was a different Mr. Carter. No such luck. I saw the already familiar ocean blue eyes. I walked through the seats to the back where the open one was. The already familiar sneer was on his face as I finally got to the seat and sat down. I kept my head down as I pulled out a notebook and pencil out of my backpack. I put my backpack down on the floor and stared straight ahead at the teacher who was already talking. I couldn't concentrate at all. Everyone in the class at some point turned around and stared at me, only to whisper something in the person next to them's ear. Most of these stares were curious, but a few of them were openly hostile. I tried not to cower back as hatred-filled gazes turned on me during class. After what felt like hours, the class ended at a ding of a bell. Breath I didn't even know I was holding rushed out of my mouth. I placed my notebook and pencil in my backpack and took out the map of the school, my class schedule, and the sheet of paper each teacher needed to sign. I noticed my U.S. history teacher's name, Mr. Holland. Evangeline, could I have a word, please? Mr. Holland asked as I passed his desk. Please, call me Evian Shore. I stopped and responded to him. Evie, he said, since you are new, and I was informed that you have never taken history before. I want to add a little extra homework just so you can catch up. I want you to read pages 3 through 37. Just read them, along with the reading and reading guide tonight. He turned around in his turn-white chair and grabbed a big-ass book, and some papers, and handed all of it to me. My smile turned forced. Okay, you'll make sure it's read by tomorrow. I grabbed the book and papers from his hands and turned around, walking to the classroom door. I opened the door, only to get roughly shoved as I walked out. My book and papers went flying down the hallway. Whoops, someone said sarcastically. I didn't see you there. What was your name again? I turned toward the culprit who shoved me and was surprised to see Ashton again. This time, however, his blue eyes were full of mischief and his mouth was turned into a smirk. I was too shocked and embarrassed to respond. That's what I thought. He continued. Now stay the hell away from me. He turned away from me again and walked to a group of people who were chuckling and giggling, watching the scene in front of them. I openly gaped at them as they walked away. My shock was cut short as the bell rang. I looked toward the floor to find my book a few feet from me and my papers all over the hallway. I walked to my book and placed it into my backpack. I then walked around the hallway, kicking up every piece of scattered paper. I placed the papers from history in my backpack and kept the map and paper that my teacher needed to sign out. Math class was on this floor across the school. What a douche. I didn't do anything to him. I don't even know him. I tried to clear my head as I walked to math class. Once I got to math, I didn't waste a breath walking in. Like before, everyone in class stared at me as I walked to the teacher's desk. This time, however, there was no Ashton. I stopped at her desk and placed the paper that she needed to sign on her desk. Oh, you must be Evangeline, she said, taking a pen and signing the sheet. This is Flemington. Evie, please. I responded, taking the paper she just signed. All right, Evie. Today is a study day for the test tomorrow. She started. However, since you're new, you will not have to take the test. Unless you want to, of course. Anyway, you will need a book, which you will find on the shelf in the back of the room. We are on chapter 4. I mumbled a thanks and walked to the back of the room to get a book. I picked up a book and sat to cease away from everyone. Everyone had, thankfully, stopped staring at me and was now occupied by something else. Class flew by and soon enough the bell rang. I put my second big-ass book in my bag and took the map out. I walked out of the room holding my map, looking for honors communications. I was shoved again, but this time I kept a hold of my papers. Bitch. A brunette sneered at me, walking away. What the hell? I didn't do anything to anyone here. I angrily walked away to find the stairs to go downstairs to my communications class. I bet it was Ashton. When he rejected me, he told the whole school to treat me like shit. I again tried to clear my head before class. For the first time today, I got to a class before the bell rang. I walked in and saw the teacher talking to another student. I patently waited behind the student to talk to the teacher. The teacher seemed to notice me waiting. Evangeline, right? He asked, and I nodded. Well, I'll wait. It's nice to meet you and have you in my class. Mr. Johnston introduced himself. Please call me Evie. I responded, holding out the paper he needed to sign. All right, Evie, he said, taking the paper and signing it. Welcome to Honors Communications. Please take a seat anywhere. We don't have assigned seats. We are working on Romeo and Juliet. I took the paper back, said thanks, and walked to a seat in the back. This unit was going to be easy. I had already done Romeo and Juliet last year. Students trickled in before the bell rang and took their seats. I noticed there was at least one seat between me and the nearest student, but I tried not to let it bother me. Class again went by quickly and the bell rang, signaling the end of class. This time, I took my time, knowing after this class I had lunch. I wasn't stupid, so I brought home lunch today. From the way everybody seems to hate me, I decided to find the library and eat there. I took out the map and found the library was on the 3rd floor along with my French class. Once I found the library, I found a secluded area and ate my lunch. Why was everyone acting so hateful and hostile toward me? It was only my first day. I would bet almost anything that it was when Ashton had rejected me and told the entire school. I lost my appetite after that. Instead, I made my way out of the library into French class. I was the first one there, excluding the teacher. Bonjour, she said. Bonjour, I responded. Cava, she smiled. Bien, merci. You must have taken French before. Yes, I was pretty good at French at my last school, I said, walking toward her desk. You're Evangeline. Right, she asked, taking the paper to sign. Evie. Oh yes, Evie. Well, well. Nice to meet you. Please call me Madam Cooper. Madam Cooper said, signing it and handing the paper back to me. I guess this changes things. Madam Cooper said, since you have taken French before, this class won't be too hard. It is a beginner's class. However, I expect no goofing off and you have to listen, she said with a smile. I could tell she was serious. Okay, now where do I sit? I questioned, looking around the classroom at all the empty seats. Lunch was almost over, so they wouldn't be empty for long. Yes, the seating chart. Madam Cooper pulled out the seating chart. The throw from the right. 5th seat down. You will not have a partner, but I don't think you will need one. Merci, I said as I walked back to find my seat. Sitting down, I took the sheet that she signed and put it in my back and put the backpack on the floor. Just as I was getting comfortable, the bell rang, signaling lunch was over. I took a deep breath and waited for the student body to come to class. The class trickled in a few minutes later. This time, however, no one even stared me a glance. The main topic at lunch today must have been me. I tried to ignore everyone as they took their seats and class started. French was the easiest class so far. I knew everything we were learning already. Class flied by in a French blur, and soon it was time for my second to last class, science. Before we left, Madam Cooper passed around a sheet of homework due tomorrow. I put the sheet in my backpack and took out the school map and signing sheet. Science was on the 1st floor right below me. I left the classroom and walked down the nearest stairs to the 1st floor. As I walked, I noticed everyone kept at least a feet of space between me and them. It's like I had some sort of disease. I got to my science class and opened the door. My teacher was sitting at his desk looking some papers over. I walked up and held out the sheet for him to sign. Evie. I'm joining your class today. I quickly introduced myself so he would know not to call me Evangeline. Okay. Well, Mr. Call Call. Mr. Call introduced, taking the paper from my hand and signing it. All right, here you go. You will be sitting in Lab Station 6. We hardly use the desks. I smiled and walked back to Lab Station 6. There was one other person sitting there, but I didn't bother to talk to him. The rest of the class walked in and class began. In this class, it was a lot of group work. When that time came, I kept my head low and my mouth shut, only nodding a few times. Class passed by quickly, and soon enough, it was time for the worst class in the history of the earth, gym. I put my finished homework in my backpack and took out my slip the gym teacher needed to sign. I already had looked for the gym on my map and found it on this floor on the other side of the school. I left the classroom and walked toward the gym. Once I got there, I found guys and girls standing around in their gym uniforms waiting for class to start. I inwardly groaned at the sight of uniforms. I turned around in a circle and finally found the gym teacher. I walked over to him and held out the slip he needed to sign. "Evangeline, could you found us?" he said in a gruff voice. "Evie, please," I responded. "Okay, Evangeline," he said, and I sighed. "Call me Mr. Guy. Since today is your first day, I need you to go into the girls' locker room and get a uniform. Meet back in here for today's activity, my," Guy said as he signed the sheet and gave it back to me. The girls' locker room was a few feet from where we were standing. I went in and found the extra uniforms. I picked out my size and got changed. I left the locker room and found that everyone was sitting in the middle of the gym. "Today, class, we are going to play dodgeball," Mr. Guy shouted at us. Everyone seemed to like that idea, as I didn't hear anyone groan in distaste. He quickly put us into teams and divided the balls up evenly. "On my whistle," he shouted. 2 seconds later, he blew the whistle and balls started flying everywhere. I stayed in the back hoping to not get hit. I looked over at my teammates and noticed that about half of them were out. I turned to look at the other team just in time to have a ball smack me right in the face. I fell down on my butt from the blow. My hand flew up to the red, stinging skin on my face. My eyes started to water on their own without my knowing. I looked up as I heard laughter. Ashton and his friends were staring at me, laughing at what was obviously a good throw. "Good throw, Ashton," one of his friends called to him. He smirked at me as the water in my eyes slid slowly down my face. I quickly wiped the hated tears away, stood up, and quickly walked to the girls' locker, leaving the laughter behind me. I changed back into my clothes and quickly left the locker room and the gym. I walked back to the office, making sure there was no proof of my crying episode. When I got to the office, I stopped before I opened the door, and I took out the slip of paper that each teacher signed. I opened the door and walked in. "Hi, honey. How was your first day?" the secretary asked. I gave her a big smile. "It was great," I lied, not wanting to tell her anything that actually happened today. I handed her the slip of paper, which she took and put on top of her big pile of paper. I grabbed my phone out of my pocket and texted my mom as I walked out of the office. I got my reply less than a minute later. She was driving up in less than 5 minutes. I got in the car just as the final bell rang, signaling the end of school. I closed my eyes and rested my head on my hand. My mom must have noticed that I wasn't in the mood for talking. She never asked a single question on the ride home. When we got home, I silently left the car and walked up to my room with my backpack. I didn't come down until I heard a muffled shout saying dinner was done. I walked downstairs and sat at the table, not saying a word. My mom and dad both looked at me worriedly but kept their mouths shut. I hurriedly finished my dinner and excused myself, claiming I had a ton of homework. I returned up to my room and laid in bed with music softly playing. My mind kept repeating what happened today, from the rejection to the way he shoved me, to when that girl called me a bitch. Then lastly, how he threw a ball right in my face. I don't get what I did so wrong to deserve this. I decided to go to bed early, so I washed my face and put my pajamas on. I knew I was going to fall asleep. It was only 9:36, so I laid in my bed wondering about tomorrow. I woke up from a nightmare, consumed by indescribable pain. I thought it was just a bad dream, but as consciousness returned, the pain intensified. I frantically took off my sleepwear, trying to alleviate the burning agony, only to end up helplessly sobbing in the dark. But when I finally made it through the night, I found my body covered in mysterious bruises. Where did these bruises come from? Are they related to the pain inside me? Chapter 5: Pain. Searing, relentless pain. That's all there was, consuming every fiber of my being. My eyes flew open as the most excruciating agony I had ever experienced tore through my body. I made the mistake of thinking it was just a nightmare, But as consciousness flooded back, the pain intensified, becoming almost unbearable. A gasp escaped my lips as the torment escalated. Something within me burned. Desperate to break free, I frantically removed my sports bra and booty shorts, my usual sleepwear, and lay naked on the bed, writhing in a futile attempt to alleviate the suffering. A silent scream ripped through me as the pain reached its zenith. Tears welled up in my eyes. My breathing ragged and labored. I felt the warm droplets cascade down my cheeks as I let out a muffled cry, desperately trying to remain quiet to avoid waking my parents. My breath came in short, sharp pants as I clutched my stomach, the apparent source of this hellish ordeal. The burning sensation intensified, as if my insides were engulfed in flames. Another sob threatened to escape, and I had to clamp a hand over my mouth to stifle the sound. Suddenly, the inferno within began to subside. Though still agonizing, my erratic panting gradually steadied, and the tears ceased their relentless flow. I slowly unclenched my muscles as the burning abated. Removing my hands from my stomach and mouth, I wiped away the remnants of tears from my face. I curled into a fetal position, whimpering from the lingering echoes of pain. As I stared into the darkness of my bedroom, my eyes fell upon the glowing numbers of my alarm clock. 12:17. The blue light pierced the shadows, a stark reminder of how little sleep it managed to get. 3 hours was far from enough, but despite my exhaustion, slumber eluded me. I lay there, anticipating another wave of pain, the embrace of sleep, or something entirely unexpected. None came. 230 from my eyes refused to close. My mind raced, unable to find peace. My body remained tense, locked in its protective curl. I wasn't sure what I was waiting for, or if I was waiting for anything at all. 353. Finally, my eyelids grew heavy. My overactive mind began to quiet, and my body slowly unfurled into a more comfortable position. As sleep beckoned, I silently prayed for no more surprises. I jolted awake, then sighed with relief. It was just my alarm clock. The pain, it seemed, had passed. I cautiously rose from the bed, immediately feeling the effects of my meager 5 hours of sleep as blood rushed to my head. Holding my temples, I stumbled towards the bathroom, hoping that whatever had transpired during the night was now behind me. Once I got there, I gasped at what I saw in the mirror. My head was the least of my problems. I had forgotten that I was without clothes, so when my eyes landed on my body, I was surprised to say the least. Bruises, deep black and purple bruises, covered my stomach and thighs. I turned around and saw that there were a few bruises on my lower back and butt. My mouth woodland close as I turned in a circle to see the whole damage. Where did these come from? Did I hold myself too tight last night? Are these the aftermath of that burning feeling? But I was pretty sure that the burning feeling seemed to be coming from inside of my body. I rushed back into my room, making sure my parents did not see me. I didn't bother with a shower and instead used my time to unpack a suitcase filled with my clothes. While I was unpacking, I found today's outfit. I didn't bother dressing up nicer than I would normally. I picked out a light blue tee, shirt that had the Hollister logo in the corner, and a pair of dark wash jeans. I finished unpacking and noticed that I had a little less than 30 minutes until I had to leave in order to not be late for school. I quickly got dressed, wincing when I moved too fast and hurt my bruises, and ran a brush through my hair. I didn't bother straightening it or putting it into an updo. I decided to also not put on makeup. I like to go natural anyway. I grabbed my backpack and walked to the bathroom to brush my teeth. I then ran downstairs and grabbed a Nutri-Grain bar. My mom was already in the car, so I slipped on my black flats and went out into the car. I slid in the car, closed the door, and she took off. I sighed loudly in my seat, almost dreading today. So, I didn't really see you yesterday since you took off to your room after school. I wanted to ask you how your first day went, Mom asked, glancing at me through the corner of her eye while trying to drive. I sighed again. I was working so hard to avoid that topic of my horrible first day. It's not like I can tell them what actually happened. I looked at my mom, a light coming to my mind. Well, wit. I didn't talk to many people because I had a bunch of stuff to catch up on. But many people said hello, so I'm sure to make a friend or two today. I forced a bright smile to go along with my lie. She looked satisfied with my answer and smiled as she drove the rest of the way. We pulled up and I took a deep breath. Now knowing what I was stepping into, I opened the door and got out of the car with my backpack on one shoulder. I walked straight to the school again, ignoring everyone. I walked straight to you, history, acting like nothing was wrong. Truthfully, I was terrified. This was my first class with Ashton, and as much as I hate admitting it, I was greatly intimidated. Once I got to my class, I quickly put my backpack down next to my table I share with Ashton. I took out the extra reading assignments and walked up to Mr. Holland. I smiled as I handed them to him. "Oh yes, thank you, Evie. I hope that provided a brief background to this course," he asked at the end. "Yes. It was very informal," I responded. "A little to kiss ass, why?" "Okay. Well, I don't think you will need to do any more extra work, seeing as you understood everything in the extra readings," Mr. Holland said, looking at all the assignments I gave him. I smiled and walked back to my seat. As I sat down, the bell rang. Immediately, the class came in and my heart lurched, knowing who was soon to come in. And come in he did. Ashton swaggered in with what seemed as two of his friends who also had this class. A blonde and brunette seemed to notice him as soon as I did. They both got up from their seats and went straight for them. At a closer look, I noticed the brunette was the same one who called me a bitch yesterday. I immediately scowled at her. As much as I seemed to dislike her, Ashton seemed to love her attention. I watched as he whispered something in her, likely sexual, and she giggled. I made a disgusted noise in the back of my throat. Shit. They both glared at me. How the hell did they hear that? I ducked my head, my cheeks probably a deep red color. I glanced at them out of the corner of my eye and saw him grabbing her ass while they had a mini makeout scene. I heard her giggle again and say, "Okay, I'll see you tonight." Only a stupid person couldn't guess what they were planning on doing. The chair next to me scrapped the floor and I felt a wave of heat as he sat down next to me. I shifted in my seat uncomfortably, knowing that he saw me staring at him and that brunette. He was giving me the cold shoulder, which I had no problem with. The class started and Mr. Holland started droning on about history stuff that no one really cared about. I tried to listen, but found it very hard because I could feel the raw hate coming from Ashton. Why was it hate? I have no clue. I continued to look forward, trying to act like I was listening. I looked at the clock. 30 minutes to go. Wow, this class was taking forever. As I was looking at the clock, Ashton elbowed me in the stomach. I didn't know if it was on purpose or not. Either way, I hissed out in pain. My hand immediately went to the bruise that he just elbowed. I massaged it a little, trying to be inconspicuous about it. I slowly unclenched my jaw and moved my hand away. I turned toward him and gave him a glare. I regretted it as soon as he returned my glare with one that would have the devil running back to hell. My eyes widened in fear and I quickly turned toward the front. That seemed to be the wrong thing to do because as soon as the teacher turned his back, Ashton grabbed my side with his hand and turned me toward him. I let out a gasp of pain as I again looked into his eyes. His hand was holding right where some of the worst bruises were. "Listen," he said in a dark voice that had me shivering. "I demand respect, and I suggest you don't provoke me or there could be some serious problems." His hand tightened around my side. I whimpered softly in pain. "Please let go of me." My hands were clenched and my eyes glanced down at his hand, then back up to him. I was sure my eyes portrayed my pain and begging tone. Ashton looked down at his hand on my side, then back up at my eyes. He smirked and tightened his grip quickly, then let go and turned back to the front. I let out a breath that I was holding and I slowly unclenched my hands. The slight pain from his grip slowly died down until it was just a slight throbbing. I didn't dare look at him again. About 20 minutes later, The bell rang and released me from hell. I sighed and put my stuff in my backpack. By the time I stood up, Ashton and the brunette were back in their makeout session. I didn't make a noise as I passed them and left the room. I walked to math. Remembering that there was a test today, I decided to study last tonight so I could try to take the test. Once I got to the class, I walked straight to Mrs. Flemington's desk. "Hi, Evie. How are you doing this morning?" she said happily. "I'm fine, thanks. About that test today," I said, getting straight to business. "I would like to try and take it today." "Oh, okay." Mrs. Flemington looked surprised at my bluntness. She still handed me the test, which I then walked to my desk and immediately started it. I was so absorbed in my test that I didn't notice someone was trying to get my attention. "Hello." He was waving his hand near my face. I looked up from my test and at the boy who now had my attention. He looked somewhat familiar, but I couldn't place him. My cheeks turned pink as I realized he was smirking while I was staring at him, trying to recognize him. I squirmed in my seat and looked down at my test. "I was even checking him out high," I said quietly. My mind was racing, trying to figure out why he was even talking to me in the first place. He was still in front of me. "You're in my seat," he said, pointing at the seat I was sitting in. I blushed and started to get up. "Not that I have a problem with that." He finished taking the seat next to mine. I settled back down in the seat. "I'm sorry, but you look really familiar. Do I know you?" I asked him, turning to face him. "Oh yeah, I'm in your science class." I said, "Name's Josh." Josh introduced, holding out his hand for me to shake. "Abby." I smiled and took his hand and shook it. Josh smiled at me, a dimple showing up on each cheek. Our hands split apart as the bell rang, signaling class was starting. "All right, class. You know today's a test day, so let's get down to business." Mrs. Flemington started to hand out the test that I had already started. Once the whole class had the test, Mrs. Flemington again sat down at her desk while the class started the test. I continued my test as soon as the silence settled over the class. The only noises that were heard were pencil scratchings and the occasional cough. I finished my test and sat back, looking at the clock. I had 20 minutes of class left. I glanced around to find only a few other people who had finished their test. One of them happened to be Josh. I looked over at him and made eye contact. "Was it hard?" he mouthed. I shook my head no and pointed to him, trying to ask him if it was hard for him. He must have got what I was trying to convey, and he shook his head no. I sighed quietly to myself, looking at the clock. Now it looked like 8 minutes to go. I slumped down in my seat and started doodling on the back of my test. A butterfly, flower, and 2 hours later it was finally 5 minutes until class ended. Mrs. Flemington stood up from her desk. "All right, class. Time's up for today. Please pass your test forward. If you didn't finish, please keep your test and talk to me after class to find a time to finish it," Mrs. Flemington explained. I gave the girl in front of me my test and looked at Josh. After the class passed their tests up to the front. The silence disappeared and talking started up again. I was still looking at Josh, waiting to see if he would still talk to me. I was curious as to why he was talking to me, because it seemed like everyone didn't like me. So Josh started. "Why are you talking to me?" I blurted out. My hand snapped over my mouth and I felt my cheeks turn a deep red. I didn't mean to be so blunt, but now that it was out, I was curious as to what he would say. Josh chuckled. "Well, there's a way to start a conversation, if possible." I blushed even further. "Anyway," he continued, "honestly, you seem pretty cool. I mean, I'm sort of a loner myself, and I kinda picked up the same vibe from you." "You a loner?" I asked, shocked. Josh seemed like he said about me, "Pretty cool." He smiled. "I know it doesn't seem like it. I'm awesome, obviously. Too awesome for anyone here," he said sarcastically. "But seriously, I'm not one of those antisocial loners or anything. Everyone's nice to me and whatever, but no one really likes me enough to actually hang with me anytime." I was shocked. I didn't know what to say. Should I say that I'm sorry or that understand? My mouth opened and I planned to respond, but was cut off by the bell. Hey, I'll see you in science. Lab a witch, lab partner, Josh said as he stood up from his seat. My lack of response didn't seem to faze him. I picked up my backpack and headed out of math class into communications. Once I got to communications, I decided to sit in the same seat I sat in yesterday. Luckily, it was still open. I sat down and took out Romeo and Juliet. Since I had already this play, the work was easy for me. Class started and Mr. Johnston announced that he had put us into small groups to discuss the first act. I inwardly groaned at the small groups. I was better at working individually. Nonetheless, he put into our small groups and let us discuss and fill out a packet with our groups. Since no one really knew me, my group decided to do a mini get-to-know-you session where we all introduced ourselves. In my group were 3 girls named Rachel, Michelle, and Catherine, and 2 guys named Danny and Grant. Immediately, I knew that I would not get along with Rachel, Michelle, and Danny. As soon as I said my name was Evie, they each gave me a spiteful glare and proceeded to avoid talking to me in any way possible. Catherine and Grant, however, were very nice to me despite the obvious tension. We worked together as best as possible considering we were basically split into 2 teams. Class ended and I was extremely glad to get out of there. However, my joy was cut short as I realized that lunch was next. I was smart and brought my lunch again. Leaving the classroom, I again decided to go eat in the library. Sitting in a back corner, I realized why Josh got the loner vibe from me. The bell rang, signaling lunch was over. I packed up my lunch and headed to French class. Another easy class. I was one of the first people here, so I quietly took my seat. The class filled and soon enough class started. I sat back and was only half listening as Madam Cooper explained what we would be learning today. Class was a bore and passed quickly. The bell made me jump as I came back to reality from my half-dream state. Madam Cooper quickly handed out the homework as we all left. My spirits raised as I realized that my next class was with Josh. I leave French class with a smile on my face as I walk to science. Once I get there, I see Josh is already sitting at our lab group. Hey, I say as I sit down. He looks up and smiles at me before pushing whatever he was working on to the side. Hi. How was your day? He asks. I chuckle. Better than yesterday. Except for history. He laughs back. Why, how bad was yesterday? You don't want to know. I respond, trying to avoid it. I break our eye contact and stare at the table like it was the most important thing in the world. Hey, Josh is softly. It's okay. You don't have to tell me. I meant it as a joke. I looked up at him to see sincerity in his eyes as he looked at me. I smile as a response, not wanting to respond. Luckily, Mr. Cole decided to start class, so the awkward silence between us didn't stretch on. Today, like yesterday, he handed out a lab that we were supposed to work on with our lab partners. He let us go immediately and told us that whatever we didn't finish was homework. Josh and I dropped our conversation and immediately started working on the lab. We finished quite quickly and had about 10 minutes left of class. The day was almost over, with only one more class to go. I sighed out loud. Gym was definitely my least favorite class, even worst in history. I frowned, remembering how yesterday's gym class ended with me getting smacked in the face. What's wrong? Josh asked. Noticing the frown on my face, I looked at him, debating if I should tell him what happened yesterday in the last 10 minutes of class. I figure, what the hell? I need a friend here. I have gym next. And if yesterday is preview of what's to come, then I have a personal devil. I say, waiting to see if he is actually curious or just wanted to start a conversation. Josh seemed surprised by my answer. Wow, who's the personal devil? And what happened yesterday to make it so bad? They'll give you the quick version. I started explaining. It started yesterday when I ran into someone. They obviously didn't like me and told me that a couple times. His followers also told me. Anyway, yesterday in gym, we were playing dodgeball. I wasn't paying enough attention and let's just say I wed face. I finished my little story and waited for his response. He looked somewhat stunned. Josh seemed to make up his mind on what to say. And you're not making this up. I gave him my best R, you. Stupid look, and he held up his hands in surrender. Okay. So who is? Josh asked. For a second, I debated to tell him. I wasn't sure if this would backfire on me or not. It all depended on how much I trusted him. The bell made my decision. I started putting my stuff back into my backpack. Josh didn't move. He kept watching me. I'll tell you tomorrow, I said as I stood up. I started walking towards the door when I felt a tug on my arm. I turned back and saw Josh holding my arm back. What? I asked him, curious on how he moved so fast. Evie, who is he? Do I know them? He asked me, seeming very concerned and nervous. I tried to tug my arm back, but he only held on tighter. Josh, I don't want to tell you right now. I'll tell you tomorrow. I tried again to take my arm back, with no avail. Evie, promise me you will tell me tomorrow. Now he seemed very nervous about my answer. Josh, let me go please. I insisted, still trying to take my arm out of his iron grip. Promise me, Evie. Josh stared into my eyes with a very serious face. All right, Josh, I promise, I said, aggravated that he's insisting on a stupid promise. Josh gave a nervous smile and let go of my arm. I hurried out of the classroom, wondering why he was so serious. I walked to gym, my heartbeat increasing with every step. Nervous was an understatement. I got to the gym and went straight to the locker room with my head down. I changed quickly and walked out of the locker room into the gym. Mr. Guy was in the middle of motioning people to the middle of the gym. I walked over and sat down, trying to be inconspicuous. All right, class, Mr. Guy shouted. Today is our mile practice day, which means that tomorrow is the day. The class groaned, obviously not happy about the mile. I was too happy, but not too unhappy either. I was terrible at the mile. Hey, enough with the groans. We do it every year, 3 times the year. You all know this. So today, we will be running for the majority of the time. Mr. Guy shouted ass. He is a gym teacher after all. Get to it. He again shouted at us. We all stood up and I followed the class to the corner of the gym, which was probably our starting point. Mr. Guy walked over to the stereo system and plugged in the iPod. The music started and the class took off. We were going at a pretty decent pace and I found that it was easy keeping up with the majority of the class. Eventually the class seemed to split apart. We became 2 groups. The first group, I noticed, consisted of Ashton and his friends. They started jogging faster and eventually were ahead of the majority of the class. I stayed with the second group, knowing that if I tried to keep up with the first group, it'd probably end up on the floor. We were still jogging 10 minutes later. However, half of my group stopped a while ago. I kept on going, knowing that I could keep on going and I didn't need to walk. Ashton's group seemed to have sped up and were now starting to pass the walkers. My heartbeat sped up as I heard them coming closer to me. All of a sudden, a rough hand pushed me, making me stumble and fall on the floor. I quickly held out my arms to catch myself as I fall. My arms hit the gym floor with a thump. My knees knocked against the floor. I looked up to see Ashton and one of his friends smirking down at me as they passed me. I sighed and stood up. I looked toward Ashton and his friend and saw them laughing. I started my jog again. Halfway through class, the only one still running was the first group. Everyone, including me, had started walking and talking to their friends. Hey, someone shouted from behind me. A sec and later a hand landed on my shoulder, making me jump. A girl started walking next to me. Hi, I responded, wondering why she was talking to me. I looked at her, remembering her face but not recognizing her. Catherine. My name's Catherine. I was in your group in honors comm. Catherine said, looking at me expectantly. I immediately recognized her after that. Oh yeah, hi. Catherine gave an exaggerated sigh. Isn't this so stupid? I mean, how is it going to help Power Mile doing all of this dumb-ass running? She complained. I snorted, already liking her and enjoying her company. What? She asked as we kept on walking. Nothing. I laughed. OOMF. A strangled gasp left my mouth as I was again pushed to the floor. This time, however, my arms were too slow to catch me. I looked up to again see Ashton, this time with a girl, passing me and Catherine. They were both laughing. See, never gets old. Ash unchuckled, turning around and speeding up his jog. Are you okay? Catherine shrieked, helping me up. I nodded, not wanting to say anything. Ugh, bitch, such a dickhead. She spit out, looking in his direction. I started laughing at her blatant hatred at him. Catherine looked at me and started laughing with me. Eventually it became hard to breathe and there were tears in my eyes. I sighed and wiped the tears out of my eyes, a smile never leaving my face. Class finally ended and everyone rushed to get out. The final bell rung and chaos erupted. I hurried to get out of the school. My mom was waiting in the car right in front. I quickly hopped in and she took off. I opened my mouth to answer the obvious questions that were about to spill from Mom's mouth, when none came. I looked at my mom to see that she was on the phone. I sighed and sat for the short ride. Once we got home, with Mom still on the phone, I rushed up to my room. I stayed in my room until dinner. Once I finished dinner, I stayed downstairs and watched TV. My parents seemed busy. Today was their first day of work. They both worked in the same office, which was a huge benefit for all of us. By 10, I was ready to go to sleep. My eyes were falling asleep, so I walked up to my room. I got ready and jumped in bed. I pulled the covers up to my neck and closed my aching eyes. A pain. My eyes shot open as I remembered the pain from last night. Would it happen again? I was very hesitant to close my eyes. Eventually, my tiredness won out and my eyes closed and my body relaxed with only one thought in my mind. Will it happen again? Chapter 6. I was in a hallway. This hallway, however, was completely made of wood. It stretched on, never ending in both ways. I turned around again and saw a yellow light down the hall. Hello, I called out. I started to take a few steps toward the light. The only response I got was my echo and the light turned brighter. All of a sudden, I knew what the light was. The fire rushed forward at an incredible speed. I turned around and ran with all I had. Adrenaline pumped through my body as I ran from the fire. My breath started to come out in pants and I found myself involuntarily running slower. The fire nipped at my heels. Its heat consumed me and suddenly I found myself surrounded by fire. I came to an abrupt stop and turned in a circle. The fire surrounded me and it caught onto my clothes. It burned straight through my clothes and started to burn my skin. My eyes shot open. A fire was a dream, but the burning is not. My arms went straight to my stomach and started cradling it. I drew my knees up to my stomach and found myself once again in the fatal position. It started again. Please, stop. I whimpered to the dark room. The fire increased. More so than even last night. Tears started forming in my eyes and soon enough were streaming down my face. The fire ripped through me, burning everything in its path. My breath started coming out in short pants and gasps as it raged inside me. It seemed to be worse tonight than it was last night, though I have no idea how. The thought barely crossed my mind when the most tortuous round started. The temperature increased. The pain increased. The intensity increased. I finally cowed and held it in. A soft scream fell from my lips. Then another. Then another. I was gasping. Small screams emitting from me as I tried to keep the volume of the screams from increasing. My soft screams eventually turned into soft sobs. The fire decreased. It finally stopped, but I cowed and controlled the sobs leaving my mouth. I stayed curled up in the fatal position and cried. Why the hell was this happening to me? Where the hell is it coming from? Questions swirled in my brain as I started to calm down. My eyes stopped producing tears and I was no longer sobbing. I cautiously moved my hand to wipe my wet cheeks. I laid there, like last night, for what seemed like hours. I cowled and fall back asleep. I was terrified that it would happen again. The music from my alarm started playing a while later. I stayed up half the night expecting the fire to return. I quickly pushed the snooze button, but stayed where I was. 10 minutes later, my music started playing again. This time, I pressed the off button and got up. I tipped to the hallway and heard my parents up and moving. I ran across the hall to the bathroom and quickly shut the door. I looked into the mirror. I slowly took off my tank top and pajama booty shorts. I looked at my without clothes body in the mirror. My eyes watered as I took in my appearance. I looked like a vanilla Oreo with chocolate cream in the middle. Up until the middle of my stomach was my normal pale skin. Half of my thighs until my feet were also my normal pale skin. The skin from my stomach to my thighs was a deep purplish black color. The bruises became worse. "Sweetie, you okay?" Dad knocked on the bathroom door. "Yeah, I'm fine," I yelled back. "Okay, but you've been in there for 10 minutes. We need to leave in about 20 minutes. I watched his foot shadow from the crack between the floor and the door. "Leave." I waited until I heard him walk down the stairs. Then I ran back to my room, holding my pajamas. Opening my closet, I pulled out a pair of off leggings and a pair of knockoff Uggs. I walked over to my dresser, opened it, and pulled out a loose Lord of the Rings shirt that I could tie up in the back. I jumped and tugged my leggings on and slipped on my shirt, realizing too late that maybe leggings were a bad idea when my midriff screamed in protest. Taking a hair tie, I tied the back of the shirt in a ponytail and tucked it in the bottom of the shirt. I walked over to the mirror, made sure that you cowled and see the bruises in the back, and noticed dark circles under my eyes. Another reminder of last night. I found my liquid foundation and rubbed it in. Slowly, the dark circles faded until they were almost not noticeable. I grabbed another hair tie and decided last minute that I wanted my hair up, with everything acceptable. And just a few minutes late, I grabbed my Uggs from the floor and ran downstairs. Once I entered the kitchen, Dad gave me a stern look and handed me a Nutri-Grain bar. I kissed him on the cheek, grabbed my backpack, and ran out to the garage. "Took you long enough," Mom reprimanded as she backed the car out. I nodded in response while slipping my Uggs on. I swiftly ate my breakfast as we drove to the school. She pulled up and immediately after the car stopped. I opened the door and hopped out, backpack in hand. I closed the door and walked quickly into the school. My stomach and thighs were still hurting, but weren't screaming as much as before. I walked into the school and headed toward history. "Hey, Evie," I heard from behind me. I turned around and saw it headed toward me. I smiled and stopped walking to wait for him. "Hey, Josh, what's up?" I said as he caught up to me. We both started to walk towards my class. "Nothing. I just saw you walking and wanted to join you," he responded. I looked at him curiously, having an idea on why he really found me. "Okay, thanks I guess," I said looking at him. We settled into a silence as we walked. We got to my history class and stopped at the door. I watched him look down at his shoes with his hands in his pockets. Josh looked back up at me. I could see the question in his eyes. "Spit it out, Josh," I said, exasperated. I knew what he wanted to ask, but I wanted him to admit it. He sighed. "Who is Evie? Please." I cowled and stopped thinking about it. Josh stared into my eyes. I opened my mouth to respond when I froze. The body of heat was right behind me. I could see Josh's expression change from a friendly expression to a very guarded one. Josh straightened up and seemed to take a step towards me. "What's going on here?" he asked. My eyes widened as an involuntary shudder ran down my spine. I didn't know how to respond, but I cowled and closed my mouth. I looked in Josh's eyes, begging him to answer. Josh grabbed my arm and pulled me to his side while turning me around to face Ashton. He raised an eyebrow at Josh's reaction. We're just talking. Not that it matters to you. Josh responded, very hostile. Ashton's eyes hardened and a scowl formed. Remember who you're talking to. Josh. Ashton growled. Josh seemed to realize something as his eyes widened and he bowed his head a fraction. Despite the hostile answer to his question, Ashton went into the classroom. I stayed frozen next to Josh. How do I respond to that? I saw Josh look at me from the corner of my eye. Evie, you okay? He asked me. Josh stepped in front of me and moved his hands to my hips. I gasped out. Josh had unintentionally put pressure on the bruises. I quickly moved his hands from my side. What happened? He asked me, holding his hands up in surrender. The bell rang, signaling that it was time for class. Math. Okay, I asked, but didn't let him respond as I rushed into class. I walked to my seat and sat down, making sure I didn't look at him or touch him. I wanted my distance. Class started, and for a while I stayed very conscious every move. I finally started to relax a bit, when I felt hot breath hitting my ear. So what were you and Josh talking about? He breathed in my ear. My breath hitched and my heart started pounding. Ashton sat back in his seat waiting for my answer. I realized so late that whispering in my ear was his advantage. I took a deep breath and settled my nerves. Like Josh said, it's none of your business. I smirked at him. I was proud of myself for answering without stuttering or something stupid like that. His face morphed into a scowl. He clearly did not like my answer. My smirk slowly fell off my face as his eyes hardened and a growl-like noise came out of his clenched teeth. Ashton leaned toward me again and, like yesterday, he grabbed my side. However, today he put both his hands on either side of me and turned my body toward him, forcing me to look at him. His hands put pressure on my sides. I gasped out. Again, as my sides started screaming. My hands flew to his, trying to get them off me. His response was to put more pressure on my hips. I clenched my teeth, holding in my yell of pain. I told you yesterday. Ashton started. I demand respect. And there will be problems if you keep disrespecting me. His threat was blatant. Please let go. You're hurting me. I gasped out, still trying to move his hands. The pain was almost unbearable. Do you understand me? Ashton asked out of clenched teeth. I quickly nodded, hoping it would be enough and that he would let me go. Ashton looked at me, an unreadable emotion in his eyes. He arched his eyebrow and slowly moved his hands. Looking back at the front of the classroom, Ashton sat back in his chair and started playing with the pencil on the desk. I openly gaped at him. He acted like nothing happened, like he didn't just blatantly threaten me. I turned to the front of the class and started to rub my sides where his hands were. My eyes scanned over the clock and I noticed that we still had over half an hour of class left. Our little confrontation must have only been a minute. 2 minute stops. For the rest of the class period. I stared at the clock and rubbed my sides. Eventually, the bruises were just probing instead of screaming. The bell finally rang. I quickly hopped up and left the class. I wanted to get to math as fast as I can. When I got to math, Josh was already in his seat. I rushed over to my seat and sat down. Will you tell me? Evie, Josh begged. I took a deep breath. Ashton. I watched his reaction, and was genuinely surprised by it. Josh's whole face hardened. His hands clenched and an inhuman growl came out of his clenched teeth. Evie, I need you to tell me what he said to you. Exactly what he said. Josh said through clenched teeth. I gaped at him. Josh looked so dangerous and hostile. He looked like he wanted to destroy everything in this room. Evie, he warned. I still gaped at him, but responded. He said that he rejected me as a friend or something. Did he say friend? Or was it something else? Josh asked. His hands were clenched so tight that they were starting to turn light. He said mate. I said quickly. Josh stood abruptly. I jumped at his sudden movement. I looked into his eyes and was surprised to see them darken from their forest green. to an almost black color. Josh abruptly left the room. I sat there, staring at the door that Josh just left out of. My mouth woodland close. What the hell was that? Class started and Josh didn't return. All through class, Josh didn't return. Not even when the bell rang signaling class was over. I put my math stuff in my backpack and stood up. Josh's backpack was still next to his seat. I didn't know what to do, so I decided to leave it there. Josh would know where it is when he came back. I left math and walked to communications. The question swirled in my mind. Why did Josh act like that? How does he know Ashton? Besides the thing in the hall this morning, I walked into communications and saw Catherine wave at me to come sit by her. I gave her a small smile and walked to her. Hey, Catherine said. What's up, girly? I gave her a questioning look. Girly? She shrugged as I sat down. I smiled and looked toward the front. Mr. Johnston was in the middle of explaining. Again, one of the themes of Romeo and Juliet to another student. I think his name was Fletcher. So I asked you what was up. Catherine turned toward me again after talking to another friend. I pondered her question for a couple seconds. Well, which? Well, the sky, some clouds, maybe an airplane. Wait, what do you, oh? Catherine seemed to get my joke. Shut up. I laughed at her momentary stupidity. Wow, I thought with you being in honors, you would get a simple joke. Whatever, Evie. Now answer my question seriously. When you walked in here, you looked like something was bothering you. Catherine looked at me expectantly. I sighed. Nothing really. I mean, my one friend was acting kind of weird in math. Weird like what? She asked. Well, I was talking to him and he must have gotten angry at what I said. Or something. Either way, he stood up and just left. Class started and then ended. He never came back. I quickly wondered why I was telling her this, but realized that I wanted to tell someone. That is weird. Catherine responded. All right, class, Mr. Johnston started class. Let's get back to Verona, Italy. I turned toward the front again. Class went way faster today than yesterday. We didn't have any small groups or any partners. All we did was take notes on the act we just finished. It was a nice break. Class quickly ended and I started packing up. See you in gym, Catherine said as she passed me, heading out of class. I waved by as I finished putting my communications stuff away and took out my lunch. I walked up to the library. Surprisingly, I liked eating there. It's quiet. No one bothers me. And I don't have to worry about that stupid lunchroom drama. Once I entered the library, I went to my spot, sat down, and started eating. Josh's strange behavior came back to me. Why was he acting like that? All I told him was what Ashton said. Josh and Ashton didn't seem to know each other. So why would that bother Josh? Another thing. Where did he go? Josh missed all of math class. Maybe more. I came out of my thoughts when the bell rang. I sighed. None of my questions were answered. I packed up my lunch and headed to French class. When I got to class, I was happy to see a substitute. Substitute meant movie. The movie had to be in French, but it was still a nothing day. I happily went to my seat, ready to do absolutely nothing today. The happiness could be seen everyone's face as they walked into the room. Class started and the sub introduced himself as Mr. Davids. He quickly started the movie. I found my eyelids becoming heavy. I rested my head on my desk and fell asleep. I jumped when the bell went off. Everyone was getting ready to leave. I quickly checked to make sure that there was no drool or anything, and grabbed my backpack and headed to science. Once I entered science, I was surprised to see Josh sitting at the lab. I quickly walked over to my seat and sat down. Listen, before you ask questions, Josh started, stopping me from asking my questions. I'm sorry that I left like that. I'm just sorry, okay? Where did you go? I asked as soon as he stopped talking. Josh dragged his hand down his face. Nowhere? I just had to leave. Please don't ask again. I looked at him, clearly confused at his answer. Josh gave me an apologetic smile and looked at the front of the classroom. He clearly didn't want to talk about it. So I dropped it, Mr. Call started class a few awkward minutes later. We were to take a pre-test for the test tomorrow to see what we needed to study tonight. I sighed in relief. 15 minutes later, I was done with my test. So was Josh. And most of the class, Mr. Call seemed to notice, and he said that talking was okay again. I looked at Josh, hoping that our awkward moments were gone. He smiled at me. I smiled back and was about to say something when my elbow accidentally knocked our pre-tests over. Oops. I reached down to grab them. Evie, what happened to your side? I snapped up, sitting bone straight in my seat. Our tests were forgotten on the floor. What do you mean? I asked, trying to be inconspicuous. Josh right through it. He reached over to my side and started lifting my shirt. I slapped his hand away. Evie, let me see. I won't do anything. Promise. He said, staring into my eyes. Josh started reaching towards my shirt again. I tried to hold his hand back, but Josh used his other hand to hold both of my wrists. I tried to shift away from him, but his hold on my wrists made it difficult to move away. Josh lifted up my shirt and I knew he saw my darkened side. He lowered my shirt and let go of my wrists. When he looked at me, his eyes were darkened again. What happened? Nothing, I said. Too fast. I knew it was too fast because Josh saw right through it. Evie, he growled. My heartbeat increased. I didn't know Josh could sound so dangerous. It's nothing. Josh, please, leave it be. Please don't task again. I repeated what he told me earlier. Josh took a deep breath and didn't ask, but he wouldn't look at me again. The bell rang and I said bye to Josh, but he didn't say anything back. I walked gym, even more confused about Josh's behavior. Once I got to gym, I changed into my gym clothes and found Catherine. We chatted until Mr. Guy said that we all needed to get ready for the mile. During the mile, Catherine talked pretty much the whole time and I nodded accordingly. My mind would not away from Josh's reactions today. I finished with Catherine, us getting a mile time of 907. We left the gym as the final bell rang. I left the school and found my mom. I quickly hopped in the car and we drove home. She was on the phone once again, so I didn't bother talking. My mind whirled around Josh's behavior. I couldn't get it out of my brain. It was some of the strangest reactions to some of the smallest stuff. I didn't get why Josh was so concerned with me. We got home and I went to my room and put on some music. I sat on my bed with my homework out. I finally started to concentrate on something other than Josh. I did all my homework before studying for my science test. The evening passed quickly. Like today, I found myself in bed, not remembering what I did beforehand. I realized how exhausted I actually was. That explained my temporary memory loss and how I could only concentrate on one thing at a time. I closed my eyes, not caring about what could happen at night. I just hoped and wished for sleep. Chapter 7 Josh's POV. I watched her as she left science class. My anger was boiling over and I knew I was close to shifting. Again, I knew what those bruises meant. I knew something was up between Eddie and Ashton. The confrontation in the hallway was all the proof I needed. However, I had no idea that he rejected her. Outright rejected her as his mate. That was unheard of. That bastard. I knew Ashton was a dick and liked to sleep around. I never knew he could be a downright piece of shit. I clenched my hands as my anger came back full force. For the second time today, I ran out of the school and into the woods right behind the school. No one stopped me. I felt my bones break as I released my inner beast. My clothes shredded as my skin was replaced by chocolate brown fur, the same color as my hair. My hands and feet turned into paws and my mouth turned into a muzzle as I fell forward. You would miss it if you blinked. In my place stood an abnormally large, brown-furred wolf. My wolf. I took off running, putting all of my anger into my stride. I let my wolf take over in our running, not wanting to think about human drama while I run. The only thing I let myself think about was red, hot anger, and those bruises. It fueled me as I ran. I ran and ran and ran, never stopping for a break. I ran until it was dusk. Once night started to fall, I turned around and started towards the pack house. Once I was at the line of trees that circled the pack house, I shifted back. My bones cracked as my human form once again replaced my wolf form. I walked to the back and found the pile of clean clothes we keep in a laundry basket. I pulled out a pair of basketball shorts and headed into the house while I pulled them on. Adrenaline and anger were still pumping through my system, making one hell of a mixture. I walked in and asked the nearest pack member if they knew where Ashton was. They responded that he was upstairs in his room. I said thanks and took off towards the stairs. I ran up the stairs, taking two at a time. I slowed down as I reached the top of the stairs. I walked with a purpose to Ashton's room. I reached his door, took the doorknob, the doorschl, and walked right in. Ashton was laying on his bed, watching TV. What the hell? How dare you, Ashton? How dare you just reject her like a piece of shit? The only piece of shit here is you. I shouted at him, not caring who heard. I had Ashton's full attention. His eyes turned blacken with inhuman speed. He grabbed my throat and shoved me against the wall. How dare you? How dare you? Gosh, disrespect me. I am your alpha. Ashton growled. He was eerily calm. However, I could feel the anger rolling off of him in waves. All of it was directed at me. His hand squeezed my throat, so much so that it was getting hard to breathe. Despite my situation, I stared directly into Ashton's eyes, knowing he wouldn't like it. I wonder what your parents would say when they find out you rejected your mate. They won't find out. Gosh. Ashton's deep voice told me he was letting his wolf come out. You don't know what you're doing to her. Ashton, she's hurting. She's in pain. Because of you and your dumb-ass decisions. And what makes it worse, she doesn't even know why she's hurting. Submit. The thought echoed in my mind. I knew it was my thought. Ashton pushed the command into my mind. I held his stare for as long as I could. Submit. It echoed louder and more demanding. I cowed at not listen. I bowed my head and held out my neck to show my submission. Ashton rocked me onto the floor. You won't disrespect me again. Gosh, he said, the command loud in his voice. You won't tell anyone of my mate. Or the rejection. Ashton spit out. I don't want to hear about her again. I don't care if she's hurting. She'll get over it. He continued. My eyes hardened and I clenched my hands. I couldn't believe what was coming out of his mouth. How could you not care about your soulmate? I whispered out. You don't understand. Now do I make myself clear? Yes, Alpha, I said through clenched teeth. Chapter 8. My eyes shot open as my alarm clock rang out. I stiffly moved my hand and pressed the snooze button. I sat up very slowly and carefully, expecting any moment for a sharp pain to strike me. With wide eyes and slow movements, I stood up and walked to the bathroom. I closed the door and turned to look in the mirror. I took off my tank top and booty shorts so I was only in my underwear. Nothing new. I turned my body so I could see all sides in the mirror. Still nothing new. The bruises were starting to heal. Instead of being a deep purple or black color, most of them were now either purple. Instead of screaming out in pain like they would every morning, they were only sore. A smile graced my face as I took in my appearance. I quickly grabbed my pajamas and headed back into my room. My spirit lifted immediately. I walked over to my closet and pulled out a paired arc wash, skimming jeans. I went over to my dresser and pulled out a white frilly lace tank top. Loving my outfit, I quickly pulled out a pair of white dunnies and white bra. Walking back to the bathroom, I grabbed a towel and washcloth. I took a longer than normal shower, making sure that I was very careful by my bruises. I washed my hair with my fruity shampoo and conditioner. Oranges, pineapples, and strawberries filled the space. Stepping out off the shower, I wrapped my hair in my towel and put on my bra and dunnies. I looked at my without clothes, bruised body in the mirror. My temporary good mood vanished as I looked at my bruises. However, I smiled once again at the fact that there was nothing new. I took down my wet hair and pulled out my straightener. I plugged it in and walked back to my room, waiting for it to warm up. Once in my room, I pulled on my jeans and took out my foundation. I looked into the mirror. The shadows under my eyes have decreased in size and color, but still need to be covered. I walked back to the bathroom. The straightener had heated up, so I grabbed a hair clip and clipped the left side of my hair up and out of the way. I started to straighten the right side. Once straightened, the right side of my hair is dry and straight. The red in my hair shines out in the light. I take the clip out and start on my left side. Soon, the left side mimics the right and both sides are dry and straight. I walk back into my room and slip on my shirt. I walk over to my full-length mirror and make sure my shirt falls over my jeans the way I want it to. Satisfied that it is, I walk back over to my foundation. I take my brush and powder and start applying. The sleep circles disappear. Happy with my makeup job, I grab the white flats in my closet, my backpack, and walk out of my room. I walk downstairs to the kitchen. "Hey, sweetie," Dad says by the toaster. "Cha-cha making." I ask as I walk past him to the pantry. "Just some toast," he responds. I grab my normal breakfast of a Nutri-Grain bar and walk over to the kitchen counter. I hop up onto it, with my bar in my mouth, and start slipping my flats on my feet. With them on, I hop down and grab my backpack. "Where's Mom?" I ask, realizing that Chef's not down here. "Your mom got the stomach bug. Chef's not going into work today. They'll be driving you to school," Dad says as he butters his toast. "Oh, okay. I guess it'll be in the car," I say as I walk out the door to the car. The door closes before I hear him respond. I opened the car door and slid in. I buckled my seatbelt and checked the time on my phone. A little bubble pops up saying I have a text. I open the text and see that it's from Kristen. I smirk and read the text. "Why the hell haven't I heard from you?" I laugh, filling the silence. The car door opens and Dad slid in. "Cha-cha laughing at?" Dad asks as he started the car. "Text message from Kristen." I respond. I text her back. "Sorry, new school, you know." I look out the window as we drive to the school. A line of trees rushes past. The never-ending forest. I sigh. I never liked the forest. Too many bugs and wild animals. Dad pulls into the school's parking lot and stops. I open the door, scoop up my backpack, and get out. I walk to the doors and head in. I start walking to class, almost expecting Josh to pop up randomly. I reached my class with no sign of Josh Mr. Hall and looked up from whatever he was working on at his desk. He was probably wondering why I was so early. I'd ignored his look and walked to my seat. I sat down at my table and put my head down. I moved my hand to my side as a twinge of pain ran through it. The board in front of me said that there was a quiz today. I started rubbing my side as another twinge of pain ran through my side. How come I didn't remember that there was a quiz today? Suddenly, fire ran straight through my stomach and I lost my breath. The pain. I immediately cupped my stomach in my arms as the fire continued. My breath started coming out in small pants. I squeezed my eyes shut as it increased. Just as it had 2 nights ago, the fire quickly increased until it was practically unbearable. I tried to regulate my breathing so I wouldn't scream in the middle of school. In through my nose, out through my mouth, in out, in out. The fire soared to new lengths and my breathing cut off. I clenched my teeth together and I held in a scream. In out, in out. Someone help me. I couldn't think clearly. My mind wouldn't concentrate on anything except the pain. Then, as if water put out the fire, it disappeared. I kept my eyes shut and my teeth clenched. My arms never moved from my stomach. The pain disappeared and I slowly moved my arms from my stomach to my sides. I moved my head up and was stunned by the light for a second. I looked around and noticed that class started in less than a minute. Where did the time go? There was something on my cheek, so I moved my hand up to wipe it off. My hand came back wet. Tears. I quickly wiped my cheeks with my hands, making the tear trails disappear. I tensed when a body of heat sat down next to me. I let a wall of hair fall down between me and him. A few seconds later, the bell rang and Mr. Holland started talking. I stared at the wall next to Mr. Holland while he talked. Project. Partners. Person next to you. My eyes snapped to Mr. Holland. Please tell me I heard him wrong. He started passing out papers for the supposed project. I didn't stop staring at the spot Mr. Holland was standing in it. I heard a manly sigh next to me. My hair was still a wall between us, and I didn't dare move it. I could feel Ashton's stare in the side of my head. I held my breath. Suddenly, the softest touch I had ever felt pulled on my hair. His hand took the hair that was between us and moved it to over my shoulder and behind my ear. Soft tingles erupted when his hand accidentally brushed the side of my head. My heartbeat increased, whether out of nervousness or lust. I don't know. I sat frozen, unable to move. My eyes never even glanced toward him. I heard him sigh again, and he placed a paper in front of me. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Ashton start writing on his paper, making slow, stiff movements. I moved my head so I was looking down at my paper. I moved my hand to grab my pencil and slowly wrote my name. So I think we should do our project on the Civil War, Ashton said, turning toward me. I could see him out of the corner of my eye. I decided not to move. Hey, Evie. A shudder ran down my spine at the sound of him saying my name. Are you going to say anything? His eyebrows turned down into a frown. I still didn't respond. Evie, he growled out, and I jumped at the deepness of his voice. My head snapped toward him and my eyes immediately found his. His eyes weren't his normal ocean blue, but instead a night blue. Were you crying? Ashton asked, his voice back to normal and almost sounded concerned. I coughed at him. My first response, like you care? Sure, I would be fine doing the project on the Civil War. I retorted and started looking at the details on the project. Ashton didn't respond. The sheet said that we need to each have a 2-page paper on our topic. Along with the papers, we needed to create a poster board on our topic. On the poster board, we need a timeline, an important person, an important event, pictures, and a summary. We would need to present our poster board to the class. This was all due in 2 weeks. I sighed. I hated partner projects. I did the best on my own. Not to mention, but it also sucks when your partner's an ass. He finally responded. I don't. Of course not. So I expect it to be done on time, and I want to see it before you turn it in. Make sure you make note cards and give them to me before we present. Ashton continued. Wait, what? Is he telling me to do the entire project by myself? It's a partner project. I stressed the partner part, that's that sentence. The hard look in Ashton's eyes returned as he looked at me. Well, I don't want to be your partner. I think you know the obvious reasons. My mind went back to the first day. And my time is too valuable. I have lots of stuff to do. And this isn't one of them. I gaped at him. Completely and utterly unbelievable. It took a second to get my thoughts together, until a thought came into my mind and I knew I had him. Then I'll just explain to Mr. Holland that my partner won't do any of the work. I'll let him deal with you. The quotations were obvious. I was smug with my answer, but the feeling quickly left me after Ashton's eyes turned black. I suggest you don't do that. He growled out. A deep guttural sound. You don't want to get on my bad side. So this was it. I gulped and looked down. The threat in his voice lingered after he finished talking. We stayed in silence for the rest of class. Everyone around us was talking about their projects and how they're splitting it up. I, meanwhile, was trying to find a way to get everything done in the amount of time I had. Ashton, on the other hand, was texting on his phone. A little deduction work found that he was texting the brunette in the front of the class, who seemed to be very happy with whatever they were texting about. Class ended and I left with a headache. How the hell was I supposed to do everything? I walked to math, my mood lifting a little in anticipation of seeing Josh. When I got to math, he wasn't in his seat. I found this surprising. He was usually in class before me. I walked to my seat and sat down. Too soon. Class started and Josh still wasn't here. I sighed. Math was going to be boring. My headache increased as math continued. I couldn't concentrate for very long. I found myself staring off into space for long periods of time. Luckily, I was called on. Class ended, finally, with the ring of the bell. I stood up and quickly walked to my next class. My headache kept increasing with every step. Once I got to communications, dizziness struck me. I had to stop myself from falling over by clutching on to the door frame. "Are you okay, Evie, mister?" Johnston asked. He was looking at me like I was about to fall over. "Yeah." I sighed out. I let go of the door frame and took a step into the classroom. Dizziness rushed over me, and I stumbled. "No, you're not, mister," Johnston said. Concerned, "Go to the nurse's office." "Evie." "No, I'm fine, mister." "Johnston." I tried to argue as I regained my footing. It was a suggestion. "Go to the nurse. Then go home," Mr. Johnston softly commanded. I sighed, loving the idea of going home. I turned around and headed to the nurse's office. The nurse, Mrs. Swanson, agreed with Mr. Johnston and said that I needed to go home. She contacted my dad after I told her that he was work. Mrs. Swanson hung up a few minutes later saying that my dad is coming to pick me up in about 10 minutes. I said thank you and walked to the front doors of the school. About 15 minutes later, Dad pulled up. I walked outside to the car and immediately slid inside the car. Dad immediately left as I laid my head against the cool window. "Sweetie, are you okay?" Dad asked as he looked over at me, clearly concerned. "I think I just need sleep," I responded with my eyes closed. He left it at that. When we got to the house, Dad pulled up the driveway and opened the garage door, but he didn't get out of the car. "Sorry, sweetie. I need to go back to work. Get some sleep." He kissed my forehead and I left the car and walked into the garage. As soon as I opened the door to the house, I closed the garage door and walked into the house. I went straight upstairs after I put my backpack on the couch. Once upstairs, I stopped by my parents' room to check on my mom. She was sleeping, so I left her be. I quickly walked to my room and hopped into bed. Exhaustion hit me suddenly, and my eyelids shut automatically. Sleep washed over me and I sighed out in content. I fell into the deep abyss of unconsciousness. I just woke up from a bizarre agony, like there was a fire burning inside my stomach. I tried to act normal, but my body betrayed me. Chapter 9. I stirred from my deep slumber, my eyes slowly adjusting to the dim light of my bedroom. Turning away from the wall, I focused on the glowing numbers of my alarm clock, 11:26. Nearly 12 hours had passed since it collapsed into bed. A yawn escaped my lips as I attempted to stretch, only to find my movements restricted by the school uniform I was still wearing. With a resigned sigh, I pushed myself into a sitting position. The sensation of grime on my skin was overwhelming, and an intense surge to shower consumed me. Gathering my pajamas, I crept silently towards the bathroom, my bare feet padding softly against the cool floor. Once inside, I gently closed the door before flicking on the light, wincing as the sudden brightness assaulted my eyes. Quickly shedding my clothes, I stepped into the shower and turned the knob to its hottest setting. The initial burst of cold water made me gasp and jump back, but soon enough, a cascade of steaming water enveloped me. I let out a contented sigh as the heat seeped into my tired muscles, providing instant relief. Reaching for my fruity shampoo, I worked it into a lather, massaging it into my scalp with circular motions. After rinsing, I applied the matching conditioner, carefully combing it through my hair with my fingers. The familiar scents filled the steamy air, momentarily transporting me away from my worries. Suddenly, the water temperature spiked dramatically. The once soothing stream now felt like liquid fire against my skin. I frantically twisted the knob towards cold, but to my horror, the temperature continued to rise. It was then that the now familiar agony erupted in my stomach. I cried out, my knees buckling beneath me. I collapsed onto the bathtub floor, one arm wrapped tightly around my midsection while the other flailed uselessly at the shower controls. The scorching water continued to rain down on me as I curled into a fetal position, my world narrowing to a pinpoint of excruciating pain. The inferno in my abdomen reached new, terrifying heights. I lay on my side, both arms now clutching my stomach as violent throbs racked my body. The shower's relentless stream mixed with my tears, creating rivulets that coursed down my face. I prayed that the sound of running water would mask my cries from my parents' ears. As the pain crescendoed to an unbearable intensity, I shoved a fist into my mouth, desperately trying to muffle the scream that threatened to tear from my throat. Only a high-pitched whimper escaped, a pale shadow of the blood-curdled shriek that I was suppressing with all my might. I lay there, trembling and gasping, as the merciless agony continued its assault on my body and mind. The fire continued to increase in temperature and intensity, and I soon found myself on the brink of unconsciousness. As soon as I was sure that I was going to fall into the nice, dark abyss of unconsciousness, the fire decreased. About 5 minutes later, the only proof that the pain had left was the now deep, dark bruises that again covered my stomach and thighs. I was shaking from the uncontrollable sobs that still fell from my mouth. I laid there on the floor for a few more minutes as my sobs subsided. When I stood up and turned the knob so the water was off, I pulled the curtain to the side and was immediately hit with cold air. I shivered and quickly wrapped my towel around my body, being careful of the new bruises. When I looked in the mirror, a whole new round of tears started. This morning, when I had thought they were going away, the complete opposite happened. My stomach and thighs were again a dark purple and black. All evidence of healing had vanished, along with my hope that there was going to be no more pain. I looked at my face in the mirror. My eyes were pink and puffy, and my lips were still trembling from the sobs. My entire face was flushed red due to the hot water that was hitting me while I was on the bathtub floor. I wiped the towel on my face to rid any droplets of water and tears. I decided to leave my wet hair dripping down my back and instead wrapped the towel around my body. Turning around, I exited the bathroom. I quietly tiptoed across the hall to my room, not wanting to put pajamas on. I instead put on a pair of boy shorts and a sports bra. I curled up into a ball on my bed. I didn't bother with the covers, knowing that I would wake up and kick them off when the burning feeling returned. I stared at the clock. Now it read 12:02. I watched the clock as it turned from 12:02 to 147. My mind was blank, but I couldn't make it turn off. My eyelids were heavy, but I couldn't make them close. I didn't know what to do, so I just lay there waiting for sleep. Eventually, my eyelids started to close. My brain turned off and I fell into a restless sleep. My eyes shot open and a gasp left my mouth after the first beep of the alarm clock. I snapped my hand out and pushed the off button. With my eyes wide open, I slowly sat up, clutching my stomach. My head snapped to my door when it opened slowly. Dad's head popped in. "Oh, sorry, sweetie." My dad apologized, looking sheepish. "I meant to shut off your alarm before you woke up. I want you to stay home and rest today." "Oh," I responded, rubbing my eyes with my palms. "Sorry, sweetie." He apologized again. "But your mom and I are leaving for work right now. I thought I could turn off your alarm right before we left." I sighed. "It's okay, Dad. I guess we'll just go back to sleep again." I laid back down. "All right. Have a nice day," Dad said while he closed my bedroom door. I heard him walk down the stairs. Then I faintly heard him talking to Mom. Then I heard the garage door open. Then a minute later close. I closed my eyes and again fell into a restless sleep. My eyes lazily opened. I turned my head from side to side, and did my cat stretch. I sighed out in content as my body and muscles stretched out. I looked at my clock. The time read 11:02. Smiling, I sat up and yawned. A day with no school, no teachers, and especially no Ashton. I stand up and grab my pajamas and put them on before I go downstairs. I walk downstairs into the kitchen to grab some breakfast. Searching through the pantry, I found my favorite cereal, chocolate Lucky Charms. I opened up a cabinet and grabbed a bowl. Then I opened the silverware drawer and grabbed a spoon. I put the cereal, bowl, and spoon on the counter. I turned around in the fridge and grabbed the 2% milk. Hitting the fridge door shut with my hip, I turned around and placed the milk on the counter. I poured the Lucky Charms into the bowl. Then I opened the milk and poured it in until the cereal started rising from the amount of milk. With my cereal in hand, I didn't bother putting away the box but instead just put away the milk. I walked out of the kitchen and to the living room. I plopped down onto the couch and grabbed the remote off the coffee table. I turned on the TV and immediately started searching through the channels. A smile spread across my face when I found one of my favorite British shows was on. I pressed the info button and was happy to see that it was one of my favorite episodes. The very first episode with Ms. Martha Jones. I happily sit back and watch as Martha Jones first sees that she's on the moon. I laugh with a mouth full of cereal as David Tennant pops on screen. I love David Tennant. I finish my cereal as Martha and the doctor are running away from the Judoon, or the rhinoceros people. I get up and go into the kitchen to put my bowl in the sink. As I'm walking back to the couch, the doorbell rings. Who would be at the door? I ask myself as I walk to the door. I unlock the lock, turn the knob, and open the door. Oh, hi Josh. What the hell are you doing here? I ask Josh. He looks almost out of breath. He opens his mouth to respond. And how the hell do you know where I live? Let me catch a breath, he revvy. Josh panted while he bended over with his hands on his knees. I waited for him to catch his breath and tell me what the hell he was doing here. Can I get a glass of water? Josh finally asked, with his hands still on his knees. Sure. Come in, I responded, turning around to the kitchen. I heard him walk in and shut the front door, opening the cabinet door. I grabbed a glass and heard Josh plop down on the couch. I filled the glass almost to the brim with water from the fridge. When I walked into the living room, I saw that Josh had already found the remote and was searching through the channels. I gave him the glass of water and he chugged it down in around 5 seconds. Thanks, Evie, he said while he wiped his mouth with his arm. What are you watching? Doctor Who, obviously. I responded, a little offended that he didn't know what it was. What's that? Josh asked, still searching through the channels. I snatched the remote out of his hand, preventing him from changing the channel. Well, well, maybe if you watched it you would understand. Josh raised his hands in surrender. Okay, fine. British guys in suits it is, Josh said, sitting back into the couch once again. I held up a finger. Hot British guys in suits, I said, putting emphasis on the word hot. Josh smirked, but before he could say something I interrupted him. Why are you here? Josh's face immediately turned serious. He opened his mouth to respond, but then closed it. He repeated that action a couple of times before finally taking a deep breath. Evie, are you hurt? In any way? Josh asked, looking extremely concerned. His green eyes bore into mine. I, however, didn't know how to respond to his questions. This time it was my turn to open and close my mouth. I looked down to my hands that were fidgeting in my lap. Josh's hands moved and covered mine. I looked back up into his eyes. Please, Evie. You can't rust me, Josh said earnestly. I haven't even known you for a week, I responded. Josh sighed at my answer. He looked almost sad, desperate. Josh closed his eyes and took a deep breath in through his nose and out through his mouth. He then looked me straight in my eye. Evie, Please. I need to know. Silence fell into the room as both Josh and I waited for my response. Josh. I just don't know. Then let's go out. Josh interrupted me. I stared at him. Like a date? I asked, astonished. No, Josh responded quickly. Not a date. Definitely not a date. More like a get to know you. Josh looked worried. Like he said something he shouldn't have. So a get to know you date. That's not a date, I stated. Josh hesitated. Yes. I thought about it for a few seconds. If I got to know him, could I really trust him enough to tell him what's been going on? Could I really trust Josh to be my friend? With that last thought in my head, I responded, okay. Chapter 10. Josh had left over an hour ago. Our date was set for tomorrow night at 6. We were going to go to one of his favorite CAFs. Since then, I had started the project I was given. I had multiple websites open and had already texted my mom to pick up a white poster board for me. I wanted this project done quickly. I had already found an important event to write about, Fort Sumter, what supposedly caused the Civil War. I was in the middle of trying to find an important person from the Civil War. All of a sudden, my phone vibrated, signaling that I have a call. I pressed the answer button and then the speaker. Hello, I asked once I put my phone back down on the table. Evie, Kristen's voice screamed through the speaker. Kristen, I mimicked her screaming. How's it going, girl? She asked, back in her normal voice. Fine, I replied quickly. And I just won the lottery. What happened? Her tone immediately changed to I smiled. Kristen could always tell when something was wrong. Well, there's this guy. Is he cute? Kristen interrupted. Ice coughed. HS a complete douchebag. He's one of the most annoying, selfish jackasses I've ever met. You would hate him. Does he have a name? Kristen asked after my mini rant. I sighed. Ashton Carter. I heard an sound from the other side of the line. His name sounds cute. Ashton Carter. Kristen, just stop. HES not cute. HES a dickhead. You know, that is the third name, other than his real name. But you've given him in the past 2 minutes. Kristen almost sounded smug. Well, they're all true, I retorted. I heard another sound from Kristen. I decided to change the subject. What's going on with you? I asked. Well, let's see. Kristen starts. School still sucks. So nothing new there, oh. There's a rumor going around that we're getting a new teacher. People say A is smoking hot. I laugh. What about other stuff that I actually care about? How hot? Like, Chris Hemsworth hot. Not including the Australian part. I heard he has blonde hair. Kristen sighed dreamily at the last part. You know he is a teacher. And that's against the law. Kristen burst in a fit of laughter. Not that way, Ms. Dirty mind. It's not against the law to think someone's hot. If it were, it'd be on the death row. We both started laughing. Oh, how I miss her. So Cha-Cha doing? Right now? I asked her after her laughter had mostly died down. Nothing. Talking to you and watching The Big Bang Theory on demand. What about you? Just doing the you. History project. It's terrible. I have so much to do. And my partner won't even help. My hand slapped over my mouth. I didn't mean to tell her that. What? Who's the asshole partner? She asked. I opened my mouth to respond but was quickly interrupted. Wait, it's that cute name jackass, isn't it? That douche. Kristen shouted through the phone. I sighed, hoping she wouldn't have guessed it. I really didn't want to have this conversation with her. Is it him? Evie, she asked back in her normal tone. Yes, I sighed. I knew it. She was back to shouting. That little piece of shit. I sighed again. Please don't start, Kristen. I already know he is every name in the book and I have a headache from all this work. Kristen paused for a moment. All right. But only for you. Anyways, besides the douche, anything else going on? I bit my lip, debating to tell her about my date. I know she would say to go for it and start something. I just wasn't sure if I wanted that peer pressure to have Josh and I be something. Well, there's this other guy. I was interrupted again. You dog. Is he cute? Kristen asked. I blushed, glad that Kristen couldn't see me. Yeah, I guess. I heard her squeal on the line. Cute. Did he ask you on a date? I fidgeted with the hem of my shirt, not knowing how to answer. He did. Didn't he? How cute. What's his name? Kristen squealed. His name is Josh. I felt surprisingly proud saying that. And it's not a date. I added quickly before Kristen could get any ideas. Well then, what is it? She asked. I could hear the stubbornness in her voice. It's a get to know you date. That's not a date. I used the same words that I used with Josh. Kristen paused. What the hell is that? I laugh. It's a date that's not a date. Wow, thanks for clearing that off. Sarcasm was clear in her voice. Well, I don't know how else to put it. That's what it is. Plain and simple. Plain and simple, my ass. Kristen retorted. I laugh. And soon Kristen joined in. Accidentally. I look at the work that I still have to do and my laugh dies down immediately. Hey Kristen. Do you remember that project I mentioned? I ask her rhetorically. The one with the douche. The very one. I respond. Yes, I have to get back to it. I'm sorry, Kristen. I say, regret lacing my tone. She sighs. All right, Evie. Go be the goody-two-shoes I know you are. I cough. Goody-two-shoes my ass. I repeat what she said earlier. She laughs, but it sounds forced. But, love you, sister. I love you to Kristen. I take the phone away from my ear. Call me again soon or I'll hunt you down. I hear from the speaker. I laugh and press the end button. I put my phone down and turn toward my project. I sigh, looking at the workload. It's ridiculous that I have to do all of it by myself. Screw it. I say to myself. I pack up all of my school stuff and put it in my bag. I've done enough today. I convince myself. I can work on it later or tomorrow. It's not even due for 2 weeks. My happiness is short as I realize that I hung up with Kristen for no reason. I pick up my phone and turn on the TV, wanting to relax. Doctor Who shows up. I quickly see what episode is on. Another David Tennant one. I decide to call Kristen later. My show is on. My brain briefly flashes to the date tomorrow with Josh. My stomach plummets in nervousness, though I don't know why. David Tennant makes a funny joke in a British accent and I laugh. I push the date thoughts out of my mind. I could worry about it tomorrow. Chapter 11. I looked through my closet for what seemed like the 100th time. Nothing jumped out at me. I didn't know what exactly to wear. It was a date, but we were going out to a restaurant. Should I even be nervous? What if he thinks like this is more than what I think of it? What if he likes me? I don't really want a boyfriend. My head starts hurting from all the different thoughts. I take a couple of steps back and look again. I concentrate only on colors. My eyes immediately go to my blue summer dress. It's not summer and I don't want to wear a dress. I go over to it, take it out of my closet and put it on my bed. I look again. I see my forest green Hollister, V-neck, elbow-length sweater. I go over to it and pull it out. I walk to my mirror and hold it up to my body. It looked nice, and would look better with some dark wash skinny jeans. It seemed appropriate for our date. That's not a date. Not too fancy, yet not too casual either. I put that sweater on the bed and put my blue dress back into my closet. I take out a pair of my dark wash skinny jeans. I put the jeans on my bed next to the sweater. Next, I walk over to my bathroom and take out my curler. It heats up and I put a light curl into my hair. I walk back over to my bedroom and notice the time, 5:42. Shit. I only have 15 minutes until Josh comes and picks me up. I quickly walk over to my bed and put on my outfit. Looking into the mirror, I straighten my shirt so it's over the waistband of my pants. With my shirt straightened out, I walked over to my makeup, which was on top of my dresser, in front of my smaller mirror. I took out my black eyeliner and put a small line on my top and bottom lash line. Then, I took out my mascara and put a swipe on each lash line. I then took out my foundation and brushed it on to make sure that there were no dark circles under my eyes. With my makeup looking the way I wanted, I again looked at the clock, 5:51. I quickly walked over to my closet and grabbed my moccasins. With my shoes in hand, I walked down the stairs into the front door. I slipped on the shoes and grabbed my purse that I placed by the front door so I would remember to bring it. I sat on the stairs, looking through my purse, making sure I had everything I needed. Money, chapstick, tampons, and lip gloss. The doorbell rang. I jumped. I looked at my phone, 5:57. HES early. I hop up and walk to the door and open it. Josh looked good, to say the least. He was wearing dark jeans and tight, long-sleeved dark green shirt. We were sort of match Y. Not that I minded. "Hey, you look good," Josh complimented me, though he seemed very nervous to say something like that. "Look who's talking," I responded with a smile. Josh's nervous expression vanished as soon as he saw my smile. "Shall we go?" he asked, gesturing for me out. "We shall." I stepped out the front door, turned around, locked it, and then followed Josh to his car. He opened the door as I approached and gestured for me to get in the car. I smiled and slid in. Once I was all the way and he shut the door and walked around the front of the car to the driver's side. He got in and started the car. "So where's this cafe?" I asked him as he started driving. "Just in town a bit," he vaguely responded. I raised my eyebrow, but didn't say anything in return. Silence fell over us. However, it wasn't an awkward silence. It was more like a thoughtful silence. I think Josh was letting me think over our past conversation. My stomach churned at the possibility of telling someone else about the pains in my stomach. How would he respond? My thoughts were interrupted when the car stopped. I looked out the window and saw a small, blue, house-like building that said Nikki S. Cafe painted a bright yellow on a wooden board that was attached to the front of the building. It didn't look crowded, as I couldn't see any people through the dimly lit windows. "Here we are," Josh said as he opened his door. I followed suit until I heard an annoyed grunt come from Josh. With one foot out of the car, I looked back at Josh. "Vampire Deception" by Dwight Mason and E.Y. Gwett. The undocumented changeling and forced to cause at the low-level wet. I questioned. "It's customary for the guy to open the door," Josh responded. I gave him a sheepish smile. "Sorry. Do you want me to close it so you can open it again?" Josh smiled. "No, it's okay. But next time I want to open the door." He exited the car. Next time. There was going to be a next time. I exited the car, walked to the front of the car, and took Josh's outstretched hand. We walked towards the cafe together, and like a gentleman, Josh opened the door for me. I was hit with the aroma of old-fashioned cooking. The smell of burgers, French fries, and milkshakes wafted around the establishment. A vibration of voices surrounded me as I took a couple more steps in. The place was almost filled with people of all ages. The inside of the cafe looked like a home transformed into a restaurant. The dark wooden floor ended on each side as tan walls rose up. A staircase in the back behind the counter led to the upstairs. Next to the staircase, still behind the counter, was a window that showed the kitchen. The counter held pastries such as cookies, brownies, and fresh-made bread. A waitress behind the counter was giving change to an elderly couple from an old-fashioned cash register. From there, tables filled the space. They were spaced out evenly throughout the rest of the restaurant. In front of me, a little podium stood with a small calcboard attached to it. The calcboard said, "Please wait to be seated." "Do you like it?" Josh asked me as he stood next to me. "It's so." I tried to find the right word. "Homie," Josh smiled. I know. But wait until you tried their food. A waitress came up to the podium. She looked around 25 with shoulder-length blonde hair. Hiya. Table for two? She asked in a cheery voice. Yes, please. Josh responded. Right this way. We followed her as she walked to an empty two-person table by the right side of the restaurant. Josh and I sat down and the waitress placed the menus in front of us. The waitress then left us saying that she would be right back to take our orders. Another silence settled over Josh and I as we both looked over the menus. Is it okay if I order for both of us? Josh asked me, looking directly in my eye. Sure, I responded. The waitress returned and asked us what we would like. Josh responded for both of us. We'll have 2 chocolate milkshakes, and 2 cheeseburgers and fries. She wrote down the order and left. Josh turned to me again and sighed. So where were we in our conversation yesterday? I bit my bottom lip. My nerves returning. I thought you wanted us to get to know each other better. All right. What's your favorite color? I smiled at Josh's question. Real original way to start a conversation. I said sarcastically. Josh smiled in return. And I don't know. It depends on the day and how I'm feeling. I responded. Okay. Then what's your favorite color today? Josh asked. I thought for a second. Blue. TARDIS blue. Josh looked confused. What kind of blue is TARDIS blue? I smiled. Of course he wouldn't get it. The color of the TARDIS. From Doctor Who. I watched it yesterday, and I guess I feel like that blue is my favorite color right now. Okay. Josh responded looking a little confused. What about you? What's your favorite color? I asked him. Forest green. He responded immediately. The color of your eyes. Josh looked confused at my statement. I blushed and tried to explain myself. Your eyes. The color of your eyes are forest green. Oh, I could see a very light pink color his cheeks. What's your favorite food? I quickly asked him. Meat. Josh answered simply. What kind of meat? I questioned him further. Really any kind. Steak. Chicken. Bacon. I love bacon. I laughed at Josh's facial expression when he said bacon. What's your favorite food? The waitress returned with our chocolate milkshakes and said the burgers would be out in a few minutes. The aroma of the milkshake was so entrancing that I had to try it. I put my lips to the straw and moaned at the taste. This was the best milkshake I had ever tasted. My favorite food. This milkshake. I responded after I had drunken almost half of my milkshake. What did I tell you? Josh responded with a smile. I responded with my own smile. What's your favorite movie? Josh asked after he took a sip of his milkshake. I thought for a minute. You're going to have to be more specific than that. What do you mean? It's a pretty simple question. Josh smiled. If it's so easy, then you answer it. I responded childishly. Josh paused for a few seconds, thinking. I would have to say my all-time favorite movie is. I don't know. You're right. It is hard. I stuck out my tongue. Told you. All right then. Next question since neither of us can answer the last one. I never said I could answer the question. I just said you needed to be more specific. I interrupted. What do you mean by specific? Josh asked. Like favorite movie of a year? Or favorite movie in a specific genre? I explained simply. Oh, obviously. I smirked at Josh's slowness. Okay. What's your favorite romance movie? I crinkled my nose in disgust. Wow, Josh. Way to be cliché. What? Am curious. Josh held his hands up in surrender. Fair enough. I don't like romance movies. I simply stated. Josh's eyebrows shot up in surprise. What? I questioned. Well, it's just. I thought you would like romance movies. He responded a little sheepish. I narrowed my eyes at him. Okay, so what's your favorite romance movie? I taunted him. Josh scoffed. Please. You think this. He gestured to himself. Watches romance movies yet. I actually think that The Notebook is your favorite movie ever. You seem like that kind of guy. I egged him on. Josh smirked and a mischievous glint entered his eyes. He raised his pointer finger and waved it side to side, like he would to a child. His other hand shot out and grabbed my milkshake and held it deliberately away from me. Hey. My hand reached out to try and grab it back. Josh held my milkshake behind him so I couldn't reach it. After a few seconds of trying to reach across, I sit back in my chair and cross my arms in front of my chest. Josh's eyes light up in mischievous victory. Give me back my milkshake, I demand. Josh laughs. Take it back. He mimics my demand. Take what back? I ask, still irritated that he is my milkshake. That The Notebook. He spits out the movie title. Is my favorite movie. Why should I? It's probably true. I continued to taunt him. Josh's eyes narrowed. Then, as if a light bulb went off in his head, a sinister smile came across his face and his eyes turned playful. This looks like a good milkshake. Don't you agree, Evie? Josh brought the milkshake closer to his mouth. Don't you dare. I hissed at him. Dare do what? He taunted me. The straw was less than 2 inches from his mouth and closing. He was going to stop. Fine. I take it back. Your favorite movie isn't The Notebook. Now give me my milkshake. I gave in. Josh's smirk came on full force as he handed my milkshake back to me. Victory radiated off of him. Once it was in my reach. I snatched the milkshake out of his hand and placed it closest to me on the table. You're mean. I stuck out my tongue at him. Don't diss a guy's man lines. Josh shrugged his shoulders. Right after Josh said that, the waitress returned with our food. Enjoy, she said as she placed the food in front of us. The smell of perfectly grilled cheeseburgers hit my nose and my mouth started watering. I completely forgot about my table manners as I dug in. As soon as I took a bite, I knew this was one of the best burgers I'd ever eaten. It was grilled to perfection. I quickly started eating, wanting to eat as much of this burger as I could. Soon, it was halfway gone. It was right about now that I realized how big these burgers are, and how Josh watched me scarf down half of the burger. You know it's rude to stare. I blushed, grimacing at how unattractive I must have looked eating that. I have never seen a girl eat that quickly. Josh said astounded. So is that a compliment? I asked, wondering what Josh was going to say before girl. Yes, definitely a compliment. I blushed at his statement. We settled into a comfortable silence as we started eating. Josh looked like he was deep in thought about something. I brushed it off as I kept eating. A few seconds later, Josh cleared his throat. You know, he started, you're much more outgoing when you're not in school. He was walking on dangerous territory, and he knew it. I didn't respond. My mind was swarming with how I should respond. Josh looked at me, waiting. I cleared my throat so the now awkward silence would leave. Is that a bad thing? I asked him, trying to sound offended. No, just an observation. He responded, not affected by my fake hostility. I didn't respond, so Josh continued. You know, I observed another interesting thing about you two. My heartbeat increased as Josh continued to talk. I think it was on the 2nd or 3rd day I knew you. We were in science and our papers fell on the floor. You reached down to grab them and your shirt rode up. Josh stopped talking. He knew that I knew exactly what he was talking about. My heartbeat clouded my hearing. My palms were sweaty, and I was trying to keep my eyes from tearing up. I didn't want Josh to see how much this was affecting me. I couldn't look at him, so I stared down at my almost fully eaten cheeseburger. Something that looked and tasted so good, now almost made me sick. Evie, I want to leave, please. I interrupted him. Josh looked like he wanted to say something, but the waitress beat him to it. How is everything? She asked. Everything was delicious. Could we please get the check? He asked politely. The waitress nodded and walked off to get the check. We didn't talk while she was gone. I fidgeted with my hands while Josh dug something out of his pocket. I lifted my head when I noticed Josh throw something on the table. Money. The waitress didn't return yet, but Josh still stood up and reached his hand out to me with an apologizing look. Sadness radiated from him. In my sullen mood, I ignored his hand as I stood up and started walking toward the door. Josh fell in step beside. I reached the door and opened it. Without waiting for Josh, I stepped outside and quickly walked to Josh's car. He opened it and I slid in his car. Josh got in and started driving. A tense silence enveloped us. I stared out the window at the forest. We were going too fast for me to see the individual trees. But eventually, the trees were becoming easier to see. We were slowing down. Soon, we came to a stop. Josh turned to me. Evie, please, tell me, where are we? I asked Josh, ignoring his plea. We are about 5 minutes away from your house. He responded immediately. So why aren't we, Evie? I saw them. You know I did. I saw the bruises. Josh's unasked question hung there. How did you get them? I just want to go home and get some sleep, Josh. I asked, desperation in my voice. I just want to help. Evie, Josh pleaded. I thought about it. Start driving, and you'll start talking. Josh started the car and again started driving to my house. Okay. I took a huge breath. Truth is, those are bruises. So you got that right. However, I don't know how they form. They just appear. My eyes started tearing up as I really don't know. Almost every night. The tears spilled over. There's this pain. It's like a burning inferno that roars through my abdomen. I don't know what it is or where it's coming from, or even why it's happening to me. Josh pulled up to my driveway. He stopped the car, and his arms came around me in a much-needed hug. I hugged him in return, almost as if my life depended on it. I was still crying and Josh kept on hugging me. He started to whisper sweet nothings as I started to calm down. A couple minutes later, I wasn't crying anymore. I pulled back from Josh and found him looking at me admirably. Thank you for trusting me, Evie, Josh said. I nodded in return. It felt really good letting someone in. Josh gave me another hug and kissed my forehead. Good night, Evie, Josh whispered against my forehead. Good night, Josh, I responded. I got out of the car and walked to the front door. Once I was there, I waved back at Josh. I saw him wave back. I turned back around, unlocked the door, and stepped in. I closed the door and immediately ran up to my room. About 10 minutes later, I had washed all the makeup off my face and had gotten into pajamas. I laid in bed thinking about Josh and our date. My eyelids started to feel heavy. The last feeling before I fell into unconsciousness was of a huge weight being lifted off my shoulders. Chapter 12 Sunday passed too quickly and soon enough. Monday came around. I woke up, surprisingly, with no pain. I hadn't felt it since that fateful day in the shower. I got out of bed and did my morning routine of finding my outfit, putting it on, brushing my hair and teeth, then putting on a small amount of foundation so the circles under my eyes would disappear. My sleeping habits were becoming much better due to the lack of excruciating pain. I walked downstairs and found my mom ready to go. I quickly grabbed an apple. As I couldn't find my normal Nutri-Grain bar, I started munching on it as I walked to the garage. Once there, I slid in the front seat with my backpack and my mom started driving. I never asked you, how was your date? My mom asked me. I sighed, not really wanting to tell her the details which she would want. Well, we went to this really good cafe, which had probably the best milkshake I ever eaten. We just talked, I guess. I explained really quickly, hoping that it was enough for my mom. What did you guys talk about? Of course not. I sighed. We talked about our favorite things, like colors, foods, and movies. And my mom said impatiently, and what? That's all. We just talked. I said annoyed. I just want to know what happened. Nothing that right. She glanced at me from the corner of her eye. It took me a second to figure out what she meant by bad. No, Mom. Nothing like that happened. We just met. A light pink blush covered my cheeks once I realized where my mother's thoughts had went. Why would she even go there? As a mom, I need to make sure you're making the right decisions, she reprimanded, not sounding at all embarrassed from what she asked me. No, Mom. We didn't do anything but talk. Can we drop it, please? I asked with the blush still covering my cheeks. All right. If that's all that happened. My mom said skeptically. Yes, Mother. I huffed. We drove the rest of the way in silence. Once we pulled up to the school, I quickly got out of the car and waved goodbye, making sure my mom didn't have any time to look for Josh. She drove away as I turned around and walked towards the school. I couldn't spot Josh standing around the outside of the school, so I hoped to see him inside. I walked inside and still couldn't find him. I decided to stop looking and just head to class. I would see him in math. I started walking towards my first class. My mind wandered as I walked to my class. What did Josh think of our date? What did he think about what I told him? My thoughts turned sour once my mind started thinking of Josh's new opinion of me. What does he think of me now? My thoughts abruptly stopped when I accidentally walked into the doorframe of my class. My neck and face heated up in embarrassment. I looked around quickly and noticed that no one was paying attention. I sighed in relief. I walked into class and found my way to my seat. I was, once again, the first person in a room besides Mr. Holland. I took out my notebook for this class, which also had my checklist for our project. I had almost completed the poster on Sunday. I only needed a few more pictures and the last few touches on the timeline and summary, and then I would be done. However, I didn't even get to start my paper, but I did have 2 weeks left. After looking at the checklist for a minute, I put it away. I didn't want to think about it. I leaned my head on my hand and decided to stare at the clock as the minutes ticked by. The minutes started to tick by. The minutes started to tick by faster the more I watched the clock. I started to enjoy watching the clock ticking. It became my entertainment. Just soon, the class started filing in. I watched as people, who I still didn't know, came in talking and laughing with their friends. I sighed, suddenly missing Kristen. My eyes stayed on a certain boy when he walked in. He walked in laughing with one of his friends, who I also didn't know. They seemed to be deep in a very funny conversation. His laugh to my ears and a low gasp came out of my mouth. It was so deep and friendly. Suddenly, Ashton's eyes found mine. I sucked in a quick breath and quickly averted my eyes. Shit. I didn't want him to see me watching him laugh. I feel so stalker-ish. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Ashton walk over to our table. I held my breath as he sat down. When he didn't say anything, I quietly let go of my held and breathe. I focused, instead, on Mr. Holland, who decided to start class. We were halfway through class, and halfway through Mr. Holland's lecture, when I felt hot breath against my ear. I froze. The only movement was of my suddenly racing heart. I didn't know why it was racing. What were you looking at earlier? His hot breath in my ear. My breathing hitched in my throat. I didn't know how to respond. Well, he sounded impatient. I took a deep breath. Nothing. I hoped my voice didn't shake when I answered. It didn't sound like I did to me. You sound nervous. Ashton stated. Are you nervous? Why would I be nervous? I answered bravely. Ashton merely shrugged and leaned back toward his seat. I took a deep breath, glad that he moved away. I was becoming uncomfortable with him that close. My relief was short-lived. About 2 minutes later, his hot breath was once again at my ear, so he drawled out in a hushed tone. How's our project going? I coughed. Our project? Well, what else would it be? Ashton's cocky reply suddenly made me angry. How about the assholes in his project? My mind was so incoherent with his little snarky remark that was the only reply I could come up with. However, it seemed to do the trick. What did you call me? Ashton's harsh whisper blew against my ear. You heard me, he heard me. Dickhead. I didn't get why he ticked me off so much. A growl-like noise vibrated in my ear. My anger vanished at the noise. It sounded so hostile and animal. Watch what you say, Evie. His threat whispered in my ear. Despite the threat, shivers ran down my spine when he spoke my name. I quickly shoved my feelings aside and again tried to focus on the lecture. After a minute, Ashton's presence against my side vanished. I assumed he moved to lean back in his chair. I let out a breath and focused on Mr. Holland and his lecture. Class ended and I quickly packed up my stuff and took off towards my next class. I was excited to see Josh today and talk to him. After I let everything off my chest and told him everything, I think our friendship could become deeper. I wanted to discuss my predicament with him because he seemed to know more about it than he was letting on. I quickly reached math class and looked eagerly towards Josh's desk. It was empty. My smile turned into a frown. I was really looking forward to talking to him. My shoulders sagged a little as I walked toward my seat. Once I sat down, I took out my math book and waited for Mrs. Flemington to start class. My once cheery mood disappeared after math. Without Josh, math was once again the most boring class on earth. I didn't feel like doing anything, and I definitely didn't want to continue school today. I walked out of math class and headed to communications. My mood lifted as I walked to class, excited to see Catherine. Hopefully she was here today. I reached communications and looked into the classroom. Evie, Catherine shouted from the middle of the room. Every honest head turned to me and my face turned red once everybody in the class was looking at me. I waved to Catherine and walked into the room. Luckily for me, everyone who was looking at me focused again on what they were doing before Catherine shouted. I started walking over to Catherine, but Mr. Johnston stepped in front of me. Are you feeling better, Evie? He asked, concern lacing his voice. Yes, much better. Thanks. I responded, Mr. Johnston smiled at my response and turned to another student who was asking for his help. I stepped around Mr. Johnston and walked to my seat next to Catherine S. I sat down and put my backpack next to my seat. Catherine turned toward me. How you feeling? She asked. Much better. I think I was sleep deprived. I joked. Aren't we all? Catherine muttered. I chuckled quietly and was about to respond when Mr. Johnston started class. All right, class. Today we are going to start watching the movie. There was a muffled yes around the room. However, he continued, there will be no talking, no cell phones, and no sleeping. Oh, and before we start, I know he looks like a young Zac Efron. What's that supposed to mean? I look at Catherine and eyes my eyebrow in question. She shrugs her shoulders in response. Mr. Johnston smiled like he knew something no one else did. He walked over to the DVD player and put in the Romeo and Juliet DVD. I sighed and slumped down into my seat. Mr. Johnston started the movie. As soon as it started, I understood what Mr. Johnston said about Zac Efron. Except this guy was much hotter. He does look like Zac Efron, Catherine exclaimed. I chuckled again at her obvious statement. Mr. Johnston rolled his eyes at Catherine. For the rest of class, we watched the beginning of Romeo and Juliet. I had already seen this movie a couple of times with my romance-obsessed mother. Class was 5 minutes away from ending when Mr. Johnston paused the movie. We were at the part where Romeo just left Juliet's balcony. Tomorrow we will either finish the movie or get close to finishing it, Mr. Johnston said. Everyone started packing up their stuff. I didn't have any stuff to pack up, so I stayed seated in my seat. He is so hot, Catherine gushed to me. The guy who played Romeo. I asked her. She gave me a look. No, the chick who played Juliet. I laughed. Catherine and I walked out of the class and started heading toward the lunchroom. However, about halfway to the lunchroom, I stopped. I didn't know if I wanted to go into the lunchroom. What's wrong? Catherine asked, looking worried. Well, I didn't know how to explain my irrational fear of going into the lunchroom. Luckily, Catherine seemed to understand. "Come on, Evie. You can sit with me. You'll be fine." Catherine grabbed my arm and started dragging me to the lunchroom. Catherine dragged me straight into the lunchroom, not seeming bothered by some stares that greeted us. She walked directly to a table in the back, near a window. She then promptly sat me down in a seat and proceeded to seat herself next to me. There were already a couple people at the table, and once I sat down, all eyes were on me. I quickly looked down at the table, hiding my embarrassment. "Hello, friends. This is Evie," Catherine introduced. I looked up to see their responses. Grant. In your honors communications class," Grant introduced. As soon as he mentioned honors communications, I instantly recognized him from my first day here. He was in the group with Catherine, myself, and those other two who didn't seem to like me. I quickly returned a smile. "Hey, Evie. Taylor," a girl with extremely curly, brown hair introduced. I smiled in return. She seemed pretty nice. All right. Now that introductions are over, time to get down to business. How hot is the guy from Romeo and Juliet?" Catherine gushed. Taylor started before she was interrupted by Catherine. It was rhetorical. "Ain't she as hot as hell?" Catherine said with a serious face. I cracked a smile at her seriousness. Lunch continued, and I found myself enjoying the small talk that was going on. I didn't take part in it much. My shyness was too much. Lunch eventually ended and all four of us stood up to go to our next classes. "See you in gym," Catherine said as she started walking away from me. I waved in return as I started heading to science. As I was walking, someone settled into the same walking pace as me as they walked beside me. I glanced at who was there, my senses on high. "Gosh," I shouted. I quickly turned and gave him a hug. He seemed surprised by my outburst, but gave me a hug in return. "Where were you?" "You weren't in math," I accused as we started walking again. "Sorry," he apologized. "I got caught up doing something at home. It was kind of important, so I skipped the beginning of school. I didn't know how to respond." Silence settled over us. "How was your morning?" Josh asked as we neared our class. "It was school on Monday morning. What do you think?" I answered, sarcasm lacing my voice. Josh chuckled and didn't respond. We reached our class and walking in. Surprisingly, today was one of the rare days where we would have to take notes. I sighed in disappointment. I wanted to talk to Josh. After an hour of drawing butterflies, listening to a monotone teacher, and making weird faces at Josh, class was finally over. I quickly packed up my stuff, excited to finally being able to talk to Josh. I met him outside of the classroom door. We started walking toward gym. "About what you told me," Josh started. I took a deep breath, my stomach fluttering from the nervousness that suddenly appeared. Questions from this morning started swirling around in my mind. What would he think of me now? Did you tell anyone else? I looked at him, confused. Why would he ask me that? "No, just you," I said slowly. Josh sighed in relief. A puzzled expression spread across my face at his relief. Why would it matter if I told someone else? Why does it matter? I asked him. "What do you mean?" He stopped in the somewhat empty hallway. Well, why would it matter if I told anyone else? I elaborated. Josh hesitated. "It would just be better to keep this between you and me." I was offended. Why should he decide if I should tell anyone else? What if it gets worse? I asked. There was a slight lacing of anger in my tone. "If it gets worse, you tell me." Josh's voice hardened and his green eyes darkened. "And what would you do about it?" Anger coursed through me. I don't know why this was getting on my nerves so much. I just know that it is. Extremely. Josh's eyes immediately softened at my outburst. He sighed and ran his hand through his hair. "I'm sorry for causing you to get mad. Truthfully, I don't know what I would do." Josh apologized, sincerity lacing his voice. He seemed to want to tell me something else, but something behind me stopped him. I turned around to see what he was looking at. Ashton and his friends were walking into the gym. With one exception. Ashton had stopped and was staring right at us. He looked angry at the pair of us talking. Ashton stared directly at Josh, ignoring me, and then turned and walked into the gym. I snorted. What's his deal? No idea. After Ashton had walked into the gym, Josh said goodbye and headed to his class. I walked into the gym into the girls' locker room. Catherine was already there, still gushing about Romeo. You know HES like probably 30 or something now. That movie came out. I think, in the 1980s. HES old now, I said as I got to my locker. Thanks for crushing my dreams. Catherine snorted. I shrugged, just telling the truth. Catherine stuck out her tongue at me. I chuckled and gotten changed to get into my gym clothes. About 5 minutes later, Catherine and I had left her room and our 15-minute run had commenced. We didn't talk during it, for fear of being yelled at by Mr. Guy, who said he was enforcing our exercise by making us not talk. Catherine flipped him off as many chances as she got behind his back. I could tell she hated running almost as much as she hated not being allowed to talk. Our run ended and Mr. Guy decided it was a good idea to play kickball. He split us up into teams, and luckily Catherine and I were together. The class played until it was time to get changed back into school clothes. Our team had lost substantially, by 11 points. However, it seemed unfair because the other team had Ashton and all his friends, though I have no idea how all of them got on the same team. At the final bell, I said goodbye to Catherine, but not before she took my phone and proceeded to put her number into it. I walked out of the school, not seeing Josh anywhere. I couldn't continue my search as I saw my mom pull up. I didn't want to risk that embarrassment. I slid into the car and she took off towards the house. How was school? She asked a little too cheerfully. Fine, I answered in a monotone voice. Did you see your date? She asked, her cheerfulness rising. You mean Josh? I sighed, knowing that this was going to be the only discussion topic. Yes, of course I saw him. This is school, I answered, irritation clear in my voice. What did he say? Apparently not clear enough. It was school, not another date. I almost shouted. She had no idea how much she was irritating me. Fine. You don't have to tell me, she said smugly. I sighed and leaned my head against the window, looking at the passing green forest. Chapter 13. My eyes lazily opened as I started to squirm around in my bed, trying to find a comfortable position. I looked over at my alarm clock, only to see that I had a good 4 hours of sleep left. I sighed as I closed my eyes again, hoping for sleep to return to me. Laying there for what seemed like an hour, that was probably only a minute, I found I couldn't fall back asleep. I turned around to face the wall and away from the light from my alarm clock. An uncomfortable feeling started in my stomach. I decided to ignore it as I tried to get in a comfortable position to sleep. I tried to lay on my stomach, but found that the uncomfortable feeling grew. I turned around so I was laying on my back, and the feeling grew in my stomach again. I tried laying on each of my sides, but nothing worked. I turned so once again I was on my back, with my eyes closed. I sighed, still wishing for sleep. And that's when it hit me. The fire exploded in my stomach. I cried out, but silenced it immediately as to not wake my parents. My arms immediately cradled my stomach as I turned on my side to get into the fetal position. Waves and waves of fire crashed through my body. Tears started forming in my eyes at the intensity. Soon enough, they were falling down my face. The fire racked through my body. I bunched up part of the sheet and bit on it to muffle the seemingly uncontrollable whimpers coming out of my mouth. My breath started coming in pants as the fire roared louder and hotter. I cradled my stomach closer, willing it to stop. I struggled to keep quiet as the fire kept on coming. Suddenly, it started dying down. I moved the bunched up sheet from my mouth. My breath was coming back to normal and I had a hysterical case of the hiccups. The wetness on my cheeks dried, leaving a light salty residue. A soft half laugh, half sigh left my lips. My arms fell slack around my stomach. The tense fetal position I was in fell slack along with my arms. I moved my head to see what time it was. And that's when it hit again. It hit with a bone-crushing force. Never had it hit with this much intensity. It seemed to consume me in agonizing pain. There was no time for tears. No time for whimpers. No time for anything other than fire. My eyes were completely dry. The fire was too painful for tears. No sound came out of my mouth. It seemed to have stolen my voice. I couldn't move, not even to get back into the tense fetal position. So I stayed in that slack fetal position, unable to change it. I stayed frozen as the fire again racked through my body. This time, however, it seemed to have a purpose, and its purpose was to make me break. And it was succeeding. Black spots started filling my vision. I found that it was becoming increasingly difficult to breathe. My eyelids were starting to become heavy. The sleep that I was looking for seemed to hit me full force. I sighed as my eyelids slipped shut, while the fire still consumed me. Blue, redly red. Those were the only two colors I could see against the blue sky. A wailing noise surrounded me as I felt my body being moved. I noticed my parents walking next to me. My mom was crying, trying to say something to me, but I couldn't make it out. On my other side, a guy looking down at me, also trying to say something. I had a feeling that what he was saying was important, but I couldn't pay attention. The sleep that I wanted so much returned. I welcomed it wholeheartedly. My eyelids slid shut once again. Chapter 14. Josh's POV. The sound of sirens reached my ear. With my advanced sight, I saw blue and red lights in the distance. They were headed towards Eddie's house. I took off immediately, my paws digging into the forest floor with every frantic step. Why did I have to be so far away? I dodged past trees at an incredible speed. I ran through bushes, scattering their leaves. Any animal that happened to be near me had probably taken off. I couldn't care about how much noise or attention I was making as I ran to Evie's house. The ambulance and police cars had beaten me. I stayed hidden in the tree line, hoping no one would notice a large, brown shape in the woods. I watched as a hysterically crying woman opened the door. The medics rushed in her house. I couldn't see what was going on, so I tried to listen through all the exterior noise. I heard feet running up the stairs. A door opened, and at least 4 people rushed into Evie's room. 2 more people hopped out of the awaiting ambulance with a stretcher. That's when the worst possibility made itself known. She couldn't be. My eyes started to tear up at the possibility. Evie couldn't be dead. The guys quickly rolled the stretcher into Evie's house. I heard a body being placed onto the stretcher. A mournful howl started in my throat. It was cut off when Evie was rolled out on the stretcher. I could see that she was still breathing. My howl died down and turned into a whimper as I looked at the state of her. She easily looked like she could be dead. Her skin was too pale. There was sweat all along her face and body. The only assurance I had that she was alive were the shallow movements of her chest going up and down as she breathed. The medics rolled her into the ambulance, along with her crying parents. The ambulance immediately took off, with a police car in front of it and behind it. I took off, following the line of emergency vehicles. I made sure that I was in the cover of the trees as I followed. Soon, we left the residential area of town and the forest disappeared from next to the road and reappeared behind the stores. Still in the forest, I followed the ambulance by the sirens. I had to make sure she got to the hospital quickly. I reached the hospital a few seconds before the ambulance did. I watched from the tree line as the ambulance drove into their section. Medics immediately rushed from inside the hospital to the back of the ambulance. I watched as they lifted the stretcher out of the ambulance and rushed it into the hospital. Evie's parents came out of the ambulance next and rushed into the hospital after their daughter. I tried listening to what was happening in the hospital. With all the noise, the sirens, the voices and commotion in the hospital, I couldn't hear what was going on with Evie. My worry immediately turned into searing anger as I realized who put her there. Who put her in that condition? A fearsome growl tore out of my throat. I turned around, and in an anger-driven frenzy, I ran back home. Red clouded my vision as I ran. That son of a bitch. I reached home with a new record and a new plan. It was probably going to get me killed, but I was past caring at this point. The shift back to human didn't hurt as it should have. I figured it was because I was so angry. Grabbing a pair of shorts in the basket that is left out on the porch, I stormed in. The door smacked the wall and every owner's head turned to look at me. I ignored them as I stormed upstairs. Reaching Ashton's room, I didn't bother knocking. My anger increased as I found him lounging in his bed watching TV without a care in the world. "You son of a bitch," I roared, not caring who heard me. Ashton's eyes snapped to me. He clearly didn't like what I said. "I will give you a chance to apologize before I show you who's in charge here," he said calmly, though I knew that he was far from calm. "Not a chance in hell," I hissed. My body was pushed up against the wall in the next second. Ashton's hand was around my throat. "Apologize." Now Ashton growled. I could tell his wolf was about to explode from my lack of respect. "She's in the fucking hospital. And you know who put her there." "You," I shouted in his face. Ashton's angry expression vanished. Mine, however, did not. "Is she okay?" he asked quietly. "I don't know, Ashton. Why don't you ask the bitch that you decided to fuck last night?" I wasn't falling for his shit today. He didn't give a damn about her. His actions proved that. Ashton's hand fell from my throat and I fell to my feet. I shoved him away from me. He didn't even retaliate to my shove. Instead, he walked backwards until the back of his knees hit the bed and sat down. He put his head in his hands and seemed to be taking a couple of deep breaths. "Is she okay?" he repeated. I growled at his question. "I don't goddamn know, Ashton." She was unconscious when the ambulance showed up and she didn't seem to be awake when they got to the hospital. When Ashton didn't respond immediately, I turned around to exit his room. "Where are you going?" Ashton called out when I reached the doorway. I turned my head around so I could look at him. He actually looked genuinely worried. "Bastard. I'm going to go see if my friend is okay," I said, putting emphasis on friend. I didn't bother staying around to see what Ashton was going to do next. I walked out of his room and went downstairs. All commotion had stopped and it seemed as if everyone was frozen. They must have heard Ashton end this conversation. I walked past them and picked up a shirt from one of the women's baskets. I threw it on as I continued walking toward the garage. In the garage, I grabbed the keys to my car, hopped in, and speedily drove to the hospital. "Please be okay, Evie." When I woke up, the glaring white light forced me to squint my eyes, and the beeping sound in my ear seemed to remind me that this was not my familiar home. I tried to pull off the mask, but failed due to the restraints on my hands. I struggled to remember, but my mind was a complete blank. It wasn't until my parents burst in that I realized the reason for my unconsciousness, those mysterious bruises on my body. Chapter 15. The world slowly came into focus as I struggled to open my eyes. A harsh, sterile light assaulted my vision, forcing me to squeeze them shut again. To my right, an incessant beeping pierced the air, reminiscent of an alarm clock demanding attention. Instinctively, I attempted to silence it, but a sharp tug at the back of my hand halted my movement. Confusion clouded my mind as I tried to make sense of my surroundings. Taking a deep breath, I became acutely aware of something covering my nose and mouth. Panic began to set in, causing my breathing to quicken and the rhythmic beeping to accelerate in response. My disorientation intensified as I struggled to understand what was happening. "Oh, sweetie, please calm down. You're okay. You're okay." A gentle female voice drifted from my left. attempting to soothe my rising anxiety. Once more, I tried to open my eyes, but the blinding light proved too intense, causing me to shut them tightly. "Oh, I'm sorry, sweetie. Here, let me dim the lights," the same compassionate voice offered. Despite her words, I kept my eyes firmly closed, afraid of the discomfort that awaited me. As my breathing gradually steadied, the presence of the mask on my face remained a constant source of unease. Again, I attempted to remove it, only to be thwarted by the persistent tugging sensation on the back of my hand. My lips moved, trying to form words, but no sound emerged. My mind raced, desperately attempting to remember how to communicate coherently. Finally, a single word scratched its way out of my parched throat off. The demand was barely audible, and I wasn't sure if it had been heard through the mask. "What, honey? You want me to take the mask off?" the nurse inquired, her voice laced with understanding. I felt gentle hands carefully removing the mask from my face. With a soft click, it was gone, and I cautiously opened my eyes. "There you go, honey. I see you're awake now, so we'll go notify your parents." The nurse, a petite woman with short blonde hair and kind blue eyes, spoke softly. However, I couldn't help but notice the pity that filled her gaze, leaving me to wonder about its cause. As the nurse turned and left the room, a dull ache began to throb in my head. The overwhelming scent of antiseptic filled my nostrils, and reality slowly dawned on me. I was at home. The sterile environment and unfamiliar sensations confirmed that I was in a hospital, though the reasons for my presence there remained a mystery. A white room greeted me. White walls, white floor, white ceiling. Who thought of all the white? The beeping again sounded from my right. When I looked over, I saw a heart monitor and a bag full of white liquid. My eyes followed a skinny tube attached to the bottom of the bag, which led to me. The end of the tube was attached to an IV that was in my hand. I'm in a hospital. Confusion clouded my brain. I don't remember getting here. I don't remember what happened to make me have to come to a hospital. I don't remember anything. The door opened, and my parents rushed in. A small sigh left my mouth at the sight of them. However, my brow furrowed in confusion as I saw the tears in their eyes. "Oh, sweetie," my mother cried out as she practically ran to me. She enveloped me into a hug, which was soon suffocating me. I didn't mind. It felt nice. As soon as my mom let go of me, my dad's arms replaced hers. "We were so scared," he said as he hugged me. "What happened?" My muffled question came from my dad's shoulders. He let go of me and gave me a confused look. He looked at me a moment longer, and then sighed and looked towards my mother. They made eye contact briefly, and then both looked towards me. "You were unconscious," my dad started, "when we found you in the morning. I thought you were just tired and forgot to set your alarm. When I walked over to your bed and started to shake you, you didn't respond. I tried shaking a little harder and calling your name, but you still didn't respond." He stopped there, but I knew there was more to the story. He again looked towards my mom, and she gave him a small nod. He continued, "I turned you over so you were on your back, and that's when your shirt rode up on your stomach. There were bruises, and that's when it all came rushing back to me. The bruises, the fire, the pain, seeing black dots, then nothing, cracking my eyes open and seeing blue and red flashes of light. Then just now, the bright light which had been dimmed. Why didn't you tell us?" My mom's voice reached my ears. "Tell you about what?" my hollow voice asked. My mom gave a strangled laugh. Well, I don't know which. The bruises. The doctor said that they had been there for a couple weeks. At least. I didn't faze from my mother's almost hysterical accusation about the bruises. I didn't say anything. "Evangeline, what happened? How did you get those?" she almost shouted. "Yes, how did you get those bruises?" a female voice asked. I looked toward the door as, whom I presumed to be my doctor, walked in. Her brown hair matched her brown eyes, which were full of curiosity. "When you got here, She continued while walking towards me. You were unconscious. Your parents didn't know why, so I was hoping that you would know why. She stopped by my IV bag and heart monitor. Her name tag said Drive. Jenny Riff. All the attention was on me. My parents, the doctor, and the nurse who slipped in behind the doctor. Everyone was expecting me to answer the question. But the problem was, I couldn't tell them. How would I explain it to them? Sensing my quietness, Drive Riff continued. We quickly got you on an IV once you were in here. We didn't know the source of your unconsciousness, and we needed to know why to see how we could help you. I think I knew where this was going. We had to take off your clothes to see if there was any physical damage. That can be very dangerous, you know. However, we got the answer when we took off your shirt. She stopped there. I refused to make eye contact with anyone, so I settled on looking at the IV in my hand. The question was on everyone's face. Where did the bruises come from? My mom, Dad, Drive, Riff, and even the nurse had the same look of concern and confusion on their face. After quickly glancing at everyone, I stared at the IV again. I could feel their eyes burning into me. Drive. Riff continued. We found the bruises. She stated the obvious, and we immediately tried to find where they're coming from. We looked for physical violence, but there was none except for the bruises. Then we took an X-ray to see if the damage was internal. She stopped again. I had a feeling that whenever she stopped, the news just got worse and worse and worse. I wonder how bad it can actually get. There was also some internal bruising. Not bad, I don't think. Not enough to be seriously harmful, but enough to ask why Drive. Riff stopped again. She was starting to get on my nerves. I wanted to tell her to just spit it out. I opened my mouth to voice my thoughts, but the door to the room opened and my thoughts took a different route. Josh. Josh looked frantic. His hair was all messed up and he almost had a crazed look in his eye. He then looked at me, and seeing that I was okay, he sighed. He looked relieved. Evie, you're okay. Josh's voice was filled with relief. Who are you and what are you doing here? My mom asked. Shit. But what was he doing here? I heard she was in the hospital and I came right away. Josh explained to my mom. His voice took on a respective quality. Mom still looked confused. But who are you? And how do you know Evie? A stubborn look crossed his face. My name is Josh, and I'm Evie's friend from school. A knowing look crossed my mom's face as she turned back to face me. She raised her eyebrows in question. Date Josh, she mouthed. I nodded my head quickly, hoping that no one caught on to our little conversation. Josh, what are you doing here? Drive Riff asked. My head snapped to the doctor. How did she know Josh? Oh, hi Drive. I am here because I heard about what happened to Evie and I needed to make sure that she was okay. Josh sounded very professional when he answered. However, his answer did nothing to my question about how they knew each other. Of course, Drive. Riff mumbled. My confusion grew when she answered. However, she continued. Why don't we give Josh and Evie a moment alone? My mouth fell open. Give us a moment. Drive Riff started walking towards the door. She reached my parents, who also had their mouths open in shock, and started ushering them to the door. No, I'm not leaving my daughter in here with him. I don't even know who he is. I want answers. My mom almost shouted as the doctor continued to try and usher them out the door. I promise you answers. I need to tell you outside of this room. Though Drive, Riff said quietly, as if she was telling my parents a secret. Both my mom and dad looked like they wanted. However, the doctor must have said something, or mouthed something, to them that I couldn't hear. My parents looked to me and sighed. They followed the doctor out of the room, leaving myself and Josh in the room. I waited for him to start talking. I, sure as hell, wouldn't talk first. Josh walked to my bed and sat on the edge of it. Concern poured from the expression on his face and body language. How are you feeling? He asked. I snorted at his dumb question. Well, thanks for asking. I am feeling utterly fantastic considering I woke up in a hospital. Sarcasm dripped from my tone. Josh gave a half-hearted laugh. Evie, please take this seriously. I am taking this seriously. I woke up in a freaking hospital. Josh. And I don't know how I freaking got here. I shouted at him, my anger spurting. Josh grimaced and looked away from me. I stared him down as he looked at the wall. He bit his lip and looked like he wanted to say something. Spit it out. Josh. I commanded. Whatever he needed to say. He needed to say soon. Evie, I can't just come out and say it. It's not my place to say. He looked like he was in between a rock and a hard place. If it's not your place to tell me, then whose is it? I asked, hoping my irritability shone out in my voice. Josh grimaced again. His eyes met mine for a split second, and then looked away. Suddenly, he stood up and started pacing. Josh, who can tell me? The command was in my voice. I wanted to know who could tell me, and I wanted to know what they could tell me. I can't tell you. I'm sorry, Evie. He looked genuinely sorry, but his sorry-ass excuse pushed me over the edge. If you can't tell me, then why the hell did you start talking? I shouted at him. I hoped my anger was evident, and I hoped he knew that all of it was directed at. He knew. Josh stopped pacing, and froze. He cocked his head and waited a minute now. He shouted, looking at the wall. No what? What did I do? I shouted, exasperated. Who the hell was he talking to? I'm the only one in the room. Josh's attention suddenly landed on me. His eyes looked into mine as if he was peering into my soul. He suddenly looked excited. I cocked my eyebrow in confusion. What the hell do you? I was interrupted by Josh. It's going to be better, Evie. He rushed to the side of my bed and clasped my hand. It's going to be so much better. I promise. Chapter 16a, Day being in the hospital is a day too long. I was sick of only seeing white. I was sick of having this stupid ivy in my hand. And most of all, I was sick of the annoying beeping noise that was my heart. The doctor said that I couldn't leave until I told them what the bruises are, or the bruises disappear. I haven't said a word yet. I'm not planning to. I will wait it out until the bruises disappear. They'll have no claim over me then. And then I will be free. Well, free from the hospital. I mumbled to no one. My parents had promised to unleash the wrath if I didn't tell them where the bruises from. Hey, Evie, Josh said as he walked in. He had left right after his little better promise. He left me sputtering for answers. But he didn't answer any of my half-sputtered questions. He just left. At least he was smiling. Like a fool. Hi, Josh, I said. My voice clipped. I was still irritated that he just left. He scratched his head. Listen, about yesterday. I don't want to hear your excuses. Just tell me the truth. I interrupted him. My voice was accusing. Hopefully very accusing. Josh took a deep breath and came to sit next to me. He ruffled his hair and seemed to be at a loss. However lost he was. I will wait patently until he starts talking. I was lying when I said it's going to be better. I'm not lying now when I say it's going to be so much better. Josh took a deep breath and turned to look me in the eye. But I can't tell you. I'm not the one who should tell you. You need to be told by someone who's much more important to you. I opened my mouth to protest that there's almost no one who's more important than him, but he put his finger over my lips, silencing me. I sat back and let him continue. Evie, can you trust me? Please. Josh looked so earnest as he asked me. He looked pleading, like the whole world depended on my trust in Josh. I sighed. Only for a little bit. Josh smiled. And in turn, I smiled back at him. So when are you getting out of here? Josh asked suddenly. The doctor said that I couldn't leave until I told them where the bruises are coming from or the bruises disappear. So I don't know. I responded. Josh became tense suddenly. I guess the bruises were a sore subject for him. Though, how the which, though? Why, I have no idea. It's not like the bruises are on him. So which are you going to do? He asked, still tense. Well, the only one I can do. I'm just going to wait it out until they disappear. It's not like I know where they are coming from. I told him. Josh was still a tiny bit tense. He winced at my last sentence. I sighed, knowing that he won't explain why he winces at the mention of my bruises. Oh, so bad news. Josh changed the subject. Math and science test coming up. It saw as my turn to wince. I hate test. Wait, not the worst part. He paused for dramatic effect and I groaned. They're on the same day. Josh, I'm supposed to be relaxing. How am I supposed to relax when you keep ruining my day with news about tests? I groaned again. He started laughing at my expense. I retaliated by punching him in the arm, which only succeeded in making Josh laugh harder. You punch like a girl, he said through his laughs. I am a girl. It's your excuse. I smirked. Josh just laughed down and a competitive gleam appeared in his eyes. You don't want to play with the big bad wolf, he said through a mocking smile. Josh knew I would take the bait. I don't think you would be a big bad wolf. I paused for dramatic effect, more like an adorable puppy. After a pause, Josh started to laugh again. I seemed to miss out on some hilarious joke, because Josh cowled and stopped laughing. What's funny? I asked, playfully irritated. Nothing, just something really ironic. I didn't mean to say it, Josh said, still laughing. I took a moment while he was laughing to replay our conversation. The only thing that stuck out to me as being funny was the big bad wolf comment. I guess it could be funny, though I don't know why it would be ironic. Oh, maybe it was my adorable puppy comment. Maybe Josh has a dog and that's why it's ironic. Evie. I was snapped out of my thoughts at the sound of my mom's voice at the door. Kristen is on the phone. Oh, okay. This was going to be interesting to explain to Kristen. My mom came towards the bed and handed me the phone. But before I talked to her, I wanted a little privacy. Gosh, could I please talk to her alone? I hoped he understood that I was trying to be rude. Oh, yeah. Of course. I actually have something to take care of. So I will see you later. Josh responded as he walked to the door. I waved goodbye as I put the phone up to my ear. Hi, Chris. What's up? I hesitantly asked her. I knew she was going to explode as soon as she got the chance. Oh, I don't know. The response came through the phone. I almost flunked a test. I saw a movie or two. Oh, yeah. I found out my best friend is in the hospital. Kristen ended in a shout. I'm sorry. I started to apologize for not phoning her earlier, but was cut off by her explosion. How could you not phone me? Your mom had to tell me where you were in the end. I was trying to contact you. No answer to the text. Then I called and left voice messages, but you never contacted me back. Finally, your mom must have picked up your phone and told me that you were in a freaking hospital. I was silent during her mini rant. I knew she needed to get everything out in one go. I heard her take a deep breath. While I was silent. Evie, Kristen started again. What happened? Why are you in a hospital? It was my turn to take a deep breath. I didn't even know how to start explaining this. I didn't even know if I wanted to explain this to Kristen. I mean, how crazy would it sound? Bruises that just appear after. What feels like fire races through my veins every night. It doesn't make any sense. Hopefully, she could make sense of it. Do you want the long version or the short version? I asked her. Not came the immediate reply. For the next half hour, I told her how I got to the hospital. From what happened on that first night, to the last night that it happened. I tried to explain the fire as best I could without sounding completely crazy. I explained how the bruises would show up every morning, and just when they seemed like they would disappear, another night of pain would replace the fading bruises with new ones. Kristen didn't say anything during my story. Surprisingly, she kept silent, not interrupting at all. Even when I finished, she kept silent for a minute, like she was letting everything sink in. Wow. Kristen finally said something. Yeah. I responded hesitantly. Kristen didn't give any indication that she believed my story. I heard her take a deep breath. Do you know where they're coming from? Kristen asked. She believed me. A wide smile stretched on my face. You believe me? I stated, hoping she heard the gratitude in my tone. Well, it makes no sense whatsoever that I never know you to be a liar. She elaborated, but I didn't care. Kristen still believed me. Thank you, Kristen. It feels so much better that two of my best friends. I was interrupted by Kristen's loud exclamation from the phone. What? I'm not the first person who knows about this, she shouted. I grimaced. No, Josh was. I told him on the night of our date that was a date. Evie. And I thought that I was the first. She exclaimed, but I heard a hint of sadness in her tone. Kristen, I'm sorry, but if it's any consolation, Josh forced me into telling him. I quickly tried to explain. He wouldn't bring me home after our date unless I told him. So I told him. Doesn't count. You could have got home by yourself. Kristen retorted. I had to chuckle at that. Yeah, I guess. I sighed. I heard a muffled shouting on Kristen's end of the phone. Probably her mom shouting at her to do something. I'm on the phone. I hear Kristen shout back. Then there is more muffled shouting. But Mom, I'm on the phone with Evie. I don't care about going out to eat. Kristen shouted back. Then there was some more muffled shouting. Fine. Maybe I will starve. Kristen retorted to her mom. I laugh at that. Then Kristen lets out an obnoxiously loud groan. I'm sorry. Kristen starts. My mom won't let me starve. I start laughing again at her blatant want to starve in order to talk. She better not. I say through my laughs. Oh, so you're taking her. No, I'm not talking to you, Mom. Kristen shouts and I keep on laughing. Evie, I have to go. I'm sorry. Get well. Love you. Kristen shouts. This time to me. Love you too. I respond. The dial tone clicks, telling me Kristen left, probably to go argue with her mom. I close the call and place the phone on the small table next to the bed. The room settles into silence, with the only sounds being my breathing and my heart monitor. I close my eyes and enjoy the silence as best I can. With my eyes still closed, I hear the door click open. Oh, she's asleep, a woman says, presumably the nurse. The door clicks shut. I smirk, loving how easy it is to trick people into thinking you're sleeping. My eyes start to feel heavy and I realize that soon I won't have to trick people into thinking I'm asleep. I'll just be asleep. I feel someone rocking me softly, and I open my eyes. My dad looks down at me. We get to leave and go home. He whispers as he lifts my arm over his shoulder to help me get up. I slowly move my legs so they are dangling off the bed, barely touching the floor. I use my dad to help me stand up. As soon as I'm standing, I wish I wasned. A headache immediately comes on as I continue to stand. I spot my clothes on the end of the bed. Can I get dressed? I whisper, hoping he gets the hint. Oh yeah, of course. It'll just be outside the door. He whispers back. I take my arm off his shoulder, and making sure I have balance. I walk 2 steps to get to my clothes. My dad walks behind me and leaves. I reach behind me and pull the strings to the hospital gown. It becomes loose and I take it off while reaching for the sweatpants. I pull on the sweatpants and reach for the sweatshirt. I slowly pull the sweatshirt over my head, as to not make my headache worse. I slip on the moccasins that are sitting on the floor. I take small steps to the door. I open it cautiously to not frighten anyone on the other side. Just like he said, my dad was waiting for me right there. All right, sweetie, let's go home, he says softly as he loops an arm around my waist to help me walk. In my drowsy state, I know I need the help. I gratefully let him hold the majority of my weight as we slowly walk to the entrance of hospital, where I assume my mom is waiting with the car. We reach the front of the hospital, where Riff was lounging by the front desk. As soon as we were in her sights, she started walking toward us. "Evie, can I please talk to you?" she asked me, though she was looking at my dad. Riff, Evie and myself are very tired and we would like to go home, my dad said respectfully, but the stiffness in his voice didn't go unnoticed. "Please, I just need to tell her something that's going to be very important," she pleaded to my dad. Riff gave me a look that asked me to help her persuade my dad. I looked away. "Whatever you say to my daughter, you can to me. Please say it quickly," my dad said, no longer being as respectful as he was a minute before. "I'm sorry, but I am going to have to enforce the patent confidentiality drive," Riff responded apologetically. My dad's expression immediately became hostile towards Drive. "Riff," she in response, looked to me apologetically. Her eyes, however, pleaded me to reason with my dad. "Dad, let me talk to her. It will only be an—" I said quietly. My dad's gaze snapped to me, and I returned his hostile gaze with a tired one. His expression immediately changed to one that was more calm. "I will only be over there," he said, pointing to the waiting area about 20 feet away. I nodded in response and he carefully unwrapped my arms and walked to sit in the nearest chair, which was still 20 feet away. I knew that no matter how hard he tried, he wouldn't be able to hear us. "Thank you, Evie." Drive, Riff sighed. "Just talk quick," I said rudely. "Please," I amended after I realized how rude that demand had been. Drive, Riff's voice turned quiet. "Evie, I know what those bruises are. I know where they come from, as does Josh, but I already talked to him and he told me not to tell you. So I won't." I couldn't believe what I was hearing. She was a doctor. For God's sake, isn't she required to tell me where my injury is from? I opened my mouth to protest, but was quickly cut off by Drive. "Riff, Chevy," she pleaded in a whisper. "I understand you want to know." Josh explained the situation and I understand both sides. Kind of. But you need to know that I am always here for you. I gave her a disbelieving look. I didn't know her. I only met her yesterday, unless I was sleeping for longer than I thought. She sighed and seemed to know where my thoughts were. "I know we just met, but please believe me. Here's my card." She discreetly hands me a business card. It has my cell number on it. "I need you to promise me that if those bruises show up again, you will call me." Drive, Riff stared into my eyes, pleading me to promise. "I don't even know you. And you won't tell me anything." I yell. "Please, we don't have much time yet before your dad comes back over here. It's almost been a minute. Please, promise, Evie." She pleads. I wait a couple of seconds before responding. "Okay, sure, I promise," I say quickly once I notice my dad looking at us and the clock. "Thank you, Evie. I expect you to hold up to that promise," she says a little louder, sounding like a mother who is talking to a child. I don't respond and instead motion my dad back over to us. He quickly hops out of his chair and rushes over to us. My arm immediately goes around his waist and is around my shoulder. "Thank you, Drive," I say, hoping to sound normal in front of my dad. "You're welcome, Evie. Just remember to contact me if you have any headaches. But otherwise, you are in the clear for school tomorrow," she says, catching on. I give an appropriate groan at the thought. Truthfully, I don't mind going back and getting back into the normal routine. I missed being normal. And school was normal, no matter how hellish it is. Dad started walking out of the hospital slowly, at a pace that was easy for me to walk at. We exited the hospital and Mom was right there with the car. "Excited to go home?" she asked as soon as I got into the back seat. "You have no idea," I mumble, already closing my eyes. Chapter 17. Getting up in the morning is hell. Especially when a headache immediately appears when the alarm clock goes off. Maybe school isn't as good as I thought it was in the hospital, but it's still better than the hospital. I press the snooze button, but instead of sleeping more, I get up and sit on the edge of my bed. If I don't get up now, I never will. With my eyes closed, I feel for the off button on the alarm clock and turn my alarm off. I open my eyes to morning darkness. I slowly stand. And once imbalanced, the headache slowly disappears. I walk out of my room into the bathroom. Once there, I splash warm water in my face to wake myself up. It works, but also manages to get water all over the bathroom floor. I sigh, grab a towel, and kneel down to wipe up the water. Once the water hazard is gone, I relieve myself, wash my hands, and brush my teeth. I look at my appearance in the mirror. I look like shit. I sigh at my appearance, hoping I can make it look like I was just at a hospital. I turn around and head back into my room. Going to my closet, I pull out a pair of dark wash jeans and a red sweater. I get dressed, brush my hair, and attempt to make my face more lively. Deciding to not go overboard, I only put on a little foundation under my eyes to make the circles there disappear. Turning around, I grabbed my phone of my nightstand and headed out of my room to the kitchen. Instead of hopping down the stairs like I normally do, I slowly walked down the stairs to the kitchen in search for food. Once in the kitchen, I walked to the cabinet which held the coffee mugs. Grabbing my purple mug, I walked to the coffee pot. I poured the coffee until it was 2 inches from the top. I went to the fridge and grabbed the Coffee Mate French Vanilla. I poured the French vanilla in my mug until it was almost overflowing. Stirring it with a spoon, the black coffee turned into a creamy-colored heaven. Hearing commotion coming from the stairs, I knew my parents were coming to the kitchen. A couple of seconds later they entered. "Who made the coffee?" I asked them. "I did," my dad responded. "About half an hour ago." "Well, oh hell? Thanks. It's exactly what I need," I responded gratefully. "No problem, sweetie," my dad says as he comes over to me and kisses my forehead. "How do you feel?" I groan, knowing that this question was coming. "I'm fine, Dad." I turn away from him, with coffee mug in hand, and walk to my backpack which is on the floor near the door to the garage. "Are you ready to leave?" "Mom," I ask her as I lift my backpack on my shoulders. "Oh wait, I made you lunch. It's in the fridge," my mom exclaims while walking to the fridge. She pulls out a lunchbox and tosses it to me. I groan again at their parenting. "I don't need you to make my lunches." Still, I slide my backpack off and put the lunchbox in it before lifting it up on my shoulders again. My mom rushes past me with the car keys. I follow after her and we both get into the car. She starts the car and we head to my school. "If you don't feel well, even if it's a tiny headache, you call me or your father and one of us will immediately come and—" "Okay," she said, concern lacing her voice. "It'll be okay, Mom. Promise." I respond with a sigh. "Evangeline, promise me," she demanded. I sigh again. "Fine. I promise." She smiles while I huff in annoyance. Silence settles over us as we drive the rest of the way to school. Less than a few minutes later, we pull up. She stops the car in the front and I open the door to leave. I get out quickly to avoid any more talking. I shut the door and turn around to give a quick wave. She waves back and I head into school. Relief floods me as I walk in. This feels so normal and I feel so much better being here. My energetic steps echo through the hallway, along with all the other students, as I head for history class. As I walk, I glance around to see if I can find Josh. I see my classroom coming up and I slow down a bit for a last chance to find Josh. No such luck. Hopefully HES here today. I give up my search and, hoping to see him in class. I finish my walk to class. I walk into history class and stop in my tracks. Ashton is already sitting at our table, scribbling madly on a piece of notebook paper. He is never there before me. I look around the room trying to find a teacher, assuming Ashton is forced to be here for detention or something. But there's no one else in the room. It was normal for me to be the first one in this room with a little time to spare before everyone came to class. Ashton's head snaps up in my direction. I quickly duck my head so I don't have to look at him. My steps aren't as energetic as they were when I entered the building, I slowly make my way over to our table. I can still feel his eyes on me. His eyes are still on me as I reach my side of the table and put down my backpack on the floor. I sit back up and place my mug in front of me, too nervous to take a sip of my coffee. Out of the corner of my eye, I see him focusing again on whatever he was writing. I relax a little in my chair and take a sip of my coffee. Silence settles over us, but the only noise coming from the noisy students in the hallway. I reach down to open my backpack and take the stuff I need for this class. I feel my sweater inch up on my side. I quickly try to pull it down. The bruises still haven't completely disappeared, but before I do, I hear a low, threatening growl coming from my left. I immediately freeze. That didn't even sound human. Still in the same position, leaning down to open my backpack, I glance over to Ashton. His body is tense, shaking almost, like HES about to snap. His knuckles are white from holding his pencil so hard. I look back to his face. His eyes are shut tight and I can hear breathing is ragged. His jaw is clenched tight. The pencil snaps and I jump at the sharp noise. Ashton's hand slowly opens and drops the now broken pencil on the table. I gape at the broken mechanical pencil. Who's that strong to break a mechanical pencil? I glance warily back at Ashton, who seems to have calmed down a tiny bit. He takes a deep breath and mumbles something under his breath. Ashton's eyes open and they meet my wide ones. Concern is etched across his face and his eyes are full of worry. My brain is scrambling as to why he would be concerned and worried. Am the only one here? I realize, suddenly, that I am still reaching for my stuff in my backpack and my side is still on display. I quickly yank my sweater down so the bruises disappear underneath my sweater. Ashton's eyes harden at my movement, but he doesn't do anything other than look at me again after glancing down to my side. The door to the classroom opens and a few students walk in. I glance at the clock and am shocked to see that class starts in only a few minutes. The door opens again and more people come in. These students come directly over to Ashton and his table. I quickly straighten back up into a normal sitting position. "Hey man, where were you this morning?" Big Guy asks Ashton. I block out their conversation because, frankly, I don't give a crap about him or his friends. Instead, I accidentally make eye contact with one of the girls. I look at her brown eyes, small nose, kink lips and long brown hair. And surprisingly, I recognize her. She was one of the girls who, on my first day, shoved me in the hall. I frown at her. "What are you looking at?" She snaps at me, interrupting the guy's conversation. Her eyes turn hostile as she stares me down. I quickly stop making eye contact and look down at the table. I jump at the sudden growl coming from Ashton's mouth. I turn my head and see him glaring at the brunette. The brunette lowers her gaze when Ashton looks at her. "Sorry." She forces the apology out of her mouth. She looks at me again quickly, with the same hostile gaze she already gave me, and turns around to walk to her table with a flip of her hair. The first bell rings and Mr. Hall and come into the classroom. He looks flushed like he just ran a marathon, and the papers in his hand are folded and crumpled up in a not very neat pile. "Sorry for being late. Class, please talk to your partners about how your projects are going while I get the lesson in order," he says as he reaches his desk. "The project? Shit. They must be due this week." I glance over at Ashton and I see him wince. I open my mouth to tell him how the project's going, because of course he can't help at all. But I am cut off by Mr. Holland. "Evie, could I please talk to you?" Mr. Holland calls to me. I quickly nod, grateful that I don't have to talk to Ashton. I quickly stand up and head to his desk. "Yes, I say. Evie, I know you were sick for a few days. During the days you were gone, we took notes and I need you to get those notes. Ashton should have them. So did A. Please get them from him," Mr. Holland says. I groan internally. "Okay. Is there anything else? Just make sure you and Ashton are finishing your project." He responds quickly. "Okay," I say as I turn around and head back to our table. Just my luck, Just my luck. I have to ask him about notes. He probably doesn't even have them. He doesn't seem like someone who would pay attention in class. I reach our table and sigh. Mr. Holland says that we took notes while I was sick. He told me to copy them down from your notes. Of course. Ashton responds. He reaches down into his backpack and pulls out a notebook and hands it to me. Thanks. I mumble. I get out my own notebook, making sure my sweater doesn't reveal my side again, and turn to a blank page. I find that Ashton has not terrible handwriting as I start copying his notes. So, how are you? I hear Ashton ask me in a quiet voice. I immediately stop writing. Why would he care if I was okay? Nothing's wrong with me. I reply sharply, hoping he will drop it. I don't want to tell him anything because he won't care, so why waste my breath? I start copying his notes again. I know you were sick. Evie, I just want to know if you are okay. He responds, his voice a little harder. I can tell he's irritated, but so am I. There's nothing wrong with me. I repeat through clenched teeth. I start writing harder. Like hell. I know you were at the hospital. He tells me, his voice still hard. My lid snaps under the pressure I am putting on it. How does he know? Leave me alone. I command, still with clenched teeth. Just for good measure, I slide his notebook back to him even though I'm not done copying the notes. Ashton grabs my side. The exact side with the bruises. Pain shoots through me at his contact. I hiss in pain through clenched teeth. Don't touch me. I hiss as I try to wrench my side out of his grip. Ashton seems to realize that he hurt me and he lets go. Oh God. Evie, I'm sorry. He sighs, not finishing his apology. I don't care. I don't want his apology. He can shove it up his ass for all I care. After a couple of minutes of silence, where it seems both Ashton and I are calming down, Ashton silently moves his notebook towards me so I can finish copying his notes. He doesn't say anything when I grab it and start writing in my notebook again. The rest of the block goes by in silence. The bell dings and I put away my notebook. I stand up and grab my backpack and sling it over one shoulder. I take a step, but am stopped when I feel small tingles coming from my wrist. They were kind of like mini electrical sparks that, instead of electrocuting me, they felt rather nice. I turn back and see Ashton's hand holding my wrist. I scowl. Evie, hear me out for a second. Ashton pauses and waits for me to respond, and I nod a second later. I'm sorry for hurting you. I didn't mean to. I want to meet up and talk about our project. The anger that disappeared during class starts rising up again. Well, it's kind of too late for that. Now I need to go. I say roughly. I tug my wrist so he gets the message to let me go. The tingles are still present, which he doesn't. Instead, Ashton sighs and runs his other hand through his hair. He sighs. I know you were in the hospital and I wanted to say sorry. Ashton says while grimacing. I look around and see his friends gaping at us. And then it hit me. This was all a trick. Ashton's friends must have put him up to this. I scowl at him. Who put you up to this? Was it one of your friends? I don't want to play your stupid games. Just let go of my wrist. I have a class to get to. I try to get my wrist out of his grip, but instead I feel his grip tightening a bit. I look up to see him staring at me with a confused expression. Something crosses his eyes, and his expression hardens. No one put me up to this, Evie. I just wanted to apologize, he says with clipped voice. I'm pretty sure he is holding himself back from getting too angry with me. Well, I wish he would get angry and do something. I am so sick of him and his stupid friends. I don't want your stupid apology. I sit out, getting beyond sick of this game. I tug on my wrist end, with what seems like a lot of force on Ashton's part. He lets go of my wrist. I huff and turn around. I walk to the door and leave the classroom, feeling a certain someone's eyes following my every move until I am out of eyesight. Chapter 18. I walk straight to math class, hoping to see Josh there. I really missed him and am excited to be with him in a normal environment. And hopefully, he was going off on that everything's going to be better spiel. I step through the door and my eyes immediately find Josh sitting in his seat. As soon as we make eye contact, a huge smile spreads over his face. I can't help smiling back as I walk over to my seat. "Evie, you're here," Josh exclaims when I set down next to my seat and sit down. "I know. It's magic," I respond sarcastically, just in time for the math test, he says, while trying not to laugh at my expense. My smile turns into horror as I turn to the board and see that it says math test today. What? Not fair. I wasn't even here, I say loudly. Well, I suggest you go talk to her," Josh says while pointing to the door. A second later, Mrs. Flemington walks into the room. I quickly jump out of my seat and walk towards her desk. She reaches her desk a few seconds before me. She puts her laptop and folders down on her desk and looks up at me. "Welcome back, Evie. How are you?" Mrs. Flemington asks me nicely. "I'm good, but I was wondering about the math test today," I say hesitantly. "Oh yes, you missed a few days. Well, you will have to catch up in order to take the test." She gives me a knowing smile, knowing that I don't want to take the test. Instead of taking the test, how about you grab your math book and work on the problems we did during the days of your absence? Mrs. Flemington suggests. "Yes, I think that would be a good idea," I respond sheepishly. "Okay," she says enthusiastically. "Get the problems that you missed from someone around you and I'm going to ask you to go into the hall so we don't have any cheaters." "Of course. Thank you," I say. I turn around and see that Josh is smirking at me. I poke my tongue out as I reach my desk. "She said I didn't have to do it," I say smugly. His smirk drops and instead turns into a playfully angry expression. "That's not fair." "Well, I was in a hospital," I remind him child lie. "Well, I had to come and visit you in the hospital," he retorts. "Oh well, I'm so sorry for your loss," I say sarcastically. "Can I have the problems you guys did in class and for homework while I was gone?" "For what?" he asks, but I can see that he understands a second later when a smug smile spreads across his face. "You have to do all the problems we missed, don't you?" "All right now." "Yeah, so I don't have to take a test today," I retort just as smugly. I have him there as his smile drops. "Whatever. I'm going to ace this test," Josh says. "Problems, please," I respond, still smug because I know I won. Josh digs into his backpack and pulls out a folder. He then pulls out a bunch of papers from inside the folder and hands them to me. Josh looks at me expectantly. "What?" I ask, glancing at the papers. Josh smirks. "Your problems." "Well, math problems, that is." "Wow, you're organized," I say sarcastically. Nevertheless, I take the papers and start writing down the problems that I have to do. A minute into my math problem writing, Mrs. Flemington starts talking. "All right, you know what today is class. Please put everything away and get out your calculators and pencils. Evie, please go into the hall." I nod at her, grab the papers with all the problems written down, grab my math textbook and stand up and walk to the door. Once I'm at the door, I turn around and mouth good luck to Josh. He smiles in return. I exit the classroom and drop my stuff onto the floor a few feet away. I sit next to my stuff and grab a random piece of paper with math problems on it. Opening my math book to the correct page, I start the long process of catching up on the work. "Evie," I jump suddenly at Mrs. Flemington's voice. "Class is almost over and everyone has finished their test. You can come back in." "Okay, they'll be right in," I respond as my heart calms down from the jump scare Mrs. Flemington smiles in return and walks back into the classroom. I pile up the problems I've finished and the problems I still need to do. I grab my math book and papers, stand up, and head back into the room. When I enter the room, I immediately spot Josh looking at me smugly. I cock my eyebrow in confusion as I walk to my desk. "Aced it," he says smugly as I sit down. I scoff at him. "I'm pretty sure she lied to you." "No," Josh responded hotly. "I know I aced that test. Keep telling yourself that." I snicker. "Stop being such a bully, Evie." Josh whines. "Stop being such a baby." I mimic him. "Shut up." He mumbles and I laugh at him. The bell rings and I finish putting my stuff in my backpack. I see Josh stand up with his backpack and start walking towards the door. Of course he wouldn't wait for me. I pick up my backpack and follow him out the door. Josh is there leaning against the wall right outside the classroom. I grin at him. "I thought you were going to ditch me." "Me ditch you? How could you suggest such a thing?" Josh says sarcastically with mock hurt. "You're so full of crap." I say smiling. Josh coughs at me but doesn't respond. We reach my communications class and stop. I look at Josh. "It's nice to see you back, Evie." He says, "It's nice to be back." I respond, "See you in science." "See you." Josh responds as he starts walking to his next class. I enter the classroom and immediately hear my name being squealed. "Evie." Catherine squeals as she rushes over to me. She tackles me into a hug and I try to control my face from turning red from embarrassment. "Catherine." I say breath I-ly as she squeezes me so hard I almost can't breathe. "Where have you been?" Catherine asks as she lets go of me. I wince. I was hoping that she wouldn't ask me that. Catherine seemed to sense my hesitation and dropped the subject. "Anyway, you missed a ton." "Kind of." We finished the movie and took a few quizzes on Romeo and Juliet. And we read some more. Catherine rambles about what they did while I was gone. As she's talking, we both head toward our seats. "Well, that sounds like fun." I say dully as I sit down. Catherine follows my lead and sits down at her desk next to mine. "Yet tons of fun." Catherine responds sarcastically. I laugh at her sarcastic tone, but am interrupted by Mr. Johnston. "Evie, it's good to see you back. How are you?" he called from the front of the room. "I'm good, Mr. Johnston." I respond smiling. "That's good. Could you come see me when there is free work time today?" he asks. I can guess that he wants to see me to tell me what I need to catch up on. "Sure." I respond, Mr. Johnston smiles, but turns his head to a student who is probably asking for help. I turn my head to Catherine, who is looking at me. "What?" I ask her, suspicious of why she was looking at me. "Will you tell me why you were gone?" she asks quietly. I hesitate to respond. I want to tell her, but that could be too many people who know. I don't want my private life to be known by everyone. I could tell her half of the truth, that I was sick, but not that I was at the hospital. I was sick. Really, really sick. I say quietly, "Well, that's not terrible," she says in the same quiet tone as me. "It was bad enough that I had to stay home for a few days." I respond, still almost whispering, "Well, well." Catherine says louder, "I guess we will have to make up for that time." An understanding smile crosses Catherine's face and I smile back at her. "All right, class. The bell has rung. Time for Romeo and Juliet." Mr. Johnston starts class. Strange. I didn't hear the bell. Probably too busy talking to Catherine and Mr. Johnston starts class by going over what we have just read. I pay attention, hoping that I won't have too much stuff to catch up on. "Today, I want you to work in a small group and we are going to reenact what we have just read." Mr. Johnston is interrupted by cheers coming from multiple people, including Catherine. "I thought you guys would like that. We will perform these in 2 days. So make sure you and your group are ready." "Get to it, Mr. Johnston finishes explaining. Not even a second after he finishes talking, the class erupts into small conversations. "Evie, you're with me," Catherine says immediately. "Do I have a choice?" I ask, though even if I did have a choice, I would still choose to be in her group now. I chuckle at Catherine's bluntness. All right. I'll be right with you. I just have to go to talk to Mr. Johnston. I stand up and walk to Mr. Johnston's desk. You wanted to talk to me. I say. He shows your day back? He asks, catching me off guard. I thought he would go immediately to the stuff that I needed to catch up on. It's good to be back. I respond truthfully. That's good. Now I know you probably already got this conversation. But we need to talk about what you missed while you were gone. Mr. Johnston chuckles at my facial expression, which probably turned into some type of scowl. Knew this was coming. I mumble. Mr. Johnston chuckles again. It's not fun. But luckily in this class you didn't miss much. I sigh in relief. Let's see, Mr. Johnston says. You missed the ending of the movie. You can borrow it if you want to see the rest of it. But otherwise you should be fine. We took a quiz on what we have read so far. You will need to take that. Other than that, I don't think there is anything else. There was no homework due to the movie and the quiz, so you're off the hook there. I smile. It's okay. I'd already seen the movie. I can come in early tomorrow and take the quiz. That will work for me. But I thought you would have wanted to study a bit more for it, Mr. Johnston responds. I'll go over everything tonight and be ready by tomorrow. I've read Romeo and Juliet before anyway. I remember quite a lot. I assure him. All right. Tomorrow morning it is. Thank you, Evie, Mr. Johnston says. I smile in return and head back to my desk. Already. I see Catherine talking to other people who are probably in our group. I get to my desk and sit down. Catherine is in the middle of giving people roles. I'm pretty sure she appointed herself group leader. Not that anyone seemed to mind. Catherine makes a great leader. Evie, finally you've returned. We are discussing characters and who's playing who. Catherine gave me a quick explanation of what I had missed. Looking around at the people who are apparently in our group. There are 5 of us. Catherine and I. Grant, who I recognized from being in a group with him on one of my first days, and HES, also Catherine's friend. Then 1 other girl and 1 other guy. I looked at them through the corner of my eye. They both looked familiar. I think they each are in one of my other classes, but I don't know which one. Oh, my thoughts were cut off by Catherine's exclamation. How stupid am I? Don't answer that. Anyway, Evie, this is Henry and Delilah. Henry and Delilah. This is Evie. Hi, I say shyly. They both give me a huge smile which immediately settles my nerves. Hey Evie, I love your hair. Is it dyed? Delilah asks me, looking fascinated. I laugh. No, it's natural. Wow, it's so pretty. Delilah exclaims. Thanks. I respond, feeling more shy now than I was before I met her. All right. Now that we've all met each other, let's get to work. Catherine says immediately. I chuckle at her excitement. We are doing the scene where Romeo goes to the masquerade ball and sees Juliet for the first time. I want to be Juliet. Delilah quickly calls a roll. Okay, if everyone is okay with that. Catherine pauses and we all nod. Delilah is Juliet. We need a Romeo, a Mercutio, a Tybalt, and a Benvolio. Sorry, Evie. You and I got to be guys. That's fine. I don't mind playing a guy. I say to Catherine. All right. Start calling out roles, people. Catherine says to the group. I would prefer either Grant or Henry to play Romeo. Catherine looks pointedly at Grant and Henry. There's no kissing in this scene. Henry asks. No, but there is dancing, which will be in our scene. Catherine responds. As long as there's no kissing, it'll be Romeo. Henry says. Perfect. Grant, who do you want to be? Catherine asks Grant. It'll be Tybalt. HS a fun character. Grant says, okay, Grant is Tybalt. Evie, your choice. Catherine asks me while writing down who's playing who. I think about it for a moment before responding. It'll be Benvolio. If you didn't want to be him, I tell Catherine. I wouldn't mind being Mercutio if Catherine wanted to be Benvolio. No, it's fine. It'll be Mercutio, Catherine says as she finishes writing down the characters. Now let's write the script. The rest of the block passes quickly as we write our script. Per Catherine's demand. We can only use lines from the play. All too soon. The signaling lunch. I put my stuff in my backpack and get out my lunchbox. I follow Catherine out of the classroom and we start walking to the cafeteria. What were you sick with? Catherine suddenly asks me after a couple minutes of silence. I hesitate, not wanting to create a big lie that I can't remember. It was some version of the flu. I think. Oh, that sucks. Catherine says bluntly. I laugh at her bluntness. Yeah, it definitely sucked. We reach the lunchroom and I immediately spot Catherine's group. I smile when they wave us over. We walk over and sit down next to each other. Evie, you've returned, Taylor exclaims. I laugh at her excitement. Yes, Ivy returned from the dead. I joke. Laughter erupts at the table at my lame joke. I think they're just laughing to make me feel better. But it's okay. It feels pretty nice. Lunch continues at a very brisk pace and all too soon. It's over. The bell rings, telling us to get out of the lunchroom and go to our next class. Catherine and I leave together. See you in gym, Catherine says as we walk down the hall. I groan. Thanks for reminding me. Catherine laughs. No problem. She waves as she goes into her classroom. I keep on walking to French. Hopefully I don't have much to catch up on. Luckily, French is easy for me, so catch-up work shouldn't be hard for me. I reach the classroom and walk in, scanning the room to find Madame Cooper. I find her at the back of the classroom. As I walk towards her, I pause at my desk to drop my backpack next to it. I reach Madame Cooper in the back. Bonjour, Madame Cooper, I say. She turns around and looks surprised. Bonjour, it's nice to see you back. It's nice to be back, I respond. But I was wondering about what I need to catch up on. Oh yes, please follow me to my desk, Madame Cooper says as she starts walking to her desk. I do as she says and follow her to her desk. Well, let's see. Madame Cooper starts. We did a few in-class activities, but I know you're pretty proficient at French, so I'm not too worried about those. However, have a few worksheets as homework which I would like you to do. As she's saying this, she hands me 3 green worksheets. All right. Is that all? I ask her as I look at the sheets. Oui, merci, Madame Cooper says. Merci, I respond. I turn around and head to my desk. I reach my desk and sit down and immediately start working on the worksheets. Hopefully I can finish these before class ends today. Hey, Evie. My concentration is interrupted by a girl's voice. I turn to see who it is, and am surprised to see Delilah sitting next to me. Oh, hey Delilah. I didn't know you were in this class. I respond as I turn back to my work. Yeah, I didn't know you were in this class either, until I saw your hair, she says almost sheepishly. I laugh. Yeah, it's pretty noticeable. Delilah also laughs. What are you working on? Just the stuff I missed. I respond with a bored tone. That sucks, she say, and I in agreement. Delilah's voice turns into a whisper. But if you want some help, I finished those worksheets. I smile at her offer and also respond in a whisper. Thanks, but I think I got it. Bonjour, class. Madame Cooper interrupts our conversation and starts class. Instead of listening, I decide to continue my work. By the end of French class, I caught up with all I missed and even finished tonight's homework. I pack up my backpack a minute before the bell rings. Delilah and I had been talking all class and I found out she's actually pretty awesome. The bell rings and we walk out of class together. Where are you headed to? Delilah asks me as we walk down the hallway. Science. How about you? I ask her. Math. It's going to suck. I have a test today. Delilah responds with a groan. Ouch. I respond. Tell me about it. This is my classroom. See you. Delilah says as she stops at a classroom doorway. Good luck. I respond with a wave as I keep on walking. Delilah waves back as she walks into the classroom. I walk to science and I feel my excitement rise at the prospect of seeing Josh again. I walk into science and see Josh is already at our science table. He smiles at me when I reach our table. I smile back at him as I put my backpack down. Be right back, I say quickly. I turn around before he can respond and head to Mr. Call's desk. Mr. Call, I say as I reach his desk. I was wondering about the homework and class work I missed. Evie, welcome back. How are you? Mr. Call asks me, completely ignoring what I said. I'm good, I say, trying to keep the irritation out of my voice. Yes. Anyway, we took some notes that you can get from your lab partners. We also did a couple of labs which you can also get from your lab partners. Mr. Call finally gives me the response that I want. Thank you, I respond. I turn around and walk back to my lab table. Josh, I need your notes again, I tell him as I sit down. Again, Josh says exasperated. Why can't you do anything yourself? Josh smiles and I know he doesn't really mean it. Whatever, Josh. Can I just see the notes and labs I missed? I playfully glare at him. Josh laughs at me. You look so cute when you glare. He mimics my glare as he hands over the papers. Shut up, Josh, I respond hotly. I try to hide my smile at Josh's face, which is still mimicking my glare. Taking the papers from him, I get out a pencil and start copying his work. Josh catches my hidden smile and he starts laughing at me. I ignore him as I continue to copy his work. I ignore him for the rest of the hour. Not that we could talk anyway. We had a test today, one which I was forced to take. But it was easy. At the end of the block, I hand Josh back his work and put my stuff away. My happy mood decreases once I realize that I have gym next. I groan out loud. What's up? Josh must have heard my groan. Gym, I moan. Josh looks thoughtful for a second. Why don't you ask Mr. Guy if you could sit out? That's such a great idea, I exclaim. Of course it is. It was my idea, Josh says cockily. I scoff at his cockiness and wisely choose not to respond. We leave silence and silence settles over us as Josh walks me to gym class. I think we both just don't know what to say, but I know I don't want to be the one to start the conversation. Neither does Josh, I presume. We reach the gym a minute later. Bye, Evie, Josh says with a wave as he turns around to head to his class. See you, I wave back as I turn around. I walk into the dreaded gym class and see that I am one of the first to get here. I notice that Mr. Guy is standing off the side, looking around the gym. His eyes land on me and I start walking over to him. Afternoon, I start. I want to try and convince him that I shouldn't do gym today. However, I don't think that will happen. He is super into his job. Evie, how are you? He asks me, catching me by surprise. I'm better, I say, not really sure if I should say something else. That's good, he says absently but quickly snaps to attention. However, I got a call from your parents. I groan, interrupting whatever he was saying. Of course my parents called. Why did I expect them not to, Mr. Guy gives a short chuckle. Well, they said for you to take it easy for the next few days. We are starting the soccer unit today, and that will go on for about a week. At your parents' persistence, you will be sitting out today and possibly tomorrow, unless you feel up to it. I grin. Thanks, Mr. Guy. I turn around and head to the locker room to drop off my stuff. You still have to get changed in order to get your points for today, he calls after me. I groan again. That doesn't make any sense. I turn around and see that he is already talking to another student. An exasperated sigh comes out of my mouth as I reach the locker room. I enter the locker room and immediately hear Catherine. I smile as I follow her voice. Evie, what's up? It's been like 2 hours since we've seen each other, she says sarcastically. I laugh at her while she whirls her hair on one finger and just out her hips. I copy her actions. No right. I say, eliminating the word right. She laughs at me and turns around to finish changing. So, do you know what we will be doing today? Yeah. Mr. Guy said we will be starting soccer today. I respond as I put my stuff down and open my locker to change into my gym clothes. Yes. I love soccer. I hope we're on the same team. Catherine says excitedly. I'm not playing today. Remember, I just returned from being sick. I remind her, trying not to sound smug. Evie, she whines. Why do you have to ruin everything? Me rue everything. You're right. I scoff at her whining. I finish changing into my stupid gym clothes while Catherine talks to another girl. If you're sitting out, why the hell are you changing? Catherine suddenly asks me. I frown, Mr. Guy said I have to. Catherine starts laughing. That's what you get for sitting out. Whatever. You're just jealous. I respond with mock anger. Catherine's laughing stops and she playfully glares at me. Well, I like soccer, she finally says, sounding smug. I laugh at her attempted retort. Catherine smiles back a second later. She holds out her arm to me and I wrap my arm around hers. We walk arm in arm out of the locker room and into the gym. We head toward the middle of the gym where students were already there. We sit down around the outskirts of the students. Today, Mr. Guy shouts out a minute later. We are starting our soccer unit. He is interrupted by a few cheers and a few groans. We are starting today with teams. 2 of your fellow students will be team captains and will pick their teams, Mr. Guy pauses and lets that sink in. All right. Team captains, Mr. Guy shouts continues. Ashton and Elijah. I know you guys will make it competitive. Ashton and that guy that came to our table this morning. Elijah. Both get up laughing. I know they must be pretty good friends. They stand next to Mr. Guy, who holds out a coin. Call it Ashton, he says while flicking the coin upward. Tails. Ashton responds quickly. The coin lands. Tails it is. You pick first, Ashton, Mr. Guy says as he picks up the coin and walks to the side. Ashton's eyes start scanning the students. I roll my eyes and look at Catherine. She rolls her eyes back at me. We both know we'll be some of the last students sticked. Well, shall be. I'll be sitting out. Evie. I hear my name and my head snaps to the speaker. Ashton. His blue eyes are trained on me. My mouth opens a little in shock. I stare at him bewildered. Why the hell would he pick me? Unless it's some type of trick. Before I can say anything, Mr. Guy steps in. Sorry, Ashton. That one's out for today. She has a note. Please pick someone else, he says. I mentally thank Mr. Guy for responding. I nod to Ashton to tell him that I am sitting out. Ashton's hopeful expression drops and I look back towards Catherine. What the hell was that? She whispers to me. I have no clue. I respond. Out of the corner of my eye, I see a guy get up and join Ashton's side. Then the competition starts. Elijah immediately chooses someone, a girl, and smirks at Ashton. Ashton and retaliates by choosing another person, another girl, to join his team. They go back and forth until just a few people are left, including Catherine. I'll watch you from the sidelines. I whisper to her as I start getting up. Catherine responds by giving me daggers. I shrug, knowing she's jealous that I get to sit out. I stand up, ignoring all the people who are watching me, and walk to the side of the gym near the locker rooms. I hear Catherine's name being called and I watch as she walks over to Ashton's team. She gives me more daggers as she stands around the other people in her team. I know she's not happy to be on his team. I respond with another shrug. The last person is called. He goes to Elijah's team, and Mr. Guy goes out in between the 2 teams. All right. I want a fair game. No cheating. No roughhousing. You know the rules. Game starts at the whistle blow, Mr. Guy places the soccer ball in the middle of the gym between the 2 teams. He then walks away from the teams and comes towards me. I see the two teams each huddle up to probably decide who's playing what position or something like that. I watch as a student, one from each team, goes to be the goalie. Both teams spread out on their respective sides. Ashton and Elijah both go stand in the middle, each about 2 feet from the soccer ball. I look on Ashton's side and spot Catherine. She waves at me and gives me a thumbs up. Determination suddenly covers her face as she looks back towards Ashton and Elijah. I follow her lead and also look at them. My gaze is caught in Ashton's gaze. His blue eyes stare into my green ones. He looks almost saddened by my sitting out. I look away and instead focus on the floor. Why the hell would he care that I'm sitting out, mister? Guys whistle shrill S out and I jump at the noise. The game begins. That was so much fun. Catherine gushes in the locker room. Her face is flushed from all the running and watched her do. Yeah, so much fun, I say sarcastically, while she was having the time of her life playing soccer. I had to sit on the sidelines watching. It was the most boring part of the day. Well, that's what you get for sitting out. Catherine playfully reprimands me. I lightly shove her shoulder as my response because I can't think of a verbal one. We finish changing and grab our stuff right as the bell rings. Catherine and I head out of the changing rooms and start heading towards the buses. Why don't you take the bus? Catherine asks me as we walk outside. I don't know. I guess I never found the right bus to take and it's more convenient. I respond thoughtfully. I never wondered why I didn't take the bus. It was just easier, I guess. All right. Well, see you, Catherine says. But Catherine, I respond as I turn around and head back into the school. I walk through the school to the front of the school. The buses are all the way in the back, so it takes a couple minutes. I reach the front and then immediately spot my mom's car. I head out of the school and go to her car. Opening the door, I get in and my mom takes off. How do you feel, sweetie? She asks immediately. I groan, knowing that this question was going to pop up. I'm fine, Mom. Evie, you just got out of the hospital. We need to make sure you're still not sick or anything. She reprimands me. I don't grace her response with my own response and we settle into silence. When we reach the house, I get out quickly and, using the excuse of homework, go straight to my room. Please don't bother me, I shout downright before I close my door. I go straight to my radio and turn it on. Music always helps me do homework, but at this point, there's a commercial on. I groan and curse the radio station in my head. I plop my backpack on my bed and follow right after. I get out everything I need to do tonight for tomorrow. I start the long process of catching up on schoolwork. In the dead of night, the howling of wolves pierces the silence, as if they are lurking just outside my window. I am overwhelmed by fear, only to find a mysterious dark blue car quietly waiting across the street in the morning. It follows us to school, but then vanishes when noticed. Chapter 19. The answer comes swiftly and chillingly in the form of a long, mournful howl that pierces the night silence. A shiver cascades down my spine, goosebumps erupting across my skin. Before the first howl fades, another begins, creating an eerie chorus that seems to surround our isolated home. I lie frozen in my bed, my breath caught in my throat as the howls continue relentlessly. The realization that wolves roam so close to our house, nestled as we are in the dense forest, sends a fresh wave of fear through me. My racing thoughts screech to a halt as a particularly loud howl erupts, seemingly right outside my window. I cease breathing entirely, my body rigid with terror. Another howl, even louder and closer, reverberates through the house. And then, silence. I wait, counting the seconds. But no more howls come. Gradually, I allow myself to breathe again, my chest rising and falling in shaky rhythm. Slowly, I ease back down from my tense sitting position. my eyes darting to the glowing numbers of my bed for hours until I need to be up. I squeeze my eyes shut, willing sleep to return, but my mind refuses to quiet. Questions swirl relentlessly. Why are the wolves so near? Shouldn't they avoid human dwellings? The memory of their proximity sends another shudder through me. I find myself staring at the clock, watching each minute tick by with agonizing slowness. Eventually, exhaustion begins to win out over fear. My eyelids grow heavy, my thoughts less frantic. Before I realize it, I'm drifting back into slumber. The memory of the wolf's howls fading into the recesses of my subconscious. A shrill beeping jolts me awake once more. Groaning, I roll over to face my alarm clock, my arm feeling leaden as I lift it to slam down on the snooze button. I turn back, sighing deeply, only to hear my dad's authoritative shout demanding I get up. Another groan escapes me. I'm up. Promise. I call back, hoping to placate him. True to my word, I force myself to sit up, stretching my arms high above my head, swinging my legs over the side of the bed. I plant my feet on the cool floor and stand, indulging in a full, body stretch that helps chase away the last vestiges of sleep. 20 minutes later, I stand before my mirror, critically observing my reflection. To my surprise and satisfaction, I look noticeably healthier than I did just days ago. More than that, I feel reinvigorated, as if some of my recent struggles have lifted. A small smile tugs at the corners of my mouth as I regard my improving appearance. Turning away from the mirror, I exit my room and jog down the stairs, my footsteps light and energetic. In the kitchen, I grab an apple and my lungbok from the fridge, stuffing the latter into my backpack as I take a crisp bite of the former. Hey, sweetie. Ready to go. Mom's voice, warm and caring, precedes her into the kitchen. Yet I respond, my tone uncharacteristically cheerful given the early hour. All right. Here's the keys, she says, tossing them my way. I catch them deftly as she continues. Go start the car and you'll be out in a minute. I nod, shouldering my backpack, keys in hand. I make my way to the garage and hit the button to open the door. As it rises, my gaze is immediately drawn to an unfamiliar vehicle across the street, a sleek, dark blue car that seems oddly out of place in our quiet neighborhood. My earlier cheerfulness fades, replaced by a creeping sense of unease. I unlock our car and slide into the driver's seat, my movements deliberate and cautious. Once settled, I adjust the rearview mirror, angling it so I can keep an eye on the mysterious vehicle. It's there, engine off, but no sign of its occupants. The hairs on the back of my neck stand up as I watch, unable to shake the feeling that something is amiss. The door to the house opens and my mom comes out. She walks over to the driver's side and gets in. Why didn't you start the car? I forgot. Sorry. I say absently. Whose car is that? My mom glances in the mirror. Probably the neighbors or their friends. Does it matter? No, I say quickly. It's a nice car. Yeah, I guess. She responds and starts the car. We back out and pass the car and start driving towards the school. I watch the car grow smaller through the mirror. Suddenly, right before the car is about to disappear from my sight, it makes a U-turn and starts following us. It keeps its distance, making sure that it stays small in the mirror. What the hell? Mom, the car's following us. I whisper like the car can hear us. She looks in the mirror and sighs. It's probably a student, Angeline. What's got you so worked up? In the back of my mind, I hear the wolves howling. Nothing. Doherty right. It's just a student. Even I'd ought sound convincing to my ears. Did you hear anything last night? I ask suddenly. Besides your father's snores. No, she chuckles. Why did you hear something? I think I heard the house creaking during the night. It is an old house. It'll make noise. Is that what has you so nervous this morning? Mom asks. Yeah, probably. We settle into silence for the rest of the ride. My eyes never stray from the mirror as I watch the car follow us at a distance. In my peripheral vision, I see the school. Mom pulls into the school parking lot and to the front of the school so I can get out. Before she stops the car, I watch the blue car speed up and drive past the school. Mom stops the car and I open the door quickly. "Bye, Mom." "Bye, sweetie." She responds before I shut the door. I turn around and walk quickly into the school. I hope I can find Josh before school and tell him about the car. I would think he would know it because HES lived here longer and seems to know a lot more people than I do. Shit. Mr. Johnston's Romeo and Juliet quiz. I forgot I needed to take it this morning. I quickly change my direction and head to my communications classroom. I walk there quickly, hoping that he won't be too mad I'm a little late. I walk into the classroom. "Mr. Johnston, I'm sorry I'm late. I almost forgot." He smiles. "You're fine. Evie, right on time. I have the quiz right here." He holds up a piece of paper. "Pick a seat and I'm pretty sure you will finish it before school starts." "Thank you." I respond as I walk to a desk to put my backpack down. I put it down and turn around and walk to Mr. Johnston's desk and grab the quiz. I return to the desk and get out a pencil. For the next 15 minutes, I take the quiz. It was surprisingly really easy. I found myself filling in every blank quickly, which might be due to the fact that Ivy already read Romeo and Juliet. With 5 minutes left before school starts, I hand in the finished quiz. "Thanks, Mr. Johnston," I say back as I walk to the door. "No problem," he responds. I walk out of the classroom and head to history. I groan at the prospect of seeing Ashton again. I don't know what the hell's going on with him. He needs to leave me alone. Isn't that what he wanted in the first place? For me to leave him alone? Well, he needs to return the favor. I walk into history and again am surprised to see Ashton already sitting at our table. As soon as I take my first step towards our table, Ashton's head shoots up and my eyes are immediately caught in his gaze. His eyes scan my face as I continue walking to the table. I break eye contact when I sit back down on the floor and sit down. I can still feel his eyes looking at me. Though for what? I don't know. He breaks the silence. "Where were you this morning?" Ice cough. "None of your business." "It is my business. I was waiting for you." "Here." His voice turns hard. "My life is not your business and I don't need anyone waiting for me." My voice is also a little harder. "Especially you." I say quieter. Who the hell does he think he is? Why can't he leave me alone? His gaze drops and he turns his head to face the front of the room. I keep my eyes at the front of the room. The project's done. I turned it in this morning. Ashton whispers. Extremely quietly. So quietly, in fact, that I'm not sure if it's what he said. "Excuse me," I exclaim, quickly turning my head to face him. He slowly turns to face me and can see sadness in his eyes. "I turned in our project this morning." Ashton says loud enough for me to be positive he did say that. "Sorry about making you do it by yourself earlier." Regret is clear in his voice. I sit there stunned. How the hell am I supposed to respond to that? I stare at him, waiting for the punchline of the joke, because HES got to be kidding, but Ashton doesn't say anything. He sits there, staring back into my eyes. "All right, class, Mr. Holland starts class," but I block out whatever HES about to say. Ashton breaks our eye contact when he turns to face Mr. Holland. I continue to stare at the right side of his face, still unbelieving that he actually did something even remotely nice. "Get to it." Mr. Holland's voice breaks me out of my trance. I look to the front of the room, hoping that I can catch up on what I missed. But Mr. Holland had already reached his desk. Conversations drift toward me as I realize we're supposed to work with our table partner. "Well, since the project's done, I guess we can immediately start on the class work." Ashton's voice cuts through our table's silence. "What the hell is wrong with you?" The outburst comes out of my mouth without my consent. "What do you mean?" Ashton asks me, his voice guarded. My mouth just doesn't know when to stop. Do you think I can't do a project? Do you think I'm going to mess it up? Am I really that bad that I can't do a simple project? You have to do everything and turn it in by yourself, making me look like the person who's been lacking off. What's wrong with you? Ashton looks taken aback by my outburst. Even I don't know where it came from. I don't say anything after that, and silence settles over us again. I look away from Ashton's gaze and instead look at the table. Listen. Ashton starts and I feel his hand on my shoulder. Sparks erupt from the contact. I'm sorry. You have no idea how much. But I am sorry I was making you do all the work. I thought the only way to make that up to you was to do the whole project myself, and give you most of the credit for it. The sparks kept on increasing as Ashton talked, and it was hard to concentrate on anything other than the sparks. Though somehow, the witch, Ashton's voice got through the intensity of the sparks, and I was surprised to hear what he said. It didn't sound like him at all. With that in mind, I shrug off his hand. Please don't touch me, I mumble. Ashton's hand drops down to his side. He opens his mouth like he wants to say something, but I cut him off before he can say anything. And like I said yesterday, I don't want your stupid apology. The rest of the class passed very slowly and very silently between Ashton and myself. I didn't want to work with him, so I did the partner work by myself. Ashton must have taken the hint to leave me alone because he started doing the partner work by himself. He looked like he was arguing with someone, though there was no one around and he was talking. I decided to completely ignore him. The bell rang and I packed up my stuff as quickly as possible. Unable to deal with the silence any longer, I stand up and start walking to the door. Evie. A shudder goes down spine when Ashton says my name. I ignore it as I walk out of the room. I walk quickly to math class. Surprisingly, I am in the class before Josh. I go to my seat and sit down. A loud sigh comes out of my mouth. What the hell was that? I put my head in my hands and sigh again. What's bothering you, darling? A thin accented voice comes from my right. I look over and find Josh smiling at me. When I don't smile back, his smile falls into a concerned face. What's wrong? Josh asks, concern clear in his voice. His eyes dart everywhere. His nostrils flare and he starts to turn his head so he can see almost the entire room. Josh's body tenses like HES about to run, and his hand grabs like HES going to pull me with him if he runs. Whoa, Josh. Calm down. I sigh and search my brain for the right words, but I can't think of any. I don't know. What's wrong? Josh repeats, still looking tense, but his eyes dart to mine and I see concern shining through. Josh, calm down. I repeat, it's nothing. I'm just a little confused on some things. Oh, Josh's body relaxes. Well, what are you confused about? I hesitate. Not sure if I want to tell Josh what's going. Just some school stuff that I miss. It's hard to catch up on everything in every class. I lie. Josh looks a little disappointed at my answer. Oh, well, do you need some help on some stuff? I smile at his offer. No, but I'll let you know. Evie. Our conversation is interrupted by Mrs. Flemington. Would you like to take the test today? Yes, I would. I respond, feeling lucky that I studied last night. All right. Please come up and get your test. Then if you could go into the hall to take your test so I could pass out the graded test, Mrs. Flemington says absently as she goes through the many papers on her desk. I stand up, grab my binder so I can write on a hard surface, and walk to her desk. When I reach the desk, she hands me a test and I go directly to the hallway. Once in the hallway, I lay down across from the room and start my test. The door opens and Mrs. Flemington steps out of the room. Evie, class is over in 2 minutes. Are you almost done? Oh yes. I just have to put down my last answer. I respond quickly. I didn't realize time could go so fast. I turn back towards my test, and hearing a small click telling me that Mrs. Flemington went back into the room, I put down my answer for the last question. I stand up with my test and walk back into the room. I spot Josh's scowl when I walk in. I smirk to myself and walk to Mrs. Flemington's desk. I hand her my test, to which she smiles, and I walk back to my desk. "Why so down?" I ask Josh mockingly. Josh scowls. "I gotta be." I laugh at him. "I told you not to gloat." "You never told me any such thing," Josh exclaims, his hands flailing around. "You just didn't listen," I say like a parent scolding his or her child. A smile threatens to break out on my face at Josh's flustered expression. I know I really didn't say that, but it's too much fun watching Josh's expressions. Josh opens his mouth, but is interrupted by the bell. I laugh at him and pack up my stuff. I stand up and hoist my backpack on shoulders and walk to the front of the classroom where I wait for Josh. Josh sluggishly hoists his backpack on his shoulders and walks to the front of the room where I am. "Oh, cheer up, Josh." I mock him. "Shut up. I wanted Anna." He mumbles. I shrug my shoulders and start walking out of the classroom. Josh walks next to me, still acting sluggish. I sigh. "Gosh, you're bringing my good mood down." I emphasize my. He smiles at me. "Good. Bastard." I mumble. "Don't be rude." Josh takes on the tone I had in the classroom. A scolding parent. By Josh. Coincidentally, my next class comes up. I speed up and quickly walk into the classroom before Josh can respond. I rush to my desk and quickly put my backpack down. "Bye, Evie," Josh shouts through the doorway. Damn it. Sighing at my failure, I look around for Catherine. My search also fails to find her. "She's not here today." Delilah's voice makes me jump. Oh, okay. My good mood again takes a beating. Class starts and Mr. Johnston repeats the Romeo and Juliet scene instructions and lets us get to work. My group gets together and continues our work from yesterday. We discuss and start writing our script, with the language straight from the book like Catherine wanted. Completely caught up in our work. I didn't hear the lunch bell go off until I noticed other students around us packing their stuff and heading out the door. "I guess we will continue this tomorrow," I say in the direction of my group while I pack up my stuff. I hoist my backpack on my shoulders, with the subtraction of my lunchbox which I am now holding in my hands. I start walking toward the door. "Evie, wait up." I hear a male voice behind me. I turn around and take a step back as Grant hops next to me. He smiles at me and gestures for me to exit the classroom first. I exit the classroom with Grant hit on my heels. He again hops up next to me and starts walking at my pace despite his obvious longer stride. "What's up, Grant?" I say cheerily. "Nothing. Just wanted to walk to the lunchroom with someone. How about you?" He answers just as cheerful. "I guess the prospect of food is making everyone happy. I'm so ready to eat." My statement is backed up by a loud growl from my stomach. Grant laughs at the noise and I soon join in. We turn the corner to the cafeteria, and I am surprised to see Josh and Ashton whispers furiously to each other. I stop in my tracks, remembering an incident on one of my first days here when Ashton had caught Josh in the middle of a conversation. They didn't seem to be buddies back then, so why were they together now? Suddenly, Ashton stopped whispering whatever he was saying and seemed to tense up. He whipped his head so he was looking at Grant and I. His eyes quickly scanned me before they turned to glare at Grant. A growl-like sound seemed to emanate from him as he continued to look at Grant. It was then I glanced at Josh. At first he seemed confused as he looked at Grant and I. He glanced at me, making eye contact, and then at Grant, and lastly at the space between us before looking at me again. Josh made eye contact with me again, and this time I could see past the confusion, and instead I could see a hint of worry in his brown eyes. Suddenly, Ashton turned and headed to the door that led to outside. He was the only one moving. Gosh, Grant and I were still frozen. And Ashton opened the door roughly and sprinted out into the forest. I feel my eyebrow cock in confusion. Why would he go into the forest? The forest helps calm him down. Josh answers my unspoken question, and at the same time, Break the awkward silence. Why would he need to calm down? I ask suspiciously. Josh pauses. His eyes seem to widen in panic before he quickly covers it. Bad test. He got a D and he's really upset about that. Oh, I look at Grant, who seems to be as confused as me. Are you ready to eat? Sure. Grant responds unsurely. I look back at Josh and gives me a small smile. Well, I better go after him. He goes and give me time to respond as he rushes out the same door Ashton rushed out of and heads the same direction as Ashton went. Chapter 20. Josh's POV sitting in history listening to Mr. Holland go on about some important event was such a bore. I sigh again and look at the clock. It's been 4 minutes since the last time I checked. I sigh again. How slow can this class go? Suddenly Ashton's voice fills my head. I am outside the cafeteria. His voice says, I need to talk to you. What does he want now? All week he has been asking me about Evie and what she's like and what to say to her. And frankly, it's getting on my nerves. I look at the clock again. Another minute has passed. I raise my hand and it takes a few seconds for Mr. Holland to notice my raised hand. Yes, Josh. Mr. Holland's gruff voice says. He sounds irritated that I interrupted his lecture. I smile on the inside. Can I go to the bathroom? I ask quickly. Mr. Holland sighs. It's almost lunch. Can't you wait? He looks almost embarrassed to be asking me that now. A few of the other students snicker at my response. Fine, but if the bell rings, you have to come back here and grab your stuff. I am out of my seat and halfway across the room by the time he said come back here. I quickly leave the classroom and stroll down the hall to the cafeteria. I hear pacing before I see Ashton. I turn the corner and true to my ears. Ashton is pacing. His head immediately shoots up as soon as I turn the corner. What took you so long? Ashton asks, his voice hard. I am helping you, not the other way around. I remind him. Has been having an issue with patience lately and, like his constant questions about Evie, his lack of patience is starting to get on my nerves. Ashton sighs and runs his hand through his hair, his hard expression disappearing. He stops his pacing as I come up to him. What do you want? I ask him when I face him. Is she with anyone? Does she have a boyfriend? Ashton almost sounded insecure as he asked his questions. I snort. What kind of questions are those? Ashton's hard expression comes back. Don't laugh at me. And they're perfectly fine questions. Am her mate? I snort again. Some mate you've been. Ashton moves so quickly that I don't see him move. His hand is around my neck, and he's holding me against the wall. His normal blue eyes have turned black with anger. A growl emanates from his throat. It's true and you know it. Ashton's body immediately slacks at my words. He lets go of my neck and takes a step back, closing his eyes. When he looks at me again, I can clearly see the regret in his eyes. He doesn't say anything, no. What? The question is filled with regret, though I know the regret doesn't have anything to do with what I said. She isn't in a relationship. I'm the only guy she really talks to. I say quietly. Ashton's body relaxes in relief at my words. Suddenly, his body tenses as if HES being attacked. You're not with her, are you? Ashton asks me. His voice takes on an acute. I narrow my eyes. No, but maybe I should have been there when you weren't. I know I am just egging him on, but I don't care. He deserves it. Ashton turns towards me, a challenge clear in his eyes. Don't challenge me, Josh. I am still your alpha. I'm not challenging you, alpha. I say the title mockingly. I am stating a fact. The bell rings, signaling lunch. However, Ashton and I haven't moved from our positions. Tense silence stretches on between us. Voices start filtering in from the hallway. I know people are coming this way. Ashton seems to realize this as I realize it, and he moves to the side, gesturing for me to follow. I follow him, my steps stiff. We move to the side just in time, as what looks like 100 students turn the hallway and go into the cafeteria. Ashton and I get more than a few stares, mostly from the pack, but quite a few humans glance at us too. Ashton's voice again comes into my head. So are you with Evie? I don't respond. Gosh. Ashton's growly erupts in my head. I still don't respond. A few seconds later, the only people who are passing us are stragglers. From behind me, Ashton grabs my shoulder roughly and turns me around to face him. His face is in the form of a scowl. I make sure to keep my face neutral. You're not with Evie. Ashton asks stiffly through clenched teeth. I keep my neutral face. No one's just not with anyone else. Right. His voice is still stiff, but he unclenched his jaw no. Why did you just say that? And Ashton's voice cuts off. And I know why. Evie, along with another human boy, just turned the corner to go into the cafeteria. Ashton's back is to her, so he takes a small inhale of her scent. Ashton whips his head to face, and a second later his body follows. I keep my eyes on Ashton as he scans over Evie, probably making sure she is okay, before glaring at the human boy. A low growl comes out of his throat as he continues to look at the human boy. Ashton, stop it. I shout at him through our link. His voice returns in a growl. I thought you said she wasn't with anyone. His snarls echo through my mind. She isn't. I respond to him, though my statement doesn't make a difference in his anger. I take a quick second and look at Evie. Her expression shows her confusion as she glances at Ashton. Then me. Then back at Ashton. I look at the human boy next. He also looks confused, but also a little frightened when he glances at Ashton's glare. I look at the space between them. It's small, and they're not touching. I can tell that there is nothing between them. I look back at Evie and make eye contact. Our eye contact is cut when Ashton rips his glare away from the human boy and takes off towards the door that leads to outside. I know his wolf is about to take over due to the snarls that are still echoing in my mind. He throws open the door, almost breaking it, and takes off into the forest. I watch him run to the forest and disappear inside it. A howl sounds off in my head and I know HES shifted. I look back at Evie and the human boy. Both of them are looking at where Ashton has just taken off too. Damn it, Ashton. Thinking quickly, I turn to Evie and give the best explanation I can. The forest helps calm him down. Evie eyebrow cocks in confusion and catches on to my lame excuse almost immediately. Why would he need to calm down? Shit. Though, how the witch, though. I don't know why I didn't see that coming. Another lame excuse comes to my head. Bad test. He got a D and HES really upset about that. Confusion is still apparent on Evie's face. Oh, she turns to face the boy. Are you ready to eat? The human is still looking at me. I give him a small glare of my own when Evie's not look at me. Sure, he says, glancing away from me. I fix my glare into a small smile as Evie looks back at me. Well, I better go after him, I say to Evie. Before giving her a chance to respond, I turn and rush out of the same door Ashton rushed out of. Without thinking twice about it, I rush into the forest after Ashton. As soon as I am in the cover of the trees, I feel the shift of my bones as I turn into my wolf. I follow Ashton's scent to a familiar clearing in the forest. I find him there, in wolf form, taking out his anger on some poor, helpless trees. They're the best opponent. I tell him through our link, because they don't fight back. You said you wasn't with anyone. His voice shouts back. Who was she walking with? I sigh in my mind. Calm down, Ashton. I tell him, sighing. Did you even see them? Or did your anger cloud your sight? Ashton turns towards me, his wolf face transformed into a snarl. A feral growl comes out of his throat as he focuses on me. His eyes are black and I know his wolf has taken over. Ashton starts stalking towards me. My senses are on high alert as he stalks towards me. I know I can't beat him in a fight. Ashton, I say through our link calmly. Please think clearly. I know they are only friends. How do you know? The question is growled out in my mind, because I've never seen them together before now. I tell him truthfully in his mind. Ashton stops in his tracks and I watch his eyes slowly turn back to blue. I know HES gained control over his wolf once again. A suck comes out of his muzzle. Without responding to me, Ashton turns around and starts running back home. I stay in the clearing for a few seconds longer, looking in the direction Ashton took off in. I sigh and head in the same direction, intending to go home. Instead of running like Ashton had, I walk in the direction of home. What have I gotten myself into? Chapter 21. As Grant and I enter the lunchroom, I can't stop thinking about what just conspired. Why were Josh and Ashton even talking to each other, when I know for sure that they can't stand each other? More importantly, where the hell did they go? Evie, hurry up. My thoughts are cut short as I hear Taylor call to me. Hey, respond to Taylor as I sit down. Where's Catherine? Doesn't she usually walk to lunch with you? Taylor asks me as she takes a bite of her sandwich. She's not here today. Grant answers. It's good she wasn't. I don't know what she would have made from the confrontation in the hallway. It probably would have gone way different because Catherine would have said something to the two boys. I laugh quietly to myself as I picture Catherine telling them to shut the hell up and get out of the way of her food. Did anyone think of texting her? Taylor's question pops up. Of course. How stupid can I be? I quickly whip out my phone and send a quick "Are you okay?" text to Catherine. That's why I'm the smart one, Taylor says smugly. I roll my eyes at her and she responds by sticking out her tongue. So you guys will never guess what Evie and I walked into. Grant's excited voice cuts through the murmurs of the cafeteria. My eyes immediately cut to him. What? Taylor asks in a bored tone. I try to catch Grant's eyes before he starts talking about what we walked into. I know it had nothing to do with us, so it shouldn't be our job to spread rumors about it. Josh and Ashton were in a heated argument right of the cafeteria doors. Evie and I were walking around the corner. We probably interrupted their argument. I interrupted him. Grant, we don't know what was going on. Stop talking about it. Grant scoffs at me. Calm down, Evie. I'm not spreading anything about it. It was just weird. Grant turns back to Taylor, who still looks bored but seems to have a little interest. Ashton growled at me. Taylor, who had just taken a sip from her water bottle, starts to choke on her water as she presumably tries to control her laughter. I pet her back until she stops coughing. Laughter immediately bubbles out of her mouth. He growled at you. Taylor laughs out the question. Her laughs are contagious and I find myself starting to chuckle. Don't laugh, Grant exclaims with a light link blush coming to his cheeks. It's true. He growled at me. Tell her, Evie. I know you heard it too. My chuckle stops immediately. Grant is looking straight at me and I can see his pleading in his eyes. He wants me to confirm what I already know. Ashton did growl at him. I glance at Taylor, who is still mildly laughing, as she looks at me with a disbelieving look. HES, not an animal. Grant. Grant looks down and grumbles under his breath. He knows I'm right, but probably doesn't want to admit it. What he did say was true, to a point, but I know I'm right. Ashton's not an animal and it probably was to growl. People can't growl anyway. Time to move on from this station. Taylor starts a new conversation by telling us about a substitute that was in her earlier class. All too soon. The lunch bell rings and we have to go back to classes. I walk to French class quickly. I've decided I want this day to end, and I want it to end quickly. I reach French and immediately go to my desk. I sit down and get out my French stuff. As I lift my head to look towards the front, I see Delilah come in. She also looks to be in a rush. Hey, Evie, she says, sounding out of breath. Could I see last night's homework, please? I did some of it but then fell asleep. Yeah, sure. I respond, opening my binder to get the worksheet out. Thanks. Delilah responds, taking the worksheet and quickly starts to fill in answers. I again look to the front and wait for the bell to ring. Right before it's about to ring, a paper flies onto my desk. I look over to Delilah and see her mouth a thank you, and I respond with a nod. We both look to the front as Madame Cooper comes in and the bell rings. French flies by pretty quickly as I get wrapped up in relearning French. Half of the class was spent listening to a lecture, half in the language of French and half in the language of English. Then the class got time to practice. Or in my case, sit and listen quietly because my partner happened to be gone today. Lastly, Madame Cooper handed out our homework for tomorrow and allowed us to start working on it. Walking out of French, I realize that my next class is science with Josh. My stomach starts to roll in nervousness. I don't really want to ask him what the hell happened, but I have a feeling that it involved me. Whatever it was. Or maybe he didn't even come back to school. He ran off into the forest. He might have just stayed there. Part of me hopes he did because I don't want anything to be awkward between us. And I have a feeling that things might become awkward. I walk into science and see Josh already is. I hesitate at the doorway. I really don't want to confront him about what happened in the hallway, but am too curious as to what exactly did happen between him and Ashton. I walk slower towards my seat. When I reach our lab table, I see Josh glance up at me and give me a small smile. I return the small smile with one of my own. I sit down and an awkward silence falls over us. "Why are you here?" I blurt out, unable to handle the silence anymore. Josh laughs. "I go to school here." "Evie," he says sarcastically. I huff. "Well, I know that. I mean, why are you still here?" "You ran off into the forest." I'll leave my question hanging, hoping Josh will answer it. "I forgot my stuff," Josh responds, no longer looking at me. I look at him expectantly. I want him to answer the unspoken question of why the hell he ran into the forest. I look at Josh, waiting for him to say something else, but I notice HES wearing new clothes. Why the hell did he change? I open my mouth to voice my question, but Mr. Call beats me to it. "All right, guys." Mr. Call starts class. We're going to get started on something new. A chorus of groans fills the classroom. "Hey now, Mr. Call continues. We're going to be starting our projects on alternate energy. I have the rubric right here and I'll pass it out today, and you guys will start planning today. Do we get to work with partners we choose?" I think his name is Joey. Calls out, "You will be working with your lab partners." Another chorus of groans fills the room, but not from me. I turn to Josh and give him a smile. He gives me a smile in return. I know HES not to upset about working with lab partners. Don't be rude to your partners. Mr. Call reprimands the class. Anyway, on to the project. Each group will choose an alternate energy, such as solar, water, or nuclear, and research it. Only one group can do each alternate energy. For example, only one group can do solar energy and only one group can do wind energy and so on. These are due in 2 weeks. Discuss with your partners and then one of you come up here and tell me what energy you are doing and grab rubrics for the project. You get the rest of class to start your projects. As soon as me, Call stops talking. Talking erupts from the class. The people from 2 groups have already gotten to Mr. Call's desk to tell him what they want to do. Josh turns to me quickly. "Are you okay with doing nuclear energy?" "Yeah." Josh stands up with a smile. "Then I better go reserve it before someone else does." Josh quickly walks to Mr. Call's desk to tell him what we are doing. I see Mr. Call nod and write something down. Mr. Call then points to a stack of white papers. Josh picks up 2 of the sheets and starts walking back here. "We got it. Here's the rubric and on the back of it is what we have to do for the project," Josh says as he slides one of the rubrics to me. I look it over and it confirms what I already thought we would have to do for the project. Our poster or PowerPoint that explains what our energy is. We have to give a presentation with our poster or PowerPoint, and both of us have to each turn in a paper. It's a pretty basic project, but it reminds me of the project Ashton and I had to do. A flash of anger runs through my body as I remember how he handled it this morning. "What's wrong?" Josh asks. My expression must have been showing my anger by accident. I quickly smooth out my expression into one that could be considered as neutral. Nothing. I'm just thinking of the project. Okay. Josh looks skeptically at me. Well, I was thinking that you could come over this weekend and we could start it. And probably finish it too. Then we wouldn't have to worry about it later. I agree with him. And I'm sure it will be fine. I can probably come over. What's your address? Here. Josh rips off a part of a piece of paper, writes his address down and hands it to me. I take it and put it on top of my binders in my backpack so I won't lose it. Why did you want to do nuclear energy? I ask Josh suddenly when I remember his excitement to do nuclear energy. Josh chuckles. I find it interesting that if one thing goes wrong, the whole thing blows up. I join Josh's laughter. Wealth as a happy way of looking at it. For the rest of class, Josh and I talk about our project. There's still a hint of tension between us probably due to what happened, but I'm willing to ignore it if he is, and Josh seems to be ignoring it. We made our plans for Saturday. He will pick me up at 11 and I'll stay until 3. We will probably have our project done during that time. The rest of the day passed quickly, as if the day was excited to be over with. Jim was an utter bore with no Cather and Mr. Guy had us play soccer again, and as I predicted, I was one of the last to be picked. But I didn't mind. We played, and lost by 2, and soon enough it was time for the final bell to ring. Looking at my phone, I realized that I never got a text from Catherine. Briefly, I wondered what she was doing, if she was okay. The bell rang and I walked out of the gym. I made my way through the rushing students, getting bumped by quite a few shoulders and backpacks, but I eventually made it to the front of the school. Mom's car was already there, sitting by the curb, and as I approached, she waved. How was school? She asked as soon as I was in the car. My mind flew through the day, from an infuriating Ashton and his stupid idea to finish the project, to the fact that Catherine was here and never responded to my text. From the strange conversation I walked into between Josh and Ashton, to Josh and his plans to meet on Saturday. It was fine. Chapter 20 to the rest of the week passed quickly. School was better. Ashton never returned from the forest, so I never saw him again that week. Catherine and I had been texting and I found out she had the flu, and that she blamed me for giving it to her. I had to laugh at that. Saturday rolled around and I felt excited to work with Josh. Neither of us mentioned what had happened and we both seemed to have moved on. However, it was always in the back of my mind. Waking up half an hour before Josh was supposed to be here. I quickly get out a pair of leggings and a Doctor Who t-shirt. I change out of my pajamas quickly and, pausing to look at my now clear skin, I smile and get into my clothes that I am wearing today. The bruises are finally gone. I walk swiftly out of my room and walk past my parents' room. Glancing in their room, I see that the bed is already made, so I know that they've already left. I jog down the stairs and go into the kitchen. I decide to make a bagel and cream cheese. Getting out the bagels and cream cheese, I quickly pop one bagel into the toaster. Realizing that I left my shoes upstairs, I run back up the stairs to my room and grab my moccasins and head back downstairs. Once I enter the kitchen, the toaster beeps and my bagels pop up. I grab a butter knife and quickly spread the cream cheese on my bagel. I start eating immediately once I notice that I have 10 minutes until Josh gets here. Suddenly, a honk sounds from outside. I look at the clock and realize that Josh is early. I quickly finish eating my bagel and slip on my moccasins. Another honk sounds and I smile at Josh's impatience. I walk to the garage and open the garage door. I wave at Josh when the door gets high enough. He responds by pointing at his non-existent watch. I roll my eyes at him and walk to the keypad to close the garage door. I type in the quick 5-number password and the garage door starts to close. I turn around and still see Josh pointing to his non-existent watch. I open the door to his car and Josh lets out an annoyed sigh. Patient much? I ask him sarcastically. I can be patient, if I don't have to wait forever. Josh responds just as sarcastic as I was. Josh playfully glares at me as he pulls out of my driveway. I return his glare until I notice that he's not looking at the road. Watch the road. You idiot. I shout at Josh. He chuckles and slowly turns his head to watch the road. I know where I'm going, Josh says. I scoff. But you don't know if a car will come barreling down the road and crash into you. Josh simply chuckles again, but he keeps his eyes on the road. Quiet music fills the space and I realize that the radio has been on this entire time. I start to listen to it as Josh drives on. We enter the main part of the town. Josh continues to drive through the town until we are on the other side. We keep on driving for a couple minutes until, through the trees, I can see the outline of a house. A small gasp comes out of my mouth as I realize where we're going. You live here, I exclaim when the huge house comes into view. This was the same house that I saw the day we came here. It looked even bigger up close. Josh laughs. Yeah, quite a few of us do. His laughing stops abruptly and he glances at me. His eyes give away what his mouth doesn't. But he was supposed to say that. What do you mean? Do you have a big family? I ask him, catching on quickly. Josh hesitates. Yes, kind of. I mean, I consider them family, but they're not. It's kind of like a... Josh stops and it looks like he's having trouble finding the right word. Like a community home. Yeah, a community home. Oh, okay. I respond. That's kind of strange that it's a community home, but I guess that explains why the house is so big. Josh turns into what I assume is the driveway. We roll up towards the house. Josh makes a right turn when the driveway splits in two. I'm guessing the other way heads to the front of the house. We instead drive to where I assume the garage is located. My suspicions are confirmed when I see the open garage. We pull into the big garage and Josh parks the car. Next to us is a nice, sleek, blue car. I look at it closely and realize that I've seen it before. That's the car that was outside my house. What do you mean? When was it outside your house? Josh asks me. Josh, I swear that's the car that was outside my house and followed me to school one morning. I try to explain as I continue to look at the car. Evie, that's a pretty popular car. I'm sure that's not the car. Josh's voice of reason tells me. I turn back to look at him and he looks at me, expecting me to agree with him. I'm not in the mood for an argument, so I let it go right now. I guess. Josh opens his door and I follow suit. Both of us stepping out of the car. I close my door and then there's a short beep. I know Josh just locked the car. This is your house. Why do you lock your car? I ask him. Josh shrugs. We sometimes share cars, but this one is mine. I laugh at his possessiveness towards the car. Boys and their toys. I mock him. Josh shrugs again, probably agreeing with me, and motions me to follow him. I walk around the car and fall into step next to him. We reach the door that leads into the house, but before Josh opens the door, he stops me. Don't be nervous. People might look at you strangely. Josh seems to be choosing his words carefully. I look at him curiously. Why would they look at me strangely? Josh hesitates and again seems like he's choosing his words carefully. I don't usually bring girls home. I laugh. It's cute that he's self-aware of what people will think of him with me. You're so adorable. Hey, Josh's voice takes on a deeper tone. I am not adorable. I don't ever want to hear that come out of your mouth again. Josh warns me. However, he ruins it by smiling at me. I make the zipping motion on my lips, telling him that my lips are sealed. They'd better be sealed. Josh mutters as he opens the door to the house. My mouth drops open as I walk into Josh's house. Bright cream walls greet me, making the space seem larger than it is. Soft looking. White carpet covers the floor. We walk through the small hallway and into a living room. Elegant. Dark brown couch sits in front of a flat-screen TV. Two matching brown chairs sit on either side of the couch. A matching long coffee table sits directly in front of the couch. The TV sits in a large cabinet-type piece of furniture. On either side of the TV, there's glass doors that open to reveal an amazing movie collection. Josh keeps on walking through the living room and I trail behind him. We reach stairs that head up to the second floor. I head up the stairs behind Josh. That was only the living room. I wonder what the rest of the house looks like. Once up the staircase, I'm surprised just to see that pictures cover the walls of the hallway. Every picture is black and white and in a black frame. I start walking towards a group of photos, but Josh tugs me back by my arm. Come on, Evie. It's not that interesting, Josh says, rolling his eyes. But I can tell he's nervous. His eyes glance to the pictures behind me and he tugs on my arm again. My room is this way, he says quickly and starts walking down the hall with me in tow. I follow him, but he doesn't let go of my arm. We reach Josh's room and he opens the door and gestures for me to walk in first. I smirk at him and walk into his room. Once I walk in, I am greeted with a very masculine room. The walls are nice, deep blue color, which match the sheets on the well-made bed that's against the wall in the center of the room. The bed is a deep brownish red color that surprisingly matches the deep blue. In the corner of the room, by the window, sits a desk that is the same brownish red color as the bed. A dresser of the same color sits next to a black colored door. It was a pretty nice room. Nice room. I voice my thoughts to Josh as I hear him close the door. I know. His voice is full of cockiness. I roll my eyes at him, though he can't see me doing it. Whatever. Let's get started. Shall we? I respond, my eyes landing on a black laptop sitting on the desk. We shall. Josh agrees as he walks in front of me, towards the desk. I watch him as he grabs the laptop. Have a seat and you can use the laptop first. Have a seat where? I scoff as I look around to prove that there aren't any chairs or anything to sit down on. The bed. The floor. I don't care. Just sit. Evie, Josh says playfully as he gestures to the bed and floor. I didn't want to be awkward and sit on your bed. I mumble dejectedly as I walk towards his bed. EW, Evie. You're my friend, Josh says, disgust clear in his voice. I didn't mean it like that, Josh. I exclaim, my cheeks probably turning red from what he was suggesting. Hey, you were the one to suggest it. Josh shrugs. I was not. I almost yell at him. Josh laughs and walks over to me with the laptop. He sets the laptop on my lap and sits next to me. I open it and go straight to the internet. Well, I say to Josh as I start typing in the search box. Let's get started. 3 hours later and we hadn't gotten far. Josh kept distracting me by asking a ton of random questions. I had a hard time finding the information we needed for the project. We had switched off every hour with who gets the computer to look things up. Somehow, we managed to be laying down next to each other with the computer in front of us both as I searched through websites. Do you sleep more on your back, sides, or stomach? Josh asks his newest question all. I respond quickly while searching through the latest website, finding this website to be helpful. I quickly save the URL as a bookmark. Do you want to take a break? Another question fires off. Yes, please. I sigh out and close the computer. Josh takes it and places it on the floor so there's more room. If you wanted a break that bad, you could have just taken one. Josh says to me as he rolls over onto his back. I copy his actions and roll over to my back. We wanted to get this done today. Remember. I remember. But it is a lot of work. Josh sympathizes with me. I know. But I didn't realize it would be that hard to find information. I sigh out, rubbing my hand across my face. Well, finish it, Josh says while squeezing my other hand reassuringly. Suddenly, the door to Josh's room opens and in storms a mad-looking Ashton. Josh's hand quickly retracts from my hand, but it seems he doesn't move it quick enough. Ashton seemed to have caught on to the movement. Ashton looks us again, laying on the bed, and his anger seems to grow. I can almost swear I hear another growl coming from Ashton. I quickly glance back at Josh, to see if he hears anything, and see that he is wincing very severely. "Hey Josh, you okay?" I ask him, worry seeping through my voice. "Evie, you need to leave." The response doesn't come from Josh. The demand comes from Ashton's clenched mouth. I turn my head back towards Ashton, only to see that he is staring at Josh and I still. I gape at Ashton, my mind not being able to comprehend why he or why he wants me to leave. Now another demand comes out of Ashton's clenched teeth. His eyes flash to mine and am surprised to see that they aren't their normal blue color. Ashton's eyes have turned many shades darker, and turned into a dark blue, one that could easily rival the night sky. I shake the color out of my head, and focus on my anger that's slowly rising. "Excuse me, but who do you think you are? Telling me to leave." I wasn't on telling Ashton off, but my harsh statement was cut off by Josh. "Evie, please, go downstairs. They'll be down in a minute." The plead seems to be forced out of Josh's mouth. "Josh, this time I am cut off by Ashton." "Evie." Ashton's growl interrupts me. I try to ignore the shiver that runs down my spine when Ashton says my name. I gape at Josh and Ashton. I was sure Josh was going to take my side. Realizing my mistake, I get up off the bed and rush out of Josh's room. Passing Ashton, I accidentally brush his arm. Tingles shoot through my body at the contact. I exit the room, retrace the way to the stairs and jog down the stairs. I walk into the living room and sit in one of the chairs. I don't know whether to be angry or upset, so I settle for both. Why would Josh take his side over mine? I know that Josh and Ashton don't have the best history, and I trusted Josh with my secret. Though, the bruises are gone. It was the thought that counted. "Evie." Ashton's soft voice interrupts my thoughts. Anger triumphs. I spit out. Ashton winces. "Listen. I'm sorry. Listen to me. Please." My mouth closes and I decide not to say anything. "Thank you." Ashton continues. "I'm sorry about being harsh earlier. It's just complicated. I can't explain it and I'm sorry about that too. While I'm on a roll. I'm again sorry for doing the whole project. I didn't know you would get mad. I thought I was doing something that you would appreciate. But I see my mistake now." Ashton looks into my eyes as he says this. I'm surprised to see complete honesty shine out in his eyes. His expression earns hopeful as I continue to look into his eyes. Wow. I didn't know how else to respond. My vendetta against him and his apologies now seems very stupid. Ashton gives me a small smile and I suddenly find it hard to breathe. My mouth opens to respond with something better. But Josh comes down the stairs. "Evie, you ready to go?" "Oh, I'm interrupting. I'm sorry." Josh quickly changes his direction and starts to walk to someplace else. "Josh." I quickly call out. "Yes, I'm ready to go." Josh nods and heads towards the garage. I give a small smile to Ashton as I start walking to the garage, which is conveniently behind Ashton. I stand up and start walking towards the garage. When I pass Ashton, his hand shoots out and grabs my arm, stopping me. Tingles shoot through my arm and through my body. "Bye, Evie. See you later." Ashton's minty breath washes over my face. I find myself looking at his lips, which have turned into a smirk. I glance up at his eyes and see that he caught me looking at his lips. A blush finds its way on my cheeks. Ashton's smile widens and I know he caught that too. "By Ashton." I mumble, looking down and trying to hide my blush. I feel Ashton's hand let go of my arm and I quickly scurry away from him, worried that my blush might increase. I head to the garage and see Josh already in his car. I keep my head down as I walk to his car because I know the blush is still present. I reach the car and quickly get in. Josh, I smiling. "Remember when you were in the hospital and I told you things were going to get better?" "Yes," I say quietly, still trying to fight the blush. "Just make sure that you give those things a chance to get better." Chapter 23. For the rest of the weekend, I couldn't stop thinking about Ashton's apology. The way he said with complete and utter honesty took my breath away. It seemed that he had changed so much since I first met him, and something in me wanted to believe that. But a bigger something was still wary. He was still the one who had rejected and bullied me. He was still the one who didn't care when he hurt me. Ashton was still the jerk who had done all those things to me, but he was also the one that apologized multiple times. He was the one who did our entire project in one night. Ashton is still the one to catch my gaze and keep it. H.E.S. still the one who, somehow, causes tingles to erupt on my skin whenever we touch. I didn't know what to think of Ashton. I sigh and run my hair as I stand in front of the mirror. Monday morning was not the best time to have all these thoughts running through my head, pulling me one way, then pulling me the opposite way. I walk over to my nightstand to retrieve my phone, when I notice a flash of blue outside my window. Carefully moving the curtain, I peek outside to see what it is. The same blue car that was there last week has shown up again. It's sitting in the exact same place, doing the exact same thing, which is nothing. It's just sitting there, in my memory. I try to remember specifics about the car at Josh's house, trying to remember the details that I could use to prove that it's the same car. Since I'm not an expert in cars, all I can really pinpoint is that it has the same color and is the same type of car. I carefully tried to put the curtain back where it was slowly, so it looks like to whoever S in the car that the curtain never moved in the first place. I walk quickly out of my room and head downstairs. The car's back. I say immediately when I see my mom. Evie. She sighs. It's nothing, I'm sure. Just the neighbors or something. My dad suddenly seems curious. What car? Mom sighs again. It's nothing. Evie is just being paranoid about a neighbor's car. She gives me a pointed look that says to drop it. Instead, I decide to give my side of the story. Last week, that car was just sitting there and Mom and I were leaving. Then once we left, it followed us all the way to school. Well, who got out of the car when you got to school? My dad now seemed more I pause. Well, no one. The car kept on going. The concerned look on my dad's face vanishes. Evie, I'm sure it's fine. Like your mother said. I groan and turn away, knowing I'm not going to get anywhere with them. Maybe I am going crazy. Ready to go. Mom asks me as I walk to the fridge. I feel like something juicy, so I grab an apple for breakfast. Yep. I say quickly so I can start eating my apple. All right. It'll be in the car. She responds as she walks to the garage door. Faintly, I hear a beep from the car and I know she just unlocked it. Mom walks out to the car, opens the garage, and open the door and start the car. Bye, Dad. I say between bites of apple. I grab my backpack, which is by the door, and slip on my gym shoes. Bye, sweetie. He calls as I open the door to the garage. The blue car hasn't moved. I it warily as I get into our car. I shut the door and Mom immediately takes off to school. Just like before, as soon as the blue car is almost out of eyesight in the mirror, it starts following us at a lengthy distance. I look at my mom and see that she doesn't seem worried. I sigh and again watch the blue car in the side view mirror. We reach school and the blue car speeds up and passes the school like it did before. I get out of our car as soon as my mom stops the car, say a quick goodbye and head into the school. Entering the school, I see someone who I didn't expect to see. Catherine. She turns towards me and her face breaks out into a smile. Evie. I start walking quicker over to her. Once I get to her, Catherine holds her arms out and I give her a small hug. How are you feeling? I ask her as we break away from our small hug. So much better. Catherine says, exasperated, but with a happy smile. I notice that we only have a few minutes before class starts. They'll see you in communications. I turn around and start walking to class. See you. Catherine yells at my back. I walk to history with a smile on my face, glad that Catherine is back. I won't have to go through gym alone. I smile wider at the thought of not being alone in gym. I reach class and unsurprisingly, Ashton is already sitting at our table. As soon as I enter the classroom, Ashton's head shoots up and immediately spots me. He gives me a sweet smile, and I find it hard to keep my face neutral as I walk to our table. "Hi, Evie." Ashton breathes as I sit down. Small shivers run through my body. "Hey." I respond quietly, trying to keep my face and body neutral. "How was your weekend?" he asks, still with the same breathy quality in his voice. "Fine." I squeak. I feel blood rushing to my cheeks and I turn my head so Ashton doesn't see me blush. It feels so embarrassing to squeak. I hear him chuckle quietly and I know he saw me blush. Students start coming in and I realize that class is about to start in a minute. I watch as Mr. Hall comes in holding his satchel and walks to his desk. The bell rings a few seconds later. "All right, class. Let's get started." Mr. Hall starts his lecture. I groan softly, knowing that this is going to be a long and boring lecture. Reluctantly, I get my notebook out of my backpack, grab a pencil, and open to a blank page. Mr. Hall starts his lecture and his PowerPoint. The first slide pops, cribbling in the notes that are on the slide. Suddenly, hot breath fans my ear. "Boring, isn't it?" My hand stops writing at his words. Pleasant shivers overtake my body, starting from where his breath tickles my ear. Still looking forward at the current slide, and not daring to turn my head to look at Ashton. A warm chuckle fills my ear. "Keep up, Evie. Don't want you to miss the notes." I feel Ashton's presence right next to me. Glancing down at my paper, I realize he's right. I am starting to get behind, but I can't seem to focus with Ashton so close to me and with shivers continuing to run through my body. I take a deep breath, look up at the notes now on screen, and start writing them down slowly, concentrating very hard on each letter instead of someone else. Slowly, I start to catch up on the notes. "Did you get the notes from the last slide?" Warm breath tickles my ear again. I take a short breath. "Yes, can I see them, please?" Ashton asks me softly. I nod my head and turn my paper towards Ashton for him to check his notes. My hand stays on my paper, and before I can move it, Ashton's hand covers it. The first thing I notice is how warm his hand is. I peek a glance at Ashton and am surprised to see that he's staring at me. I quickly avert my eyes as I feel my cheeks heat up. I hear a pencil moving swiftly across paper and I know he's copying the notes. "Thanks," he whispers as he moves his hand from mine. "No problem," I mumble as I move my paper back in front of me. I look up at the notes and start writing again. A couple minutes later, I am once again distracted by the warm breath tickling my ear. I was wondering. Ashton pauses as if he wants the suspense to build. If he wanted to possibly do something with me, like a date or something. I blanch, my note-taking completely stopping. I sharply turn my head to face Ashton and scan his face to see if I can find any hint of humor that might prove that this is a prank. All I can find is sincerity. I start, but then stop and try and rearrange my thoughts. "Why are you asking?" He shrugs and pauses, probably thinking of what he's going to say next. I just want to find a way to apologize. Distrust suddenly rises within me. Apologize for what? Ashton winces and glances away from me, only for a moment. Then again returns his gaze to mine. The project. I had already caught on. Nothing else. I ask rhetorically. He winces again and breaks eye contact, but this time it stays broken. "No, not just for the project." "I thought not," I say haughtily as I turn my head back to the front and start writing once again. A couple seconds later. "Evie, please, let me explain. Mr. Carter, would you like to share what you were saying to Ms. Cross with the class since you thought it would be so important to say during my lecture, Mr. Holland asks, sounding extremely irritated. My cheeks heat up as the entire class turns to look at Ashton and I, glancing down at my paper as a distraction. I see that I am once again falling behind in notes. I was just asking Evie if I could see the end of the notes from the last slide. The lie rolls smoothly off Ashton's tongue. Mr. Holland glances at me briefly, and I give him a quick nod, agreeing with what Ashton said. He looks at Ashton again before speaking. All right. Don't interrupt class again, Mr. Hall, and returns to his lecture. I return to taking notes from Mr. Holland's lecture, glancing at the clock every few minutes. I realize that I can't make time move faster by looking at it. Fortunately, it does move, and soon enough, there's only a few minutes left of class. Unfortunately, however, Mr. Holland's lecture never wavered and is still going on. So would you like to do something? Ashton's whispers in my ear. Why would want to do something? I ask haughtily, still distrustful. Ashton sighs. Please, Abby. Just a chance. I turn my head and look at him. I almost break at the hopefulness in his expression. I open my mouth to agree to this chance, but then catch myself. I sigh as I glance back down at my notes. Warmth covers my hand, and I look to see Ashton's hand once again covering mine. He gives my hand a small squeeze, and I look at him. Like what? I ask him, already knowing that I'm going to agree no matter what. His expression breaks out into a smile. Whatever you like. I once firmly believed that he was definitely a guy not to be trusted. His previous actions towards me had filled my heart with resentment. Chapter 24. Class ended, and I still hadn't given Ashton an answer. Before I left, he told me to talk to him in gym. As I entered math class, our conversation replayed in my mind like a broken record. Josh, sitting at his usual spot next to me, flashed a friendly smile as I approached. You look extremely distracted. What's up? Josh asked as I slumped into my seat, my exhaustion evident. I hesitated, weighing whether to confide in Josh. I just had to sit through a lecture. It was terrible, I finally replied, rubbing my temples to ease the growing headache. Josh chuckled, then abruptly stopped, as if catching himself. I heard. My suspicion, a trait that had become increasingly prominent lately, flared up. How could you hear about it? You're not in my class. I questioned, eyeing him warily. I heard someone else complaining about it in the hall. Josh quickly explained, shifting the conversation. Why are you so suspicious? I sighed, realizing how paranoid I must sound. Of course. Sorry, Josh. It seems like I've been suspicious of everything lately. The image of the mysterious blue car flashed in my mind, and I understood the root of my recent paranoia. My headache intensified, and I buried my face in my hands, feeling utterly drained. Are you okay? Josh asked low, leaning towards me with concern etched on his face. I don't know, Josh. I mumbled, closing my eyes against the harsh classroom lights. The exhaustion clung to me throughout the rest of class. Josh had dropped the subject, but I knew it was only for my benefit. He kept shooting worried glances my way, several times starting to say something before cutting himself off. I could barely focus on the new math material, my mind wandering and easily distracted. Instead, willing it to move faster. As the final minute ticked by, I hastily packed up and bolted for the door the moment the bell rang. I hurried to communications class, knowing we'd be working on our Romeo and Juliet scenes. The thought of having to memorize our scenes so quickly added to my stress. As I entered the classroom, I immediately spotted Catherine at her desk, scribbling furiously on a piece of paper. Hey, Evie, she said quickly, barely looking up from her work. Hi, I responded, settling into my seat. I'm writing and blocking for our scene, Catherine explained, answering my unspoken question. Okay, I replied, feeling overwhelmed by her enthusiasm. Mr. Johnston started class a few minutes later, but Catherine continued her frenzied writing even as he spoke. He dismissed us to work, mentioning that we'd be performing on Thursday or Friday, the moment we were released. Catherine launched into a whirlwind of things we need to do: costumes, props, memorizing lines, and learning blocking. Despite my exhaustion, I knew I had to focus and match her dedication to pull this off. Catherine, this is just a class scene. We aren't on Broadway. I tell her, fighting a smile. She turns to me with a smile. Evie, I thought you knew me better. I never go only halfway. Catherine resumes listing off things we need to do. My homework, told to me by Catherine, is to memorize my script as soon as possible. Communications ends quicker than math, didn't soon enough. Catherine, Grant and I are walking to lunch. Briefly, I'm reminded of the last time I walked with Grant to lunch and what we walked into. My train of thought follows and am soon remembering this morning. We enter the lunchroom and I try to get rid of the thoughts that are running through my mind. I walk over with Catherine and Grant to our table. Suddenly, I feel eyes on the back of my head, trying to be inconspicuous. I start glancing around the cafeteria. Ashton's eyes bore into mine as I make eye contact with him. His blue eyes shine and the light into small, crooked smile comes onto his face. I feel my cheeks turn red and I have to turn away. Stupid. 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 I curse myself as I turn my back to him. Stupid emotions. Why can't you behave? Lunch. For the first time ever. Drags on. It feels like his eyes never look anywhere but me. I can feel them staring into the back of my head. As soon as the bell rings, I am out of my seat and off to my next class. I walk swiftly through the halls and I am the first one in French. I take my seat and lay my head down on my desk, with nothing to do but think. I start thinking of Ashton's proposed date. Did I really want to go on a type of date with him? My memory reminds me of the horrible, mean things he did to me, starting with rejecting me on the first day of school. I still don't know what that means. Every mean thing he did to me suddenly floods into my brain. Being pushed to the ground, him manhandling me where those bruises were, outright threatening me. Anger courses through me. How dare he ask me out after what he has done? The bell rings, signaling the start of class, but also signaling my decision. I don't want to go on a date with him. French goes by quickly, and my anger never disappears. I find myself looking excited to say no right in his face. At the bell, I pack up my things and head to science, reaching the door to the classroom. I see Josh. My anger wavers a little bit, and instead, guilt starts to form in place of the anger. I feel bad for the way I treated Josh this morning. All those pent-up feelings about Ashton, especially when he asked me out. And I just let them out in the form of exhaustion and suspicion. I walk in and go to my seat. Josh's head pops up and makes eye contact with me as I sit down. I give him a small smile. Hi, Josh. I say softly. Hi, Evie. He says, his voice just as soft. Listen. I start talking immediately. I'm sorry for this morning. I probably came off really rudely and am sorry. For some reason. I was just exhausted and I decided to come out at that time. I'm sorry. Evie, Josh says kindly, cutting me off from my spiel. I understand. We all get exhausted and there's no need to apologize for it. I sigh in relief. Thank you, Josh. Josh laughs lightly. There's no need to thank me, Evie, but I'll take it anyway. I playfully scowl at him and hit him in the shoulder. Josh laughs a little louder and nudges my shoulder with his. Class starts before I can say anything else and we're surprised with op quiz. I join the class when we all groan in annoyance. Josh and I don't get another chance to talk at all during class. Walking to gym with Josh. My thoughts drill to Ashton. I feel a smile form on my face as I think about him going to say no. The anger that disappeared during science returns as I walk. What are you so happy about? Josh asks, probably noticing my smile. Nothing, I say essively. Just happy that the day is almost over. All right. Josh sounds like he doesn't believe me. Well, which? I guess enjoy your last class. I will. Josh turns down a different hall to head to his next class and I keep walking to gym. Entering the gym. I'm surprised to feel relieved that Ashton isn't here yet. I quickly head to the changing rooms where I suspect Catherine is already there. "Hi, Evie," Catherine says right as I enter. I respond cheerfully. "How's your day?" she asks as she finishes changing while I open my locker to get my gym clothes. "Terrible," I groan out as I start changing. "Really?" Catherine chuckles. "How so?" I groan again. "A lecture in the morning, a pop quiz in the afternoon." Catherine laughs. "That doesn't sound bad. You weren't there." I try to sound mockingly mad, but I ruin it with a smile. I finish putting on my tennis shoes and Catherine and I start to head out. We enter the gym and my eyes start to sweep. My eyes find Ashton's. He raises his eyebrow in question, probably asking me in his mind if I came up with an answer. I look away and follow Catherine. My anger seemed to dissipate the moment I looked at him, and I can't find it in me to say no right in his face. My excited mood wavers. I follow Catherine into the middle of the gym. Mr. Guy starts class almost immediately after everyone is seated. Not surprisingly, we're playing soccer again. But this time Mr. Guy has already chosen the teams. He calls out the teams, and I'm relieved to hear that Catherine and I are on the same team and that Ashton is not on our team. We start playing, and right off the bat, Ashton's team scored. I do my best to stay away from Ashton throughout our game. However, while I'm trying to stay away from him, Ashton seems to be trying everything to be near me. He'll kick the ball towards me. He'll run towards me, even when I think it's quite obvious that I don't want the ball. The game continues in the same way. Ashton trying to get near me, probably to try and talk, and me trying to avoid him. I don't know why I'm suddenly very nervous to talk to him, but I can feel the nerves balling up in my stomach. The game ends and we all leave to go get changed. I almost run to the changing rooms, wanting to get out of here, changing quickly. I'm in my normal clothes before Catherine starts changing, saying a quick goodbye, and giving the excuse that I'm being picked up early. I'll leave the changing rooms and start heading to the front of the school. Instead of washing where I was going, I was fiddling with my backpack and trying to get it zipped up. I accidentally hit a wall. Two hands grasp my shoulders and I realize it's not a wall. Looking up into Ashton's eyes, I briefly remember my first meeting with him when I had also crashed into him. A tingly, like feeling starts in my stomach and spreads throughout my body. "You okay?" Ashton asks with a smile, obviously more happy that I crashed into him than I am. "Yeah, fine." I shrug off his hands and he, seemingly reluctantly, lets his hands drop. I go to step beside him, but he blocks my path. "Do you have an answer?" he asks me. Thoughts from this morning flash through my head. Knowing I'm going to agree, then doubting, then knowing I'm going to say no. Instead I say, "I don't know." Ashton cocks his eyebrow like he had in the gym. "You don't know if you want to go out, or you don't know if you have an answer." Knowing it's neither of those options, I realize what I don't know. "Why do you even want to go out with me?" Ashton shrugs, but his eyes and posture suddenly become guarded. "Why not?" The anger appears again and I scoff angrily. "Oh, I don't know. Maybe because you treated me like shit for weeks, when I didn't even do anything to you. Maybe because this is just some pity date. Maybe because you only want to get in my pants like you do with all the other girls." I'm almost shouting by the time I'm done ranting. Ashton's expression had turned into a grimace as I was talking. He takes a deep breath. "Please, Evie. I promise that it's none of those reasons." A sudden calm comes over me, but it's filled with anger. "No." His hopeful expression falls and a twinge of regret starts forming in my stomach. "Evie, please. You have to listen." I cut him off. "No." Ashton grasps my shoulders in a hard grip. My hands immediately goes to his to try to get them off my shoulders, but he holds me in a vice grip. However, it's not painful. Instead, it feels kind of nice. "Evie, this morning I asked for a chance. I'm asking again for just a chance." Ashton's eyes bore into mine as a pleading tone laces his voice. The word "no" gets stuck in my throat as I look into his eyes, which are pleading for me to understand. Realizing something, I give a small, but tired, chuckle. You're not going to take no as an answer, are you? A breathtaking smile takes over his lips and I find it hard to look away from them. No. A tired sigh comes from my lips because I know I'm not going to win this. And I'm pretty sure Ashton know too. Before I can get the words out, Ashton's arms enfold around me in a hug. I freeze at this close proximity, but Ashton doesn't seem to notice. His head buries in my neck and his arms become tighter around me. Ashton's warmth envelopes around me, and I'm surprised to realize that I like this. Realizing that I like this, I quickly get out of his arms by taking a step back and moving my arms so that he can no longer hug me. Once he lets go, I take another step back for good measure. Ashton's face falls a little but his hands fall to his sides. I can feel a blush that is staining my cheeks and I quickly duck my head. Without looking up at Ashton, I quickly sidestep him and resume walking to the front of the school. Much to my satisfaction, Ashton doesn't follow me. Bye, Evie. Ashton calls after me. I can hear the smile in his voice. Chapter 25. The next day, Ashton asked me what day would be best for our date. I told him Friday night. He agreed and told me he would pick me up at 6. The next day, he asked me what I wanted to do. I told him that I didn't know. The next day, he said he knew of a restaurant that we could go to, and I agreed to it. And soon enough, it was Friday morning. Waking up, knowing I had a date tonight, was nerve-wracking. Every day, Ashton had tried to make conversation with me. He would even go as far as trying to hug me again. I made sure we never got that far. I almost decided to hesitate in what I was going to wear today, but then I remembered I didn't care, and that the date was tonight, not during the school day. Going through school with the knowledge that I had a date tonight was weird. I felt like a lot of people were looking at me as I would walk past. I felt like they knew something that I didn't and it aggravated the hell out of me. Even Josh seemed to be a little more happy and excited than normal. As weird as the day was, it ended and soon enough, I find myself getting ready for the date. Looking through my closet, I try to find something nicer than normal. I have a feeling that we're going to a nicer restaurant. Spotting my light blue, knee-length dress, I pull it out and look at it. To thin straps, a tight bodice that flows down to the knees at the waist. No frills, no blind, just a simple, light blue dress, paired with white flats. I think this would be a nice outfit to wear. I change into the dress and search through the floor of my closet for my white flats. Not finding them, I realize that they're downstairs. Sighing, I walk out of my closet and walk over to my makeup. Looking at the foundation, eyeliner, eyeshadow, blush, and lip gloss. I can't decide if I want to put on more makeup than usual. I don't want to treat this as a real date because it's Ashton. H.S. a jerk, if I'm being honest. But I can't help feeling that I need to put my best foot forward. I can't help liking him despite him being a douche. It doesn't connect in my brain. Picking up my foundation, I decide to use it along with my black eyeliner and blush. That's not smudge and it doesn't say trying too hard. Yet it's nicer than normal, which is what I want to go for. Looking at myself in the mirror, I cock my eyebrow at myself. Why am I making such a big deal out of this? I shouldn't, is the right answer. I'm not. I lie to my reflection. I carefully massage the foundation into my skin, followed by the thin line of eyeliner on my eyelids and a small sweep of pink blush on my cheeks. Giving myself a small smile, I turn around and am about to leave my room, when I remember my phone is sitting on my nightstand. I quickly turn back around and grab it. I would have to carry it around to wherever we go. Not wanting to do that, I walk back to my closet and search for a purse. Spotting my small white one, I grab it and put my phone in it, slinging it over my shoulder. I walk out of my room. I go downstairs to the living room and am about to sit down on the couch when I realize the time. Ashton is supposed to be here in 5 minutes. Cursing the time in my head, I quickly walk over to the closet by the garage where we store a multitude of things. including shoes. I immediately spot my white flats and quickly slip them on, pushing the garage button. It starts making a lot of noise and it opens. The fresh air greets me instantly. I walk outside and close the garage door, almost as if it was waiting for me to come outside. A car pulls up at the end of the driveway. I can't see who it is due to the seemingly tainted windows, but I know it's Ashton. I walk out the front door, turn around and lock it, and head to the car. When I'm about 5 feet away, I freeze, feeling a sense of deja vu wash over me. The car, which I thought was black, is actually blue. I must have been frozen for too long because a second later, Ashton opens the driver's side door and gets out. "Evie, what's wrong?" Ashton asks as he gets out of the car. He takes one look at my expression, probably a mixture of distress and confusion, and rushes over to my side. "What's wrong?" Ashton repeats, though this time his voice is hard with concern. His arms circle around me without my consent. I look up to see him looking around us suspiciously, as if he thinks someone is watching us. My sense comes rushing back at me. Ashton pauses and looks at me curiously. Me. I shift my body and shrug his arms off of me and take a step. My suspicion reignites. "It's you. You've been the one who's been sitting outside my house for the past couple of weeks. Even this morning. You're the one who's been stalking me. In this car." I ground out, my anger appearing again, being fueled by my distrust. Ashton pauses and looks guilty, and I know I've caught him. I turn around to head back in the house, furious at myself for even agreeing to go on this thing, when a hand catches my wrist and tugs me back. I land in Ashton's chest and his arms once again go around me. This time, however, I start struggling to get out immediately. Ashton chuckles. "You have it all wrong, Evie." I can tell he's lying, but decide to play along for a second. "So that isn't you every morning." Disbelief is clear in my voice. He chuckles again. "No, that is me. But I'm not stalking you. My friend lives there and I started picking him up each morning." My disbelief wavers, but I can still see flaws in his excuse. I've never seen anyone come out of that house. He's already in the car when I see you leave. You always leave after me. Coincidence. You always pass the school. I'm picking up another friend. I hesitate, realizing that he has an answer to every accusation. I feel a smile spread onto Ashton's face, and I know that he knows that he won. I scowl in annoyance. "You don't have to hug me every time you see me," I say gruffly as I shrug off his arms again. A smirk forms on Ashton's face, but he doesn't say anything. Instead, he opens the passenger side door and I get into the car. Ashton walks around the car with a smile on his face, and though he doesn't see me, I scowl at him in annoyance. Why the hell did I even agree to go on this thing? The door opens and Ashton slides in the driver's seat. "What are you scowling?" Ashton asks me as he starts driving. Why the hell did I even agree to go on this thing? I answer his question with question of my own. I meant for it to be rhetorical, but Ashton answered anyway. "Because you wanted to." "Try again." "Because you wanted to give us a try." "Try again." Ashton sighs. "Because I wouldn't have left you alone until you agreed to go out with me." "Finally the truth," I exclaim sarcastically. Ashton gives me a sideways glance and a very dry laugh, but he doesn't respond. I don't make any move to start conversation again, so silence falls on the us. Surprisingly, it's more comfortable silence than awkward silence. I glance at Ashton quickly and am surprised to see that he looks frustrated at something. I mentally shrug and again look out the window. The forest rushes past us. I can tell we aren't headed in the direction of the town, and instead it seems like we're specifically driving away from the town. I glance at Ashton again and find myself slightly relieved to see that he seems to know where we're going. Looking back out the window at the trees that are flying by, I can't help but feel small. The forest is so huge and majestic in its own way. We continue driving, but the silence never leaves. Right as it's starting to feel awkward, Ashton makes a right and we pull into a parking lot for a small, white marbled restaurant that's surrounded by the forest. Soft light shines from the huge windows in front. I can see light also coming from side windows that spills out into the forest. I feel my mouth drop open a slight as I take in the nice restaurant. I'm glad I decided to dress up a little nicer. I can feel Ashton watching my expression. So I turn to face him. "Where did you find this place?" I ask, amazed. Ashton smiles, probably happy that I like the place. "It was an accident. My family was driving back from a vacation and we took a wrong turn and we found it. I can't lie. This place is amazing. Lucky." "Yeah," Ashton says as he opens his door and gets out of the car. I follow his lead and take off my seatbelt and reach for the door handle. But Ashton beats me to it and opens the door for me. I look at him questionably, faintly wondering why HES being so gentlemanly. I decide not to question him on it, liking the change. I step out of the car and Ashton closes the door. I hear a beep and assume it's Ashton locking the car. We start walking towards the entrance. Once we reach the doors, like the car door, Ashton opens it for me. I give him a small smile and thanks. He follows after me, but my attention is now on the inside of the restaurant. Just like the outside, the inside of the restaurant is magnificent. Small chandeliers hang from the ceiling, their soft light glowing down to the floor of the restaurant. White tablecloth tables are scattered along the floor of the restaurant, all holding a candle. The large windows make it seem as if the restaurant is much bigger on the inside. Wow. The word spills from my mouth. I see Ashton smile in my direction out of the corner of my eye. "You like it." "It's..." I pause, searching for the right word. "Fancy." I turn towards Ashton and see that HES still smiling in my direction. I raise my eyebrow in questioning, but he just shrugs. Ashton walks to the podium where a man with a clipboard is. I have reservations. My eyes open wide in shock. I didn't expect him to make reservations. Truly, I didn't expect anything near to this type of restaurant in the first place. I try to make my eyes go back to normal before anyone notices. "Name, please," the man says. "Carter." Ashton responds. The man looks over his clipboard. "Yes, right this way, please." He starts walking and Ashton falls into step behind him. I quickly take a couple of steps and fall into step next to Ashton. The man leads us to the left side of the restaurant and seats us in a table right next to one of the windows. The man gestures to the table. "Here you are." "Thank you," I respond. The man smiles at me and then turns around and heads back to the podium at the front. "Here," Ashton says quietly as he pulls out my chair. I feel my cheeks heat up immediately. I guess I'm not used to this chivalry. Nonetheless, I sit down and Ashton pushes the seat in. I immediately look down at the nice tablecloth and hope that my blush might disappear quickly. Out of the corner of my eye, I see Ashton sit down across from me. "What are you looking at?" he asks softly, but I can hear the HES trying to hold in laughter. I think he saw the tablecloth. I mumble quickly, feeling my cheeks heat up again. Ashton laughs quietly and I glance up and give him a small scowl. It doesn't last long and a couple seconds later, the scowl turns into a smile. A waiter walks up to our table with 2 menus. "Hello, my name's George and I'll be your server today." He hands us each a menu and points to the drink section. "What would you like to drink?" "Iced tea, please," I say immediately and George writes it down. "Coke, please," Ashton says next and George writes that down too. "All right. I will be back with those," George says. He then walks away and, presumably, heads to get our drinks. Silence falls over Ashton and I. Again, but I try to ignore it by searching through the menu. However, the silence quickly disappears when Ashton clears his throat. "What looks good?" he asks me, looking through his own menu. I chuckle. "A lot of stuff." Ashton smiles. "If I may, can I make a suggestion?" I put down my menu and cock my eyebrow. "Since when do you ask to do things?" He puts down his own menu. since I want to make a good impression. Ashton looks directly into my eyes as he says this, and a serious expression crosses his face. I can't seem to look away, so instead I awkwardly clear my throat. Okay, what's your suggestion? The seriousness disappears and the smile returns. Try the steak. It's amazing. I open my menu again and find the steak. Just by reading the description I can tell it's good. That does sound really good. As if on cue, the waiter returns with our drinks. Here you are. Have you looked at the menu and decided what you would like? Ashton answers first. Yes, we have. We would both like the steak. I would like my medium rare. He trails off and looks at me. Medium rare also. I say to the waiter. All right. The waiter says, and you would both like the green beans and mashed potatoes that come with the steak. Yes, Ashton and I say at the same time. We glance at each other and, while Ashton smiles, I blush. The waiter also smiles. All right. He walks away with our order, so Ashton starts talking as soon as the waiter is out of earshot. I want to learn more about you. I snort. Why Ashton smiles, but I can tell HE's nervous. Why woodland tie? I smirk and remember one of my favorite movie quotes. Do you want me to answer chronologically? Or alphabetically? He cocks an eyebrow. Vampire deception. I drank Mason and EY Gwet. As an undocumented changeling, I'm forced to pose as a low-level witch. It's a movie quote. I explain quickly. From which movie? Ashton's back to smiling. Guess. I smirk, doubting he could actually guess the movie. The full expression crosses his face. And for a minute, it's silent between us while he thinks. I don't know. What is it? I give him a tight-lipped smile and make the motion of a zipper crossing over my lips. My lips are sealed, but I'll tell you one day. I'll hold you to that. Ashton holds up his drink, as one would for a toast. As he says this, I don't doubt him, but I can't help the feeling of butterflies in my stomach at the thought of another date with Ashton. I'm pretty sure that's what HE is hinting at. Okay. I smile. Not exactly against the idea of another date. Ashton puts his drink down after HE has taken a sip. Anyways, as I was saying, I want to know you better. I hold my tongue, really wanting to give him a sharp retort. But instead I decide to give him a chance. What do you want to know? Ashton smiles mischievously. What do I want to know? He says slowly. I roll my eyes at him, but let him continue. How about I start simple? Favorite school subject? Honors communications. I respond immediately. Really, Ellie? Why, Ashton asks, Mr. Johnston is the best teacher Ivy ever had. And the class is fun. I respond with a shrug. Ashton makes a humming noise in his throat. Mine is Jim. I laugh at his serious expression, which cracks into a smile at my laughter. What? Jim is a perfectly fine class to like. He defends himself. Moving on. Favorite color. My mind instantly goes to my date with Josh and how he asked the same question. So I respond with the same answer I gave Josh. It depends on the day and how I'm feeling that day. Interesting. Ashton looks thoughtful. What is it today? I think for a couple of seconds before I give him my answer. Forest green. I look out the window at the dark forest, barely being able to see the green of the forest. I see Ashton follow my line of sight in my peripheral vision. Do you like the forest? At first I didn't. I still kind of don't. Too many bugs. But it is beautiful, isn't it? I respond quietly, still looking at the forest. Yeah. Ashton responds quietly and I turn to look at him, expecting him to be looking out the window. But instead HE's looking at me. We make eye contact quickly, but I look away and focus again on the table. Ashton must have sensed my discomfort. Favorite food. Again remembering my date with Josh. I respond thinking of that milkshake. I had thought it was this milkshake, but now that I think about it, I really don't know. There's too many to choose from. Mine's meat. It doesn't matter what kind. Just meat. Ashton says confidently. I laugh and remember that was pretty much exactly the same way Josh answered. What's so funny? Ashton asks, confusion lacing his tone. Nothing, I say through chuckles. Just that you have the same answer as I stop myself, remembering that Josh and Ashton don't really like each other. As who? Ashton asks slowly. I pause. No one. Just a friend of mine. Ashton continues to push. Do I know this friend? A flash of anger spikes through me. Why does it matter if you know this person? Ashton grimaces. Sorry, I didn't mean to intrude. Forget it. My angered eyes down, I decide to change the topic quickly. Favorite animal? Ashton smiles widely. Wolf. I cock my head to the side, curious about his choice of animal. Why the wolf? There's a small pause before Ashton answers. I like how they're protective of the people they love. Like their pack. Wolves are very loyal to their pack and will always have each other's backs. They're also really strong, in the physical and mental sense, and I admire them for that. My mouth almost drops open at how thoughtful his answer was. I cannot believe that something that deep came out of Ashton's mouth. I can tell he's not lying due to the sincerity that is reflected in his eyes. He seems to really know these creatures. Do you have a favorite animal? Ashton asks after a few seconds of me just staring at him. My thoughts scramble to think of an answer for this simple question. Tiger. Ashton makes a humming noise in his throat. Really? I blush slightly. I couldn't think of anything, and tiger was the first thing that came to mind. You don't have a favorite animal? Ashton asks. I think for a second. No. There's too many to choose from. You seem to be very indecisive. Ashton concludes. So there's nothing wrong with that. I retort playfully, already aware of how indecisive I am. Ashton laughs quietly. Favorite season? Spring. I respond. And yours? Hold on. Ashton responds with another question. Why spring? I respond, feeling very self-conscious with that answer. Ashton looks thoughtful. I never realized that. I snort. Of course not. You're a guy. You won't notice when the flowers are blooming. He chuckles again. I guess you're right. Do you have a favorite flower? I playfully narrow my eyes at him. Why are you planning to get me said flowers? An innocent expression crosses Ashton's face, but I can see through it. Of course not. He says sarcastically, wanting to get off the topic of getting me flowers. I go back to my question. Your favorite season? Summer, definitely. Ashton responds quickly. Why am I not surprised? I mutter sarcastically. I have a logical reason. Ashton insisted. Sure you do. I say sarcastically. What's your logical reason? Ashton smiles in triumph. Freedom. I get to spend more time with friends and family and doing the things I love. Ice cough. Well, not as deep as your wolf comment. I'm still a guy. He argues playfully. That's no excuse. I retort with a smile. The waiter interrupts our conversation. Here we are. He places each of our plates in front of us. The smell of the steaks immediately wafts up and embeds itself in my nose. Thank you, I say to him as I pick up my knife and fork and begin cutting my steak. He nods in my direction and walks away. I cut a piece of steak, which cuts just like butter, and pop it into my mouth. Instantly, an attack of spices and well-cooked meat floods my mouth. I almost moan at the taste. I quickly cut another piece and pop that into my mouth, unable to resist this delicious steak. Cut into my next piece. I happen to glance up and notice Ashton staring at me, instead of diving into his own steak. His head is cocked a little bit to my left, his right, and his mouth is partway open, as if he's amazed at me eating. I stopped cutting the steak. What? My cheeks heat up at the thought of Ashton watching me eat like a crazy person. Ashton seems to realize his staring and quickly glances down and starts cutting his own steak. Nothing. He almost sounds embarrassed. He knows he's been caught. I smile at the top of his head and go back to cutting my own steak. For about a minute, the only noise between us is the clinking of silverware against plates. I don't mind that there's no conversation. The steak is amazing, and I don't like Ashton mine's either. Half of his steak is gone too. How are you liking your steak? I ask sarcastically. Ashton looks at me and smiles, to which I return my own smile. Ashton swallows. Great. How's yours? I don't think he's being sarcastic. Amazing. I say genuinely, looking a little lost at what to say. Ashton mumbles quietly. That's good. He starts cutting his steak again, this time at a slower rate. I follow his lead and start cutting my own steak again, also at a slower rate. The sound of silverware hitting plates again fills the silence. Favorite TV show? Ashton says suddenly, probably not being able to ignore the silence anymore. I smirk. American or British? He looks confused. Is there a difference? I gasp comedically, but with an actual hint of concern. Is there a difference? I mock him. Of course there's a difference. The British have much better shows than we do. Really? Like what? Ashton asks, looking amused at my gasp. I hold up my hand and start counting them off my fingers. Doctor Who, Sherlock, Wallander, Top Gear, Broadchurch. The list goes on. Thoughtful look crosses Ashton's face. I'd only heard of one of those. Which one? Doctor Who. A satisfied smile crosses my face. Good. Everyone needs to know about Doctor Who. Ashton smiles at me. Of course. He says sarcastically. I shrug my shoulders. It's true. So what's your favorite TV show? I don't really watch TV. Only rarely. Ashton says nonchalantly as he continues to cut his steak. A small bush covers my cheeks again. Here I am, naming off TV shows on my fingers. And he doesn't watch TV. If there's any time to feel unproductive, it's now. Favorite holiday? Ashton again restarts the conversation. I think for a few seconds. All the holidays rushing through my brain. I like all of them for different reasons. New Year's because it's a time for celebration. 4th of July is for fireworks. Halloween is for costumes. And Christmas is a time for family. I stop giving examples when I notice that Ashton is staring at me with what can only be described as awe. What? I ask a little self-conscious. I understand how you felt about my wolf commento. I say awkwardly, trying to ignore the blatant in his voice. Trying to ignore how it seemed to be directed at me. Realizing I wasn't hungry anymore. I tried to convince myself that it was because of the fulling steak. I put down my fork and knife. Ashton noticed. You're not hungry anymore. Nope. The steak was so fulling. I say with a small smile. Not even for dessert. Ashton asks, though I can't help but hear something in his voice that suggests something more. I raise my eyebrow. I could play this game. What were you thinking? A mischievous smile crosses Ashton's face and he leans in. His hand motions for me to move closer to him so he can whisper in my ear. I comply. Well, which, well. Evie. A shiver runs through me when his lips brush against my ear as he talks. I was thinking that we should try something a little daring. Like what? My voice is a hushed whisper. I can't help but think of what he is suggesting. And I find myself excited to see where this goes. My stomach erupts in butterflies and I can feel my cheeks blushing. Anticipation is coursing through my veins. Like. He whispers again before turning and looking into my eyes. Dark chocolate cake. Ashton finishes his sentence in a normal tone and sits back. His face is a calm expression, but I can see the playfulness in his eyes. Cake. I say slowly, raising my eyebrow again. Dark chocolate cake. Ashton clarifies with a smirk. The butterflies don't calm down, and I know that the blush didn't disappear either. No thanks. The smirk doesn't leave Ashton's face. Really? Are you sure yet? I don't really like dessert much. A complete and utter lie. The smirk doesn't disappear either. I'll hold you to that. The waiter appears and puts the check in a leather holder on the table. Probably hearing the last part of our conversation, Ashton immediately picks it up, opens it and places money in it. He closes it and stands up. I follow his lead and we leave the restaurant. We reach the car and Ashton opens the door for me. I try to hide my smile, but I'm pretty sure Ashton saw it anyway. I get into the car and Ashton shuts the door. He walks over to the driver's side and gets in, but doesn't start the car. I look at him curiously. Ashton looks nervous, but he opens his mouth to speak. Did you like the date? I find myself smiling. Yeah, it was a lot better than I originally thought it would be. Ashton looks at me suspiciously. What did you think it would be like? I smile evasively and look out the window. Nothing. There's a pause and then I hear Ashton take a deep breath. Evie. Yeah. I turn to face Ashton again and am surprised to see him a couple of inches away from my face. Before I can move away, one of his hands goes to the back of my head and his lips descend upon mine. His lips are warm as they kiss me. They seem to perfectly fit to mine and I find myself kissing him back. Tiny sparks shoot through my body starting from his lips. A warm feeling starts in my stomach and I find him enjoying this kiss. The kiss is short and sweet. And soon, Ashton pulls away. He leans his forehead against mine and I feel his hands start running through my hair. We're both breathing a little heavier than normal. I am cut off by Ashton's lips again. This time, however, HES rougher. His hand fats and my hair grips it painfully. His tongue rushes into my open mouth and wreaks havoc. This kiss is a lot more demanding. I find myself being forced to respond to his demanding kiss. And I don't like it. The spark that had felt nice now zapped me with a new ferocity. It's almost painful. My hands go to his chest and start trying to push him away. My attempts are useless and Ashton keeps on kissing me. Stop. I try to say, but I'm sure it came out as a mumble. It doesn't matter because Ashton seems to be demanding more out of this kiss. His hand bats in my hair pushes me forward until there's only a sliver of air between us. And that's only because my hands are there trying to get him off me. His tongue, which is in my mouth, searches through my mouth at a quicker rate. My tongue tries to fight him off, but instead, it seems to excite him more. Ashton, stop. I yell, again trying to get his attention and his mouth off of me. This time, Ashton seems to hear it and stops kissing me. He once again leans his forehead against mine and is again breathing heavy. I feel his hand leave my hair. His eyes are closed and a satisfied smile is face. I take my chance and push him away roughly. This time it works and Ashton is pushed backward, his eyes opening abruptly. Vampire deception. By Dwight Mason and E.Y. Gwet. The undocumented changeling and forced to pose as a low-level witch. Ashton asks, still with that stupid smile on his face. My anger boils over and I reach out and slap him hard. His smile leaves his face and I can see a slight red mark on his cheek where I slapped him. What was that for? Ashton asks irritated. His hand goes to his cheek and massages it a little. You bastard. I hiss at him, moving as far back away from him as I can. He seems to realize what just happened and regretful expression falls over his face. Shit. Evie. I'm sorry. I didn't realize. Shit. Ashton stumbles over his words. His hand reaches out, grasps my wrist, and tries to pull my arm towards him. Don't touch me. His hand recoils as if something just bit him and I snatch my hand back. Hurt fills his expression. Evie. I scowl and glare at him, daring him to touch me again. I realize that I'm bunched up against the door, as far away as I can get from him. Take me home. Ashton's hurt expression falls even more, but he doesn't respond. Instead, he admits defeat and starts the car. He starts driving, not taking his eyes off the road, and I don't take my accusing eyes off him. I'm not giving him another chance to come near me again. A tense silence falls over us and neither of us do anything to break it. The car ride seems to go by faster and I'm glad for it. I feel so tricked to think that this would have actually been nice. He pulls up in front of my house and I quickly take off my seatbelt and open the door. I get out of the car as quickly as I can, but Ashton catches my wrist again. I whip my head around and glare at him. Abby, I'm truly sorry. Please, I didn't mean to. I cut him off again. Don't ever talk to me again, Ashton. I rip my wrist out of his grip and rush into my house, as far away as I can get from him. Chapter 26. Thank the heavens for the weekend. Sitting in front of the TV ranting in my head about that stupid date and my stupid idea that it would actually be good. Still ticked off about him violating my mouth. A little voice in the back of my head can't help but remind me of the first kiss. It was short, sweet, and I actually enjoyed it. Actually thought this could turn into something, and I would let it. I would take a chance and go for it, but he had to ruin it. He cowed and quit while he was ahead. He had to completely lose control and molest my mouth. I touch my lower lip and briefly, I can feel the tingles from the first kiss, and then the zaps from the second kiss. I rip my hand away. Thunder booms out, followed by a heavy pelt of rain. Lightning immediately follows, and then there's another loud boom of thunder. I smile at the weather. It seems to know exactly how I'm feeling. As lightning cracks through the sky again. I try and remember the last time there was a thunderstorm, but I can't remember. Thunder booms and I remember how much I miss them. Getting an idea. I pick up my phone and dial a number that I should have called before agreeing to that date. I put my phone on speaker as it's ringing and wait for her to pick up the phone. Hello. Kristen S. voice comes on over the phone. Did you get a new phone? Didn't my name come up? I ask her. Confused. Her caller ID should say it's me. Kristen pauses. I'm sorry. Who's this? I sigh. Kristen. It's me. Who's me? Evie. Another pause. I'm sorry. I don't know an Evie. I groan, knowing she would do this. Kristen. I'm so sorry I haven't been calling you. I still don't know an Evie. Kristen, please. I say quieter. I have to talk to you about something important. You know, Evie. I have important things too. Kristen's irritated voice came through the speaker. Jackass kissed me. He what? Kristen shouted. She's interested now. I hold back a chuckle. He kissed me. Twice. A high-pitched squeal came from Kristen. Was it good? Tell me it was good. Kristen. I yell at her in annoyance. Wait. We're talking about Ashton, right? That's his name, right? It isn't about the other one. Kristen questions me excitedly. I laugh at her excitement. Oh, it's a tired laugh. Slow down. Yes, yes, yes. And no, it's not about Josh. Vampire deception. I Drake Mason and EY Gwet. As an undocumented changeling, I'm forced to pose as a low-level witch. Who's Josh? Oh, HES the other one. Okay. How was the kiss? Both kisses. Kristen's excitement is almost tangible through the phone. Kristen, calm down. I say quietly. What's wrong? The excitement in her voice falls. I sigh, thinking about how I want to tell her what happened. Do you want the whole story? There's a whole story that goes along with this. Kristen asks. Yeah. I mean, there was a date first. I give details. You went on a date with him. Kristen shouts. Her excitement rising. I laugh, yep. Kristen squeals. Tell me about the date. I smile, knowing she would want all the details. Well, we went to a restaurant. Was it a nice restaurant? Kristen cuts me off. Yes, it was very nice. Did he dress up nice? Did you dress up nice? Was the food good? Kristen is back to questioning me. I laugh again, already feeling. Slow down. Yes, yes. And definite yes. Okay. Go on. Kristen sounds like she is on the edge of her seat. Well. We went to the restaurant, and he started asking me questions like what? Kristen, stop interrupting me. I playfully reprimand her. Sorry. Go on. Anyway, he asked me about my favorite things. Like favorite food, season, animal, the normal 20 questions. I tell her my date. When did you guys kiss? Kristen asks, anticipation lacing her voice. I'm getting to that. I notice my voice takes on a sad quality. Anyway, we left the restaurant and walked to his car. He asked me how I thought the date went. I said good, and then he kissed you. Kristen squeals, realizing I would have to pop the bubble. I brace myself for her reaction. Kristen, he kissed me twice. The first time was, admittedly, really sweet. But the second one, I pause. He pretty much molested my mouth. Kristen is silent for a moment. What do you mean? He kissed me once and I thought that would be it. But then he kissed me again. Except this time, he kept going. Even when I was trying to make him stop, he just continued to kiss me. It's like he didn't care about how far I wanted to go. Silence comes from Kristen's end after I finish talking about my experience. I wait for her to talk first, not knowing how she would respond. H.S. such a douche, Kristen exclaims. I laugh at her sudden outburst. What a man, whore. He needs to learn how to keep his mouth to himself. Kristen continues to rant about Ashen. A whinge of guilt runs through me as Kristen is ranting. Realizing this, I quickly squash it down and replace it with anger. I shouldn't have to feel guilty about anything. He was the one who went too far. Evie, you still there? Kristen asks, shaking away my thoughts. I answer, yeah. I asked you if you enjoyed the first kiss. Kristen says, probably repeated her question. I pause for a second. The immediate answer that comes to my mind is yes. I enjoyed it quite a lot. You did, didn't you? Kristen says, and I can hear the smile in her voice. I guess. I respond hesitantly. Don't lie to me, Evie. The smile is still in her voice. Did you enjoy it? Kristen, he violated my mouth. I try and distract her. Why does it matter if I enjoyed the first one? He completely ruined the date with the second one. Kristen surprises me when she laughs. I just realized something very important. And what's that? I ask her sarcastically. H.E.S. a guy. A laugh bursts out of my mouth. What do you mean H.E.S. a guy? Of course H.E.S. a guy. Evie. H.E.S. a guy. I think that he thought you wanted another kiss. Kristen's calm voice does nothing to make me calm. Kristen. He pushed past my boundaries. I try and explain. Remember that guy I went out with last year? Kristen suddenly asks me, surprised by the change of direction in the conversation. I can only answer, yeah. His name was Tyler. We dated for about a month. Kristen continues to tell her story. Her old boyfriend's face comes into my mind. Dirty blonde hair with brown eyes. About a half of a foot taller than you. Played baseball. What about him? I ask her a little irritated. Well, she says, the same thing happened to me. We were on our first date and we kissed. But then he went back for seconds and he pushed past my boundaries. I was, of course, mad. But the next day he explained that he wanted to kiss me again and he thought I wanted to kiss him again. He said he was sorry that he went past my boundaries. That was the first weekend. And what's your point? I ask her stubbornly. I knew what the point was, but I know I didn't want to admit it. She clicks her tongue. I think you know what the point is. Remembering how their relationship ended. I reminded Kristen. Didn't he cheat on you and that's why you guys broke up? I smugly ask her. That's not the point. Kristen snaps. It's still an important part of the story. I remind her in a smug voice. Evie. Kristen starts in her normal voice after taking a deep breath. Talk to him. He might have just been excited and really wanted to kiss you. I sigh. You weren't there. He was attacking my mouth. I was pounding on his chest for him to stop and he didn't. Are you trying to convince me? Or yourself? What the hell do you mean by that? I exclaim. I mean exactly what I said. I can hear the smile in her voice. As you know, when I called you I thought you would be on my side. I say irritated, and trying to ignore Kristen's last question. She laughs. Expect the unexpected. Whatever. I mumble. So, what's the answer? Kristen asks, trying to play inconspicuous. What answer? Evie. She taunts. You know what answer. I huff in annoyance. There is no answer. I'm not trying to convince anyone. Okay. Sure. Kristen says quickly. Kristen cuts me off again. So what else is going on? She asks. Nothing. I grumble. Okay, good. I've got a story for you. Kristen immediately starts her story. So yesterday I was at a hardware store to get project supplies for science class with my science partner. Anyway, we were looking for this plastic bendy-tube thing for the project. So this creepy guy comes up and asks us if we needed help. We said yes, so he took us to where we could get the tubing. This guy's friend shows up and they're talking. They were both looking at us creepily. So we said we had to go and we would come back tomorrow to pick up the stuff. The friend says to us, as we're trying to leave, I bet you want to come back for us. We don't respond as we walk away, at a normal pace, until we turn the corner and we sprint out of the store. It was one of the creepiest things ever. By the time she's done, I'm laughing until my lungs demand for air. That would so happen to you, I exclaim between laughs. Shut up, Evie. It's not funny. It was so creepy. Kristen shoots back. Are you going back tomorrow? I ask her as I continue to laugh. Hell no. Are you insane? Kristen shouts. I laugh harder. I think you should. You know what, Evie? No one wants your opinion. Kristen says. Miffed. I laugh at her. Shut up. She mutters. Oh, Kristen. How I miss you. I say as my laughter dies down. I miss you too. She responds. Her voice slightly sadder. But I'm still right. Thanks for ruining the moment. That's my job. Kristen responds sarcastically. But seriously, Evie. Think about it. I sigh, thinking about what she said. Who am I trying to convince? You think about that. Kristen says kindly. Kristen, promise me you will. She insists. Sign again. I agree to her terms. I promise. Okay, good. Satisfaction is clear in her voice. But now, I'm sorry, my dear friend, but I have to go. All right, my dear friend. I will talk to you soon. I respond. You better. The threat is clear in her voice. Love you. I laugh. Love you too. She hangs up. I sigh and say to the air, Oh, Kristen, why do you have to be so right? Chapter 27. Walking into school on Monday morning. There was almost a foreboding feeling to the air, as if some type of unseen tension was in the air. I ignored the looks given to me almost as soon as I walked through the doors. Instead, I just walked straight to my class. My steps falter when I reach the classroom and see that Ashton is already seated at our table. However, his head doesn't shoot up when I enter the classroom like it usually does. I take a quick deep breath, square my shoulders and continue to walk to my seat. There still isn't a reaction from him as I sit down. I open my backpack and take out my notebook for this class and a pencil. Glancing at the clock, I see that there is still about 4 minutes until class starts. I peek at Ashton through the corner of my eye and see that HE's still writing in his notebook. An awkward silence blankets us. I start doodling on the front of my notebook. The crinkling of paper cuts through the silence and I see a frustrated Ashton ball up the paper he was writing on. He starts writing on a new piece of paper. Ignoring him, I go into my own world of doodling and daydreaming, remembering a snide bit of a TV show I watched last night about Australia. I start imagining what it would be like to actually go there. My thoughts are cut when the bell rings. Time went faster than I thought. Glancing at Ashton, I see that his balled-up piece of paper has been joined by 2 other balled-up pieces of paper. All right, class. Please get out your notebooks. We need to start immediately. I have a lot of information to give to you. I stop listening to Mr. Holland as I open my notebook to a new page. Sighing. I realize my hand is going to be extremely cramped by the end of this class. I was right. By the time Mr. Holland is done talking, my hand had cramped up at least 5 times. Each time I took a break from writing, I would miss a slide of the notes, making me groan inwardly. Stretching my hand out, I revel in the satisfaction of not having to write anymore. I look at the clock and see that the bell was going to ring in about half a minute. I close my notebook, which has 3 new pages of notes front and back, and put it in my backpack. Standing up, I hoist my backpack over my shoulders and walk towards the door where other students are also waiting to leave. Feeling an urge to turn around, I do, and my eyes land on Ashton. His blue eyes stare into my green ones. The intense gaze is full of sorrow and regret, and possibly just a little bit of hope. I turn back to face the doorway. Glancing at the clock, I watch the red second hand tick towards its goal. The bell rings and I head to math class. I walk straight to math class, blocking my thoughts from everything except math. Despite my wanting to stay school-related, my thoughts scatter around Ashton. A quick, sharp jolt of longing shoots through me and I stumble. Glancing around, I notice that a couple of students notice my stumble. They, 2 girls and a guy, watch me strangely, probably because I stumbled over nothing. I give them a small smile and continue on my way to math. Entering math, I'm surprised to see that I beat Josh here. I walk to my seat and set my backpack down, taking out my math things. I continue to glance at the door waiting for Josh to come rushing in. He goes in and the bell rings. All right, let's get started, Mrs. Flemington starts but is interrupted. Sorry, I got caught up talking to a teacher. Josh comes rushing into the classroom. Gosh, how nice of you to show up, Mrs. Flemington says sarcastically. He gives her a sheepish smile as he walks to his seat. I give him a smile as he sits down, but he doesn't look at me. I look at him curiously, a little offended that he didn't look at me. My suspicions are proved wrong when Josh looks at me and winks. Mrs. Flemington starts class once again and begins going over our homework. I look over mine and see that I didn't do anything wrong this time. There's going to be a fire drill during next class. Josh suddenly whispers to me. What? I ask, confused. A fire drill during next class, Josh states again. I sigh. No, I heard you, but how do you know? A small chuckle comes from him. I just do. I gape at him. Gosh, don't set off the fire alarm. He chuckles again. Am not. Evie, Mrs. Flemington's voice cuts through the classroom. Yes, can you tell me how to solve this problem? She asks, gesturing to the board. I sneak a glance at Josh out of the corner of my eye and see that he is still smirking. Sure. First you need to get the equation equal to 0. Then you have to factor it. Thank you, Evie, Mrs. Flemington says as she turns back to the board to show what I just said. With her back turned, I whisper to Josh. How do you know, Chevy? I'm trying to do math. Josh whispers with a big smirk on his face. Jerk. I mutter. Unsurprisingly, Josh decides to hear that and he turns to playfully glare at me. Josh conveniently ignores the rest of my attempts to find out more about the fire drill. I try whispering to him, poking him with my pencil, throwing bits of paper at him, and even kicking the side of his leg. The latter received a glare. Eventually, I just accepted the fire drill and hoped that it wasn't long. I liked my next class a lot. The bell rang and I still knew nothing about the fire drill. Packing up my stuff, I kept glancing at Josh hoping he would tell me something else. He only looked at me and winked. So I found that last problem a little tougher than the rest. Josh says conversationally. I didn't. I find a different problem tougher than the rest. I respond, giving him a pointed look. Josh playfully glares at me. Well, I only found that last problem hard. I decide to not respond as we walk out of the classroom. We head down the hall in the direction of my next class. Josh suddenly stops and glances behind him. Hey, Evie. I got to meet someone for a project. Okay. I respond slowly. Josh starts walking down the way we came. Remember what I told you. Okay? I respond again, although Josh is halfway down the hall and can't hear me. I start walking to my next class. Reaching the door, I see that Catherine is already here. Evie. Catherine calls to me. Mr. Johnston graded our scene. We did fantastic. I reach for the grading sheet as soon as I'm at my seat, Mr. Johnston's neat handwriting is written all over our turned-in-scripted rubric. His comments are nothing but nice, and he gave us some helpful tips for the future. I look up at our score and see that we've aced the assignment. A smile graces my face as I look back at Catherine. Nice job, boss. She returns my smile. Thanks. Hey, don't take all the credit. I respond. I take most of it. Who do you think whipped you all into shape? Catherine retorts. Knowing the answer, I only stick out my tongue. She smirks at me, knowing that I know what the answer is. Thought so, she says with a smile. The bell rings as a couple students rush into class. Just making it, Mr. Johnston gives then a disapproving look, but then smiles. He doesn't take tardiest too seriously. All right, class. If you haven't heard from Catherine yet. He gives her a pointed look and she smiles sheepishly. I graded your scenes and handed them back to someone in your group. I'm happy to say that everyone did very well and I enjoyed watching all of them. At that moment, the wailing of the fire drill goes off. I jump, the loud sound scaring me slightly, and sigh, knowing that Josh had something to do with it. Voices fill the classroom as people calm their frantic heartbeats down. The class files out and joins with other students who are walking down the hall to the nearest exit. Students surround me as we walk out. Feeling a little claustrophobic, I edge my way to the side of the wave of students. Walking along the side, I noticed that I lost Catherine as we were walking out. I sigh, but it turns into a squeak as two arms grab me from behind and pull me into a classroom. The arms stay around me once we're in the classroom. Panicking, I bend my arm and elbow whoever is holding me in the stomach. A masculine groan sounds behind me and the arms loosen. I immediately turn around to give a piece of my mind to whoever grabbed me. Ashton. I don't appreciate being elbowed so harshly. He says a little breathlessly, but I can still hear a hint of sarcasm. My confusion disappears and annoyance instead fills the gap. Oh, please. You were the one who scared the crap out of me by grabbing and dragging me into a classroom. He smirks. Well, well. I thought you saw me. We both know that's a lie. I retort. By Ashton. I turn around and take a step towards the door. But arms wrap around me again. Hear me out, Evie. Ashton starts. No, I struggle against his hold. Just listen for a second. He continues. No, I continue to struggle. His arms loosen a fraction and I take my escape. I wrench his arms from me and break for the door. An exasperated sigh that comes from behind me is my only warning. Hands grip my wrists and am turned around. My back hits the door as Ashton holds my arms above my head. Ashton's eyes bore into mine. Just listen. Anger courses through my veins. Why the hell should I listen? Ashton lips silence me. The anger drains out of me as a feeling of butterflies fill my stomach. Tingles spread throughout my body, starting from where his lips touch mine. Short and sweet. The kiss does what it was meant to do. Now shush, Ashton says with a playful glint in his eyes. Or he'll do it again. I wisely keep my mouth closed. Ashton smirks. Thank you. I roll my eyes instead of responding. Seriousness covers his face. Now, please hear me out, Evie. His blue eyes stare into my green ones and don't find it in me to turn away. I really like you. I've liked you for a while now. I wouldn't have guessed. He kisses away my protest again. I know. And I will forever be sorry for that. And I mean it. I am so sorry. You didn't deserve any of that, and a frustrated sigh leaves his lips. I wish I could explain it, but I can't. And you deserve so much more than what I can give you. But I'm asking for a second chance. Ashton stops talking and looks at me expectantly. I already gave you a second chance. Ashton, and look what happened. I respond forcefully and Ashton winces. You treated me like I was some slut ready to do anything. And I'm not. He winces again. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to kiss you like that. I wanted to kiss you again after the first one. I couldn't control myself. Well, learn to. I retort. Ashton gives me a half smile, but his eyes still stay regretful. I'm trying to. He says quietly. I am trying so hard to control myself. It keeps getting tougher, especially when I'm around you. That doesn't make any sense. I say hesitantly. He smiles again. I know. So why are you telling me this? It was his turn to hesitate. He pauses and closes his eyes. His face shows his conflicting emotion as they run through his mind. A look of longing crosses his face and his eyes open. They betray his emotions. Please, Evie. I asked for this once before and now I'm asking again. I want to get to know you. And I know you have your own opinion of me. And I plan to change that. Please, give me that chance. I pause. I already gave you that chance. And look what happened. I realize that I just repeated what I said a couple minutes ago. But my feelings haven't changed. He sighs and his hands loosen from my wrist. They've loosened enough for me to easily rip my wrist free of his hands. But I don't. Ashton gives a short laugh. You have no idea how crazy I am about you. That's creepy. I respond meekly. I know. A grim look passes through Ashton's face. But it's absolutely true. I am utterly crazy about you, Evie. He says the last part quietly. His hands shift my wrist so they're being held by one of his hands. His other hand trails down my face and cups my cheek. As if on instinct, my head leans into his palm. A sigh leaves my mouth without my permission. I feel my cheeks and neck heat up and I quickly turn my head so Ashton's hand is no longer cupping my cheek. My gaze drops to the floor, unable to look at him anymore. I hear him sigh, like he was expecting something but didn't get it. His hand drops from where my face was and his other hand lets go of my wrists. Muffled voices come from outside the classroom, signaling that the fire drill is over. Without saying anything, I turn around and turn the knob to leave. But I hesitate. A million thoughts race through my brain. It feels as if I'm pulled into ways, yes or no. The emotional side of my brain begs me to agree to one more chance. My brain conjures up images of us together, going on dates, hanging out, kissing, but the logical side of my brain reminds me why I have to say no. My memory pulls up those times when he hurt me, from the first day to the first date. Kristen and Josh both come to my mind. The conversations with both of them run through my brain. I realize they both were trying to tell me the same thing. Take a chance. I look back at Ashton and the emotional side begs me to say yes. The same hopeful look comes into his eyes. Just like when he asked me out the first time. I know this could change everything. Yet there's a pull in me that wants that change, yes. He told me I was his soulmate, but I had no idea what that meant. Later, I found out that in order to escape this so-called soulmate, he actually did things that hurt me, and I, without realizing it, fell deeply in love with him. Chapter 28. Whenever I caught Ashton's eye for the rest of the day, I was rewarded with a breathtaking smile and a playful wink. My shy nature made it difficult to reciprocate fully, but I managed a small smile in return. The tense atmosphere from this morning seemed to have dissipated, replaced by a calm contentment. By the time gym class rolled around, the entire school was buzzing with rumors about who pulled the fire alarm. Ashton's name came up more frequently than others, and the general consensus seemed to be that he was the most likely culprit. As the new student, I found myself conflicted about this information. If Ashton had indeed pulled the alarm, was it solely to talk to me? The thought sent a thrill through me, but it also left me confused about our conversation in the classroom. Pushing these thoughts aside, I finished changing into my gym clothes and exited the locker room. I spotted Catherine sitting on the bleachers, deep in conversation with another student. As I approached, I overheard her saying. No, it would make sense. No one saw Ashton at the fire drill. He pulled it. I couldn't help but smile, knowing she was right, but I quickly masked my expression to avoid suspicion. Evie, what's your take on who pulled the fire drill? Catherine asked, turning her attention to me. I feigned contemplation for a moment. I don't know. Remember, I'm new. I don't know anyone. You've been here long enough. Catherine dismissed my protest with a wave of her hand, pretending to consider again. I replied, well, I guess I could see Ashton pulling it. But why would he? I don't know. A fling in the janitor's closet. Catherine laughed at her own joke. I winced inwardly, a sudden pang of jealousy coursing through me at the thought of Ashton with another girl. This unexpected emotion confused me further. Why should I care? It was like this was new information. Ashton's reputation for being a flirt was well known, even to me as a newcomer. Another wave of discomfort washed over me, and this time I cowled and kept the wince off my face. Evie, you okay? Catherine asked, concern evident in her expression. Yeah, of course. Why wouldn't I be? I quickly composed myself and forced a smile. No reason, Catherine said warily, still eyeing me suspiciously. I broadened my smile, trying to appear nonchalant. I'm just thinking about things. Nothing serious. Just school stuff. Okay, Catherine drawled. Clearly unconvinced, mister. Guy's authoritative voice rang out, signaling the start of class. He announced that we'd be working on passes and shooting, instructing us to pair off. Catherine immediately grabbed my arm and pulled me towards the soccer balls. As she did so, I caught Ashton's eye across the gym. He made a gesture between us, silently asking if we could be partners. I shrugged apologetically and pointed to Catherine. For the rest of the hour, Catherine and I worked on our passing and goal shooting, though we spent more time talking than playing soccer. Several times, I felt someone's gaze on me, but I tried to brush it off. Occasionally, it'd catch Ashton looking in my direction, and each time, HED flashed that charming smile of his, leaving me both flustered and intrigued. Oh, hi, Ashton. I almost run into him as I exit the girls' changing room. HES leaning against the wall about a foot away from the door, looking like HES waiting for something. Or someone. Hi, Evie. He falls into step beside me as I start walking to the front of the school. Were you waiting for me? I ask, almost hoping he says no, but I already know the answer. He smiles. Of course. Why? I ask immediately. HES never done this before. I was wondering if you needed a ride home. Ashton says quickly. He looks away from me when I try to make eye contact. I smile at his small embarrassment. Don't you have your friend to drive home? I remind him of what he told me the night of our date. He gives an unsettled laugh and scratches the back of his head. About that. Ashton trails off. What? I ask suspiciously, though I'm pretty sure I already know the answer. I don't actually know anyone who lives there. Ashton says quickly. I raise my eyebrow. Then why are you always there in the morning? Ashton opens his mouth to talk, but I interrupt him with another question. And why did you lie to me on our date? Ashton opens and closes his mouth like a fish, probably trying to come up with something that won't make him look like an obsessed stalker. It's okay, Ashton. I say as I pat him on the shoulder, and Ashton looks confused. I already know you're an obsessed stalker. The confusion disappears and he smiles at me. Am I supposed to be offended? Shouldn't I be asking you that? I retort playfully. I guess so. But then I would say no. You're supposed to be happy that I'm your stalker. Ashton says with confidence. I laugh. Really? Are you my protector or something? Yes. Ashton growls playfully. Something occurs to me. You know, the suction. You can be quite nice when you're not being such a jackass. While Ashton fakes getting a blow to the stomach. That's offensive, but it's true. I say with conviction. A half smile forms on his face, but it doesn't reach his eyes. Ashton doesn't respond, but he does look at me. Silence settles over us, and I don't know what to say to get rid of it. Can I drive you home? Ashton asks as we near the front of the school. Sorry, I already have a ride. I smile at his look of disappointment. There's a couple seconds of silence before Ashton talks again. Tomorrow morning. Ashton shoots back. I tilt my head. My mom would probably be ecstatic to see her face when Ashton picks me up tomorrow. Sure. Good. And I guess you know what time I normally leave my house. I say, looking at him pointedly. You never did answer my question, by the way. Ashton scratches the back of his head. An action I'm assuming he does when he's nervous. But he answers anyway. Yeah. About that. He stops talking. About that. I trail off, hoping to egg him into continuing his sentence. I just wanted to make sure you were okay. He responds quickly. Okay from what? I probe a little bit. Just. He stumbles over his words. Just okay. From anything. Everything. Okay. I say slowly, not knowing how else to respond. We reach the front of the school and I spot my mom. Luckily, she's not looking this way or she might catch me with Ashton. I look back at Ashton and see that he is looking back at me. The world seems to move around us as we are stuck looking into each other's eyes. Tomorrow morning, then. I say softly. Ashton smiles. Tomorrow morning. He leans towards me and kisses my forehead softly. My breath hitches and I find myself wanting more. He leans back and smiles once more before turning to go. I watch him walk for a couple seconds before I turn around and walk to my car. How was your day? Mom asks as soon as I open the door. Thinking all the way back to the fire drill and then to just now. I respond in the simplest way I can. It was surprisingly nice. That's good. Mom responds obstinately. Oh, I exclaim. Before I forget. I won't need a ride tomorrow morning. A friend is picking me up. Chapter 29. Rushing downstairs. I quickly grab an apple out of the fridge and slip on my shoes. From an upstairs window, I saw that Ashton is already here and waiting in the driveway. Not wanting to be rude and make him wait for a long time, I rush out of the already open garage. I walk calmly to Ashton's car and hop in. Good morning. I say when I close the door. Good morning to you too. Ashton responds and he starts driving. The comfortable silence settles over us. It allows me time to think about bringing up an uncomfortable topic. I bite the inside of my cheek as I mull over my options. I want to explain, but am worried of what it could do. To me, it's a concern that could affect us and I don't want it to hang over us and whatever happens between us. My mind goes back and forth, debating to bring it up. Hey Ashton, what's up? I wanted to tell you. Well, explain to you that. I become tongue-tied as I try to explain that I just want to forget about that kiss. I just want to put it fully in the past and forget about it. Oh, Ashton looks shocked that I brought it up. Of course. I mean, if that's what you want, I'm fine with putting it in the past. Okay. Relief washes through me. And thank you. I overreacted about it. Well, I mean a little bit. You didn't deserve that slap. And I'm sorry for that. But I do have boundaries. I start becoming tongue-tied again. Never mind. We're not together enough to be talking about boundaries. Ashton smiles but almost looks disappointed. I should be the one apologizing. I shouldn't have done that. Gone that far. I smile. I think it would be best to keep that in the past then. Agreed. The rest of the day passed with a content feeling that seemed to surround everyone. Ashton was in the best mood I had ever seen him, and it seemed to affect everyone around him, including me. I never seemed to see him without a smile, and every time I did see him, my stomach seemed to do a flip. The mood never seemed to diminish as the week went on. Ashton continued to surprise me, and he would usually have a gift of some sort in the morning for me. Usually it was some type of flower such as a tulip or daisy, but mainly it would be a rose. I had finally told him that my favorite flower are roses. Everyone at school seemed to be in a better mood, especially Josh. I had tried asking him about his sudden mood change, but he would usually answer vaguely. I had gained more friends in that week than I had ever in my first month at school. Students were the nicest they've ever been, including that girl who called me a bitch on the first day. The week passed quickly with everyone in a good mood. On Friday, instead of driving me home, Ashton drove me to his house. I had already told my parents about the detour and they had told me to be safe. Ashton and I spent the time watching The Avengers, at the request of me, in the living room. We didn't really spend the time watching the movie and instead talked about the things we never got to talk about on our date. Ashton answered any and every question I had, even the kind of silly ones. He returned the favor by asking me a ton of questions. Eventually, I somehow ended up sitting on Ashton's lap with my head against his chest and him stroking my hair. We stopped talking and decided to sit comfortably with the movie playing in the background. I found myself suddenly feeling very content and calm, and found it hard to keep my eyes open. I decided to close my eyes just for a moment. I wake up with the feeling that I'm being swayed. Cracking my eyes open, the first thing I see is Ashton's shoulder and neck. Glancing around, I see him curled up in Ashton's arms while he carries somewhere bridal style. "You don't have to carry me," I mumble, actually hoping that he doesn't put me down. "You were asleep." He responds quietly, "You could have woken me up." I respond trying to stay awake so I can continue talking to him. "Maybe I wanted to carry you." I hear the smile in his quiet voice. "Why would you want to carry me?" I ask, but I never hear his answer. My eyes fall close and I fall back asleep. I wake up again and feel the softness of my mattress beneath me. Looking around, I almost expect Ashton to be here somewhere. Before I realize that this is my room and I would probably scream bloody murder if he was in here. Spotting my phone, which I swear was in my back pocket, I grab it to check the time and see if I have any messages. Looking down at my arm, I realize I'm no longer wearing my clothes from yesterday. My heart stutters as the idea of Ashton undressing me flashes through my brain. The phone buzzes in my hand, shocking me out of my worries, and I look down to see a number I don't know saying good morning. Before I can decide not to respond back because I don't know the number, a number buzzes again and puts a name to the number. It's Ashton. Deciding to get my worries out of the way, I quickly text him back, ask if he undressed me. I didn't really expect that he undressed me. My parents were the most likely bet, but I needed to calm my mind. Ashton responds quickly and assures me that he did not undress me. He gives me a play-by-play of what happened when I fell asleep, which included our little conversation, and the fact that he met my parents when he carried a sleeping me to my room. Ashton was happy to inform me that my parents had taken a liking to him. I playfully warn him that I could tell my parents about when we first met. It didn't seem to come out as playfully through the text because Ashton calls me about a minute after I sent the text message. "Hello," I say into the phone. "Evie, I understand that you want to tell your parents, but please don't tell them yet. I mean, just let me be there when you do. Please." Ashton's worried voice comes through the phone. "Ashton," I say softly, "calm down. I was going to mention it then. At least not yet. We might not even work out." There's a pause. "Yeah, maybe not." Ashton's voice sounds strained. "That doesn't mean I don't want to try being together." I assure him quickly, and as an afterthought I add, "Again, you do." Ashton's voice immediately turns hopeful. I laugh. "Well, why do you think I came over to your house?" "Friends." Ashton sounds unsure again. My voice turns quieter. "I think we both know that we don't want to be friends." Another pause, another pause. "Go on a date with me." Another one. "You mean?" I laugh. Ashton chuckles. "Yes, I mean another one." "When and where?" I ask. "The same place we went on our first date." Ashton sounds excited. I smile. "Okay. When?" "Tonight." "Okay. Tonight. What time?" "Is 6 okay with you?" "Yeah." "Hey, how did you get my number?" Ashton laughs. "I kind of took it from you while you were napping." So you searched through my phone while I was sleeping. I was teasing him and he knew it, yep. I saw those texts about how you find me incredibly hot and how there's no other guy for you and how you want to go out with me. He teases me back. I never said any of that. I exclaim. You were thinking it. Ashton counters. You can't read my mind. I accuse. So you admit you were thinking it. Ashton laughs. No, I didn't. I didn't admit anything. I retort through my own laughter. Keep telling yourself that, sweetheart. He says as his laughter dies down. My stomach flips at his nature for me. So, 6 tonight. I'll see you at 6. Sweetheart. I can hear Ashton's smirk through the phone. Get that smirk off your face. Playboy. I come up with my own nature. Ashton's deep laugh fills my ear. Playboy. I scoff. Yes, really. All right, sweetheart. We'll talk about that later. I'll see you at 6. Ashton chuckles. See you. I respond and end our call. A sigh leaves my mouth. What is happening to me? Chapter 30. Ashton made sure that this date made up for the last one. He was the epitome of a gentleman, even asking me if he could kiss me. I would always say yes and even told him that he didn't have to ask me, but he did anyway. I could tell he was trying to make up for the bad ending of our last date. We had become a couple, and it seemed that everyone knew that. Everyone at school would talk about us as a couple. Even my parents had noticed. They had requested to have dinner with Ashton. The doorbell rings and my stomach does a flip at the thought of the person standing on the other side of the door. I walk quickly to the door, make sure I still look presentable, and open the door. Ashton stands there in a deep blue polo and khakis. The dark blue shirt makes his eyes shine out brighter, and I watch his eyes trail over me as I just did to him. The smile on his face mirrors mine. Hi, sweetheart. Ashton says, his voice an octave lower than it normally is. I clear my throat. Hi. He steps inside and reveals what was behind his back, which is funny because I didn't realize he was hiding something behind his back. A bouquet of red roses appears and I gasp. These are so pretty. I exclaim as I lean towards them. I've always loved the smell of roses. Ashton smiles. Not as pretty as what I am looking at. I look up and see that he is staring at me. I feel a blush crawl up my cheeks. He leans down to give me a quick peck on the lips, but is stopped by my father's voice. Minimum of 3 feet apart, please. I turn around and see my father staring at us with a smile on his face. He gives me a wink and turns back towards the kitchen to help my mom finish. I glance at Ashton and see him smirking. Before I can ask what he is thinking, he quickly leans down and pecks me on the lips. I can't help but smile, but then have to hold in a chuckle when Ashton winks and puts a finger to his lips. Our secret, he whispers. I put my hand over my mouth to make sure my laughter isn't heard by my parents. Ashton hands me the roses and I start walking to the dining room. I hear the door close behind me and then I feel Ashton's presence behind me. Hello, Ashton. Oh my goodness, those are pretty. Evangeline, go get a vase so they don't dry out. My mom takes a second out of her rushing around to smell the roses. She then shoos me towards the farthest cabinet where we keep the vases. Opening the cabinet, I see that someone decided to put all the vases on the top shelf. I brace my hands on the counter to jump up in order to reach them. Here, let me. Ashton says from behind me. One of his arms goes around my waist as the other reaches up and grabs a vase. He sets it down in front of me but doesn't move. I'll lean into his chest as other arm goes around my waist. Stupid, tall person. I say quietly, hoping Ashton does hear me. He laughs at my insult. Someone clears their throat behind us and we turn to see my dad shaking his head. 3 feet. I thought I made that clear. His face looks serious, but I can see it in his eyes. I feel Ashton's arms fall away and his body heat disappears as he takes a step away from me. I sigh and glare at my dad. He carried me in when I was sleeping. We were closer than 3 feet then. I continue to glare at him. Dad shrugs. Then this is the official meet, the parents. There is going to be a minimum distance between you two. You're irridiculous. I mutter at him and make a big show of grabbing Ashton's hand. I start walking towards the sink with the vase, and Ashton railing behind me to get water for the roses, filling the vase up with water. I feel Ashton's arms around my waist. You know, I remind him, this isn't 3 feet. You know, he responds in a whisper. Your dad isn't looking. I have to hold in my laugh again. With the vase filled and the roses nicely arranged, Ashton follows me as I walk to the table and place the roses in the middle. I walk around the table and seat myself, to which Ashton follows my example and sits next to me. As soon as we sit down, both my parents start placing food on the table. They had created a feast with ravioli, salad, breadsticks, mashed potatoes, and gravy. I inwardly groaned at their obsession for a big meal. Glancing at Ashton, I watch him as he scans the food in front of him. By the look in his eye, I have a feeling that we made just enough food. My parents sit down across from us, with my dad sitting across from Ashton. Before it gets any more awkward, I quickly start serving myself, and slowly, everyone follows my example. With every onus plate full of food, my dad starts the conversation. So Ashton, how did you meet Evangeline? At school. Dad, where else? I hiss at him through my embarrassment. Glancing at Ashton, I watch as he raises his eyebrow. Now Evangeline. I was asking Ashton. Dad scolds me, but I can tell HES not serious. He turns back to Ashton and gestures for him to talk, with a side smile in my direction. Ashton answers his question, like Evie said. I met her the first day of school. We have a couple classes together. Which classes? Mom butts in. Us, history and gym. First and last classes. Ashton responds. Dad looks at me before asking his next question. So how come only now have you guys started hanging out together? Ashton also looks at me before answering, and his hand reaches underneath the table and grabs mine. Truthfully, Evie and I had a rough relationship at the beginning. I was the right kind of guy for her, and I messed up. Truly messed up. And I will be forever in her debt because of that. So you mean to say, Dad interrupts Ashton's mini-speech, that you treated my little girl wrong? Disappointment is evident in his voice. Ashton winces and turns to look at me while he squeezes my hand. Yes, sir. I did not treat her the way she deserves, and I will regret it until the day I die. Dad sighs. Well, I guess that's it. He stands up. It was nice to meet you, Ashton. Evangeline, I need to talk to you alone. My mouth falls open at my dad's blatant rudeness. Dad, what the heck? Dinner just started. No, I understand, Evie. Ashton's voice sounds defeated. He stands up to leave, but I grab his arm and pull him back in his chair. Sit down, Ashton. You're not going anywhere until this dinner is over. I direct this at Ashton, but then look at my dad. You need to hear the whole story. I was the nicest to him either. We both had our troubles. With a resigned sigh, Dad sits back down. Please explain, Evangeline. Ashton's gaze bores into mine, and I take that as my confidence. We didn't get off on a good foot. For some reason, I didn't like him at all. I thought he was rude, arrogant, and just plain mean. Before I even had a decent conversation with him, I had already judged him as one of those playboys. I look back at Ashton at the end of my spiel and see his gaze. Respect and dock over his features as he once again scans over my face. Taking my hand, again under the table, he gives it another squeeze. Ashton meets my eyes again, and I can see nothing but happiness and all shining in them. Our stare is broken by my father's sigh. Well, darling, do you have anything to say? He directs the question at my so far silent mother. I glance at her and see that she has been listening and waiting for the opportune moment to share her views. Ashton, what do you see in my daughter, now? She asks, her voice not betraying what she is thinking. She is the most wonderful girl I have ever known. Whenever she smiles, she lights up the room. Her spirit is bright and strong. She stands behind the things and people she loves. I am the luckiest guy on the world to call her mine. Honesty shines from Ashton's voice, and I can't help but look at him in awe. I've never heard him say anything like that to anyone, let alone me. I feel a smile stretch across my face, and soon Ashton's smile mirrors mine. And what if we, meaning her dad and me, told you that we would allow you both to be together? My mom's question breaks the trance between us. Ashton turns to her. I would respect your decision, but ask you to reconsider. I want to make it up to her in every possible way I can. She deserves that and much more. The sincerity in his voice shocks me. Do you respect boundaries? Mom continues her interrogation. Mom. I hiss as a blush crawls up my neck and cheeks. I glance over to Ashton and try to control my embarrassment at her question. It's a logical question, Evangeline. Mom reasons, but she doesn't take her eyes off Ashton. Ashton's hand gives mine another squeeze. Not in the past. I had pushed Evie past her boundaries on our first date. He laughs, probably remembering it. But don't worry. She definitely made it be known that I went past her boundaries. How? My dad looks at me, curiosity showing on his features. I blush and glance at Ashton. Ashton looks at me and laughs again. Go ahead. Tell them. It is quite funny. I blush again. I kind of slapped him. Both my dad and mom start laughing, and dad tries to talk during his laughter. That's my daughter. Their laughter quiets down a couple seconds later, and serious expressions immediately return on both their faces. It's almost comical how fast their expressions change from joyous to serious. And now, my mom asks. Now Evie is all I care about. She is in complete control of this relationship, and I will follow her every wish. Ashton says calmly, honesty shining out of his voice. I openly gape at him. Part of me thinks that I only wanted to hear that, while the other part is absolutely overjoyed at hearing what Ashton said. Luckily, Ashton is still looking at my parents and has to notice my shock at his words. Close your mouth. Evie, you don't want to catch flies. Ashton says teasingly before turning towards me. He winks at me and I immediately close my mouth and try to hide my blush. Well, a section by Drake Mason. My mom starts. I think I am done with my questioning. Dear, what do you think about this young man? She looks at my dad. He doesn't respond for a moment and instead looks at Ashton. I watch as my dad silently assesses Ashton before saying anything. I have to give credit to Ashton because he calmly watches my dad as this is going on. Nerves rack my body with the long time my parents are taking to say anything. I want them to approve of Ashton, but I can't help thinking that even if they don't, I would still be in a relationship with him. My dad nods. Ashton, we cannot look over what happened in the past. At least not yet. I want your word that it will not happen again. You have my word. Sir Ashton says to my dad, but he turns his head and looks at me. I really like your daughter and intend to make everything up to her in every way I can. After Ashton's declaration, dinner continued with a much more lighter tone. We had gotten on the topic of favorite and least favorite movies. But time seemed to move much faster with the lighter topic, and soon it was time for Ashton to leave. My mom had convinced my dad to go upstairs to give Ashton and I a moment to ourselves. Finally by ourselves. I let out a deep breath. I think that went well. Ashton gives a short chuckle. Well, I'm still alive, aren't I? Though I suppose that's only due to you. Your dad was ready to kick me out of the neighborhood. I smile. He wouldn't have kicked you out of the neighborhood. Maybe just ban you from coming back to my house. He cups my cheek and I am met with deep blue eyes. And even that wouldn't be able to keep me away from you. Ashton, I say in a whisper. My dad did bring up a good point. Why now? He sighs, and before responding, he gives me a small kiss. I want to wait to have this conversation. Please, we will have it. I promise. Just not right now. I would prefer to have it at my house. I hesitate, remembering in the past when Josh, and even that doctor, had avoided my questions or had diverted the conversation. It seemed like so many people were keeping things from me. I didn't realize how much that bothered me until now. When I realized that Ashton was also keeping things from me, What are you thinking about, sweetheart? Ashton whispers as his other hand cups my other cheek and he rests his forehead against mine. Why can't you tell me? If it involves me, I should know, I say quietly. Ashton looks regretful. I can't. Not right now. I will. I promise I will. I step away from our embrace. Why can't you tell me right now? What's wrong with right now? I realize I sound a little whine, but it seems to be all I can do to keep the irritation out of my voice. Ashton sighs, but then a smirk covers his face. Before I can say anything, he rushes forward and holds my head as he kisses me. For a moment, I forget about what we were talking about as his lips move against mine. The kiss is short and sweet and Ashton slowly steps back from our embrace. Loser, I mumble, knowing that he was trying to distract me. The fact that it worked irritated me further, but I pushed it out of my mind. Ashton lets out a loud laugh. You make me laugh, sweetheart. I scoff and try to hide my smile. And you irritate me. Playboy. Ashton cuts his laughter off and playfully glares at me. We're going to have to talk about that nickname. Sweetheart. Why? Because it's true. I challenge playfully. He gently grabs me and turns me so my back is against the closed door. His lips descend upon mine and I fall into the kiss once again. It's slow and very romantic. But before I can really get into it, Ashton breaks the kiss and leans his forehead against mine. Not anymore. He whispers, staring into my eyes. There's only you. He kisses me again, this one shorter and a tiny bit more rougher. But I find I enjoy it more than the last one. Only you. Chapter 31. His words echo in my mind for the rest of the night. Part of me is ecstatic that he would say something like that, and wants to believe him wholeheartedly. But the more logical part of my brain reminds me that that doesn't happen. People don't just say things like that, at least without ulterior motive. What motive could Ashton have? The weekend passes with my mind in a whirl. It seems as if it's harder for me to be without Ashton. Usually that results in a long phone call where talk about random things and occasionally get into arguments about movies. I can't help but feel that I need to be around him all the time, or at least most of the time. Waking up on Monday morning and my head is still full of questions. Ashton's words continue to circle around in my brain, causing havoc and confusions and want. I want them to be true. I want to be his only one. A different car pulls up to the end of my driveway. I look at it curiously. Maybe Ashton has two different cars. Instead, a familiar brown head pops out of the sunroof. Well, are you just going to stand there? Josh asks mockingly with his signature smile. Josh, what are you doing here? I ask him as I walk towards his car. Ashton isn't going to be able to make it to school today. He responds as I open the door. Josh pulls his head back into the car. Why isn't he going to school? I ask. Josh starts the car and starts driving before my seatbelt is on. Josh pauses for a second. He has some decisions that have to be made and thought it would be easier to be made at home. Oh, right, I guess. I say, not really knowing what else to say. Josh spends the rest of the car ride asking me about the parents. I tell him everything he wants to know and am rewarded with laughter after every answer. For some reason, Josh finds the entire thing hysterical. We pull up to the school with Josh still laughing at the fact that my dad almost kicked Ashton out. I roll my eyes at him and get out of the car. Evie, wait up. I hear Josh gasp between laughs, probably making the wrong decision. I pause and wait a couple of seconds for Josh to fall into step with me. Stop laughing. It wasn't even that funny. I reprimand him. Josh laughs again. Trust me, it isn't often Ashton gets bested. It's worth it when he does. Did you videotape it? I scoff at Josh's blatant enthusiasm. No, I didn't videotape it. Too bad. Josh says as his laughter finally dies down. We walk into the school and start heading towards my first class. I notice how many students seem to watch Josh and I through the corner of their eyes. They seem curious and I try to ignore their looks. Josh, however, also notices them and glares back at them. Usually they stop looking at us. At least until we pass. We reach my classroom and I quickly look to my table expecting to see Ashton already there waiting for me like HES been doing for the past couple weeks. A frown slips on my face as I remember that HES not going to be here today. Josh seems to sense my frown and gives me a side hug. It'll be fine. You got me, remember. I pretend to not hear the sympathy in his voice. I give him a half smile. Thanks. But I'm fine. Promise. By the look Josh gives me, I know he doesn't believe me. But he waves goodbye anyway. I take my seat and wait for class to start. Hoping this day will go by fast. Every class seemed to drag by. Especially the two that Ashton was supposed to be in. Josh helped out during my classes with him by trying to distract me in any way possible. He got sent to the office during science, which was the highlight of my day. However distracting Josh was throughout the day, I was extremely happy to finally go home. How was your day? Josh asks as he drives me home. Long. How was the office? I ask him teasingly. Josh snorts. I just wanted to see what would have happened if I dropped a cell phone into liquid nitrogen, but I didn't want it to be my phone. So steal the teacher's. I say sarcastically. Exactly. He responds with pride shining through his voice. I still don't understand how you found his phone in the first place. I try not to sound too impressed with the fact that Josh got lucky in finding the phone. Josh laughs. Well, I guess that it would be in the desk. It was only the matter of distracting him long enough to go through the desk drawers and voila. I laugh along with Josh. I'm surprised you didn't get suspended or expelled. No, but my mom's pretty pissed. He scratches the back of his head and I see Josh's cheeks turn a light pink. I laugh at his slight embarrassment. Josh and I banter for a bit more about the day during the short car ride until we reach my house. Josh drives up the driveway as a light sprinkle of rain starts to fall. Bye, Josh. I say when I open the door and start to step out of the car. Don't be surprised if I pick you up again tomorrow. He responds a little hesitantly. A confused expression comes over my face. Is Ashton not coming to school tomorrow either? Josh hesitates again. No, probably not. Disappointment crashes through me, followed quickly by sadness. Do you know why, no? HES been a little distant lately, but I'm sure HES fine. Josh responds, though I can hear the doubt in his voice, as if he doesn't even believe what HES saying. I don't respond. Josh pulls up again Tuesday morning. I don't question it. As he told me yesterday, this probably was going to happen. But I can't help a little sigh coming out of my mouth. What has Ashton been occupied with? The day passes with nothing interesting happening. I can't help but feel sad when once again Ashton isn't here. I start to worry that something bad might have happened to him. Josh, you would tell me if something bad happened to Ashton. Right. I ask a little hesitantly. He doesn't respond for a second. Define something bad. My head shoots up and I look at him fearfully. Josh, has something happened? I try to contain my slight hysteria now. No, of course not. Josh is quick to reassure me. It's just HES keeping more to himself lately. I told you he has some decisions to make and I think they're taking a toll on him. I don't respond. Feeling saddened at this new information. Josh's car pulls up again on Wednesday. I don't say anything as I get into the car and neither does Josh. We ride to school in deafening silence. When we arrive at school, however, neither one of us gets out. I open my mouth to ask him a question, but Josh beats me to it. HA's fine. Just stressed. I take my answer and get out of the car. Thursday morning is the same. Same car, same drive, but different response. I don't know. He barricaded himself in his room and isn't answering to anyone. Josh sounds defeated. I know my expression relays my defeat too. He hasn't been answering anything I send him. I say quietly, he hasn't been answering anything. Josh responds, what is he doing? I ask and damn astounded when I realize that I am almost crying. Josh is silent for a moment. But she is making one of the biggest decisions of his life. Josh gets out of the car. Getting into Josh's car on Friday. I can tell there's a change of mood. Josh seems to be a bundle of nerves as he starts driving. Watching the trees pass by, it seems they're moving past faster than normal. Josh, I think you're driving too fast, I say as I look at the speedometer. My assumption is correct when I see we're going about 20 miles above the speed limit. Josh doesn't respond. The school comes into view and passes just as quickly as the trees do. Josh, you missed the school. We're not going to school. He finally responds. Then where are we going? I ask a little concerned. Josh responds by putting his foot down a bit harder. I look at him curiously but decide to drop it. At least for now. We keep driving and after about 10 minutes Josh starts slowing down. I am where we're going because there's only one place I know if that's this far outside of the main town. Ashton's and Josh's house comes into view. Josh pulls into the driveway and quickly gets out of the car. He turns around and gives me a huge smile and gestures for me to come with him. Josh and I walk into the living room and I immediately spot Ashton as he paces in front of the couch. I feel a smile start to form on my face and I can't help to feel relieved when I finally see him. It's been hell not talking to him or seeing him the past week. Evie, a smile breaks out onto Ashton's face when he notices us standing in the doorway. He quickly stops his pacing and walks over to me. His arms wrap around me and he smashes his lips to mine. Immediately I'm lost in the kiss. It seems like HES telling me how much he missed me through the kiss and I'm enjoying every second of it. A throat clears. I love romance as much as the next guy, but not right in front of my face. Give it a break, you guys. Ashton breaks away quickly. Shut up, Josh. He starts kissing me again and I hear Josh sigh. He breaks away again. Ivy missed you. I can see that. I say a little breathy. Somehow, during our mini-make-out, my arms had wrapped around his neck and my hands had delved into his hair while his arms had settled around my waist. Before Ashton could kiss me again, Josh's voice rings out from the sofa. I don't mean to be a cockblock, but Ashton, you did have something to share. A blush immediately flushes my neck and cheeks. I turn away from Ashton's gaze and try to hide my face in his shoulder. My hands move back around until they're laying flat against Ashton's chest. His arms move until they're wrapped around my upper back, hugging me closer to him. They growl all type noise and Ashton's chest and I feel his head turn towards Josh. Watch your mouth, Josh. The command comes out as a growl. I was just trying to get a laugh. I hear Josh complain. Well, it didn't work. I say to him from Ashton's shoulder. Josh starts mumbling to himself in a hushed voice and I can't make out anything he says. Ashton, however, seems to be able to understand and I feel him tense up. Before anything can happen, I quickly ask Ashton a question. What do you have to share, Ashton? I keep my voice at a whisper. Ashton's hands move from hugging me to cupping my face, moving my face from his shoulder. You might want to sit down for this bit of news. Sweetheart. Panic flirts down my spine and apprehension fills the tense atmosphere around Ashton. Josh and I. A foreboding feeling fills my gut and I suddenly notice small things that slipped by me before. The way Ashton is holding me, as if HES afraid he'll run. The way Josh can't keep still, his leg rapidly moving up and down as if HES nervous or impatient. He leads me to the sofa and we sit down. I notice in the corner of my eye, Josh leans forward. However, Ashton has my utmost attention when he stares into my eyes. Caught in his stare, I see the conflicting emotions that swirl in his blue eyes. He breaks our eye contact when he turns his head slightly to glance at Josh. I have something to tell you, Ashton says softly when he connects our eyes once again. I give him a small smile. I gathered that. Ashton returns my smile, but I can see that it's forced. He sighs. I need you to keep an open mind. Promise me that you will. The foreboding feeling comes back at full force. I promise. I hope he doesn't hear the slight waver in my voice. Ashton does. Ashton, I need you to be sure. Please, Evie. The desperation in his voice is clear. I lean forward to place a quick kiss on his lips. I promise, Ashton. I say quietly with more strength. I don't like hearing the desperation in his voice and find myself wanting to do anything to be rid of it. I'm a werewolf. Chapter 32 Yuri what? Ashton looks over at Josh again before turning back to me and responding. A werewolf. I stare at him a moment before a laugh bubbles up and comes out of my mouth before I can stop it. I slap a hand over my mouth. You're a werewolf? I ask through my hand. Disbelief clear in my voice. Josh's voice comes from behind me. This is serious, Abby. I turn my head around and see the most serious-looking Josh I've ever seen. My smile slowly forms into a shocked expression. You're serious, yes? Ashton responds while turning my head back towards him. My eyes scan over his face looking for any sign of humor, but I don't find any. That's not possible. They don't exist. Werewolves don't exist. I state. Ashton takes a breath. Evie, you're looking at one. It sounds like he expected this reaction. Ashton, I say softly, werewolves don't exist. They can't exist. His hand goes through his hair, messing it up more than it is. I know it sounds crazy, but you have to believe me. You said you would keep an open mind. I give him a small smile. I know, but like you said, this is crazy. There is no proof of werewolves. They've never existed. A smirk suddenly pulls at Ashton's lips. Would you like proof? Before I can respond, Ashton stands up, bringing me with him, and starts heading towards the kitchen and out the back door. Oh God. I hear Josh mumble from behind me, humor clear in his voice. Once outside, Ashton lets go of my hand and walks a few paces in front of me. He winks at me before reaching for the bottom of his shirt, tugging it off. My eyes immediately go to the perfect example of a male specimen. A longing goes through me and I have to stop myself from taking a step forward. Like the view? Ashton asks mockingly. I look up and see that HES smirking at me, and I have to fight off my own smile. His hands then go to the belt on his pants. What the hell are you doing? I squeak out when he starts taking off his jeans. Ashton glances at me, and dressing. He pulls down his jeans and I turn around, redness covering my cheeks and neck. Josh laughs at my expression. Aren't you going to look away? I ask quietly. Ashton laughs at me, obviously hearing what I said. Josh joins his laughter. Why would I? It's not like I haven't seen it before. I blanch and if possible, my face turns redder. We're werewolves, Evie. Josh says softly. We're used to nudity. Well, definitely not. I exclaim. Josh focuses on something behind me, before I can turn around to see what exactly he is looking at. Cracking sounds fill the air. The cracking is harsh, as if it's bones that are cracking, which I know they are. I flinch as a louder crack sounds and then all of the sounds stop. A whine sounds. Turn around, Evie. Josh says softly. Now looking at me, I slowly turn my feet, and consequently my body, in a 180-degree turn. The wolf has my center attention as soon as it's in my line of sight. It's smaller than the size of a horse, but I know it could easily take down anything that threatened it. The wolf's head easily reaches my shoulder. Its powerful legs stand tense, as does the rest of its body. Its tail swishes back and forth as if it's nervous over something. Its almost black hair shines due to the bright sun. The bright blue eyes remind me of ones I know so well. It doesn't move, probably waiting for me to make the first move. But I don't know if I'm going to make that first move. My body stands still as it assesses the wolf in front of me. Nothing adds up in my head. Ashton is not that wolf, and vice versa. That wolf is not Ashton. I don't know how you did it, but that isn't Ashton. My voice sounds unconvincing even to my ears. What other explanation could there possibly be? But the fact that that thing was a human, and a human that I've grown to like, makes no sense whatsoever. It's bordering on insanity. The wolf takes a step toward me, sensing that I'm not going to make the first move. It takes another, then another, until it's just a few feet away. It makes another whining noise and looks almost disheartened when its ears drop and its tail stops swishing. It's okay, Evie. He won't hurt you. Josh tries to comfort me. I don't respond. I don't really know how to. You don't need to be afraid. Josh tries to comfort again. Ashton won't hurt you. When I don't respond again, I feel Josh hold my elbow and gently push my hand towards the wolf's head. The wolf bows its head down as if it wants me to pet it. My hand, in Josh's control, brushes the fur on top of its head. I'm shocked when I feel how soft and silky it is, and with a little courage, I slowly run my hand across its head from one ear to the other. The fur gets kind of rumpled up, so I smooth it back down. A slight purring sound comes from the wolf's throat and a small smile flashes across my face. The wolf looks back up at me and I see its blue eyes again, never breaking eye contact. The wolf's snout comes near my still slightly outstretched hand. Its nose bumps my fingers and then licks them. Another smile flirts across my face at the tickling feeling of its tongue. The wolf looks happier now. Its ears are perked up and its tail swishes back and forth rapidly. I find myself feeling happier too. Ashton, I ask the wolf. The head nods in affirmation. This is the big secret. It's not a question, but the wolf nods its head again. A light feeling comes over me, as if a huge weight has been lifted off my shoulders. I see why you couldn't tell me. I tease. Ashton bumps his nose against my hand again. I smile. HES going to change back. Josh says from behind. What? How? My momentary confusion is gone when the cracking starts again and, before my eyes, the wolf changes back into a very human, very without clothes. Ashton, before I can do anything, like avert my eyes, Ashton's arms envelop me in a hug. I stand stock still and try to keep my blush in check as without clothes Ashton hugs me. Ashton, I try to tell him to go put some clothes on, but he cuts me off. I'm so sorry I couldn't tell you. I know it was hard for you, and it was hard for me too. I didn't know what you were going to do when I showed you. I was scared you might become so afraid that you would leave and never want to see me again, or that you would think him some sort of monster. Ashton, could you? Josh's laughter cuts me off this time. Dude, put on some clothes. You're scaring her now in a completely different way. Josh says through his laughs. Ashton growls at him at the same time I say to Josh, I'm not scared. And then direct to Ashton. HES not wrong. Put on some clothes. I feel my cheeks heat up more. Ashton takes a step back and looks me in the eye and laughs. You're so cute when you blush. I scowl at him through my blush. Put on some clothes. I don't need to see all that. You sure? Ashton throws his head back and laughs loudly. I hit him on the shoulder, making sure I'm still making eye contact with him. A flash of blue enters my peripheral vision and a pair of shorts are suddenly in Ashton's outstretched hand. I turn around and see Josh smile at me and mouth your welcome. Ashton sits me on his lap as soon as we get back into the living room. Josh once again resumes his place on the chair. The tension that had filled the air is completely gone and I can tell everyone, including me, is much more relaxed. I look to Ashton and see that he has a smile stretching across his face. Any specific questions you want to ask? He asks me quietly, probably already knowing that I had a bunch swirling around in my head. I open my mouth to ask the million questions, but the only word that comes out of my mouth is, how? Ashton gives a short laugh. No one knows for sure how. One theory is witchcraft. Back in the days when there was witch trials, one of the witches apparently cursed the group that caught her. Another theory is that our ancestors were cast down from heaven and punished as demons. Ashton laughs at my expression, which is probably a bit horrified, but I think the most widely accepted theory is evolution. Humans evolved one way and we evolved another. So you didn't evolve from apes? I ask, dumbfounded. Ashton and Josh laugh, but Ashton responded, if evolutionists are correct, then yes, we did. But we have an extra gene that normal humans don't have. But woodland doctors notice that you have an extra gene when you go in for check-ups or something. We have people on the inside. Ashton says mysteriously. My eyes open wide. Humans here know you exist. No, Ashton chuckles. Werewolves can be doctors too. I crinkle my nose. That's a weird word. Josh barks out a laugh. What? Werewolves. I nod and that sparks another laugh from Josh. Gosh, shut up. This is new for her. But a smile still slips its way onto Ashton's face. What else are you curious about? I can tell you we have great stamina. Ashton winks. A light blush forms on my cheeks at his suggestion. Shut up. I lightly slap his chest, but then something occurs to me. Alpha? Ashton and Josh look at each other before looking at me curiously. How do you know about alphas? Josh asks me. I look over at him. I heard it a few times from students. And even from you. I think. On one of the first few days I got here. But do you guys really have an alpha? Like real wolf packs? Josh looks at Ashton expectantly and Ashton fidgets a tiny bit, yes. Ashton looks around the room. I can suddenly tell HES a bit nervous. Go on. I can tell he has more to say on the matter. Yes, we do. Josh responds for him. Want to know who? He nods at Ashton. You, I exclaim. Surprise flirts over my features as I look at Ashton. He seems nervous as he looks back at me. Not exactly. Ashton starts explaining. The alpha's son. Josh scoffs. Close enough. Your dad's the alpha. I clarify and Ashton nods. Where is he? On a trip with the Luna. Josh responds. Almost irritably. The what? I ask confused. One thing at a time, please. Ashton says looking at Josh. My dad and mom are in Europe. They're talking with a few other packs on certain issues. There's more of you. I keep interrupting with more questions. Ashton smiles at me. Of course there's more. We're not the only pack out there. How many are there? I'm quick to ask. Ashton thinks for a second. I think there are 4 packs, including this one, in the United States, and probably 6 in Canada. That's a lot. I exclaim. We mostly stay out of each other's way. Back to the matter at hand. Ashton gives me an expression of mock disapproval for interrupting. They're in Europe. They were back for a few days a few weeks ago when they went to Australia. But then they left for Europe. Wow, I say, thinking of all the places Ashton's parents had probably been to. Yeah. Wow, Ashton agrees. But anyways, before you get more questions in your head, Aluna is the alpha's mate. Ashton stops and suddenly looks uncomfortable as he looks away from me. What is it? I ask softly. What other questions do you have? Ashton asks calmly. I can tell HES uncomfortable with the subject. Maybe it's something with his parents. Looking around, I know what my next few inquiries. Why do you have such a big house? Ashton cracks a smile. It's the pack house. It's where almost everyone in the pack lives. I look at Josh knowingly, now understanding some of the confusion from the past. Josh returns my smile, but it seems forced. How many people are in this pack? I ask next. About 600. Ashton says matter of factly. I feel my jaw drop at that big number. 600. I say quietly in awe. Ashton chuckles. Yeah, 600 total. How many go to our school? I ask, remembering the first few days of school. Something I don't like to dwell upon for long. Quite a lot. I would say 300. Ashton responds. Raimi bring a specific scene from one of my first few days. Were they the ones that were hanging out with you when I first came here? A regretful expression falls across Ashton's face and he grim answers. Yeah, they're in the pack. The brown-haired girl. I ask, quietly. Yes, but I promise it's no more. Ashton starts sounding frantic as he holds my face in between his hands. I promise you that will never happen again. So it will never happen again. I put my hands on his and slowly move them from my face. It's fine, Ashton. They probably didn't like me because I was new. I know there was only so much you could do. Ashton, sadly, I don't deserve you. I don't think I was meant to hear that. But he said it loud enough for my ears to hear. Why would you say that? I ask quietly, forgetting our surroundings. Because I don't. I will never in a million years deserve someone like you. Ashton's expression becomes more determined. But I'll do my damnest to try. Starting now. A confused expression crosses my face. Ashton? What? He cuts me off. I, Ashton Carter, accept you as my mate. Chapter 33. What? I say in a hushed whisper. I accept you as my mate. Ashton's eyes light up with happiness and he hugs me to his chest. My arms are crushed to his chest, so I can't hug him back, but he doesn't seem to mind. Ashton, I try to say squished against his chest. What's a mate? What does that mean? He tenses up and lets me go. I'll lean back and see that he is suddenly nervous, maybe even scared. Ashton's eyes dart around, always avoiding mine. He makes eye contact with something behind me and winces. I turn around and see Josh's stern, almost angry expression as he looks at Ashton, then softens as he makes eye contact with me. What? I ask in the sudden silence. Am I missing something? What's a mate? You mentioned it before but didn't explain. Sile unsengulfs us again and my questions go unanswered. Before I can say anything more, Josh speaks up. Go on. Tell her. Josh's accusation cuts through the silence. I gape at him. I've never heard Josh sound like this, except for maybe a couple times close to this, but nothing to this extent. Tell me what. I turn towards Ashton and now I can clearly see he's scared of something. Ashton. Mate is short for soulmate. Ashton starts but his voice wavers. As werewolves were given a soulmate, someone who is destined to be with us forever. In this lifetime at least. These soulmates are destined for each other and they more than likely will find each other in their lifetimes. They're everything a werewolf prizes. The one person they put in front of everyone, everything. Ashton cuts himself off at the hitch in his voice. My heart pounds in my ears and sense of foreboding and apprehension washes through me. Something is wrong. Something is very, very wrong. My brain tries to connect something but I push it away, not wanting to admit it. I don't want to think. I don't want to realize. I don't want to admit something is wrong. But the sense of wrongness fills the air. Too big, no ignore. And suddenly my mind is full of memories. The first time we met. My voice trails off as I remember the word Ashton's very first words to me on my first day. My mind lingers on the word mate now understanding what he meant. Evie, Ashton reaches for me as I get off his lap and take a step away from him. Reject. You said reject. My voice is a harsh whisper. Ashton winces and tries to reach out to me, but I take another step back. He said reject. I repeat. No. Ashton whispers. And then you said mate. The harsh whisper has left my voice. Ashton, explain to your mate. Josh emphasizes mate, and this time it's my turn to wince. Ashton notices my wince and shoots a glare at Josh, but is unable to hold it for long. He looks back at me. Evie, I cut him off. Just explain. I want to know everything. My voice turned hard. It means nothing now. Ashton starts, but I cut him off again. Oh, really? My voice catches and I feel the burn of tears behind my eyes. Ashton must notice the almost tears because he stands and tries to reach for me again. I step out of his reach again and his arms drop. He looks defeated and I resist going to him. Tell her, Ashton. Josh says from behind me. Tell me what? I ask him, knowing there's more. I didn't want a mate. Ashton says abruptly after a minute of silence. I didn't want a mate. He repeats quietly. Confusion clouds my brain along with a deep sadness. Why not? I try to keep my voice soft and not accusing. Ashton slumps back down on the couch and puts his head in his hands. I didn't want the responsibility of having someone to look after. I didn't want the urge to protect someone. Something that would have come with a mate. I didn't want the chance of losing someone who meant everything to me. And that would have come with a mate. What better way to do that than to not have a mate? Ashton ends on a sarcastic note. But I can hear the regret. I'm stunned into silence as my brain tries to connect all the missing pieces. Ashton starts talking again before I can respond. When I saw you. Because you see, it's a visual thing. It's the eyes. You immediately know who your mate is when you look into their eyes. I knew who you were the moment we first made eye contact. I couldn't believe it. I had spent years worrying about finding you and you just run into me. Ashton gives a short laugh, but there's nothing humorous about it. Shocked is an understatement. I was so sure I was going to get through high school without finding my mate. So sure. I don't say anything as Ashton's side of the story comes out. His head is still in his hands as he takes a deep breath. I did the only thing I thought was logical. I wanted to push you away, wanted to keep the mate pull from growing too strong. I opened my mouth to ask about the mate pull, but Ashton beats me to it. The mate pull is the pull between mates. It affects both and drives them closer together. You probably had the feeling before, a feeling of wanting to be close. I wanted to stop the pull from developing, so I pushed you away. I still don't date anything as Ashton's story comes out, but the feeling in my stomach hasn't left. The feeling that something is very wrong. Tears burn behind my eyes. The first step was rejection, but it was never complete. Ashton suddenly looks up at me. In order for rejection, or accepting, to work, both mates have to say it. Otherwise, it's not complete. He ends on a whisper. Silence descends as I watch Ashton grapple with something in his mind. I know there's more, but I'm scared to know what it is. There's something big missing. Josh breaks the silence again. Tell her the rest, Ashton. His voice is quiet and cautious. I thought that by pushing you away, by making you dislike me, it would weaken the bond. I rejected you and you dislike me. Maybe that would stop the bond from forming. It didn't work. Ashton explains. By now I feel tears falling down my cheeks. So you thought by bullying me, it would break the bond? It was a question. Ashton's expression is tortured as he watches the tears, but not as tortured as I feel. The rest. Ashton. Josh's voice turned hard. Ashton looks at Josh. Later. Josh. One thing at a time. There isn't any conviction in his voice. Josh suddenly storms in front of me. You tell her everything. Right now. He shouts at Ashton. Or I will. Ashton winces but nods. He stands up and takes a couple steps toward me, but I hold up a hand and stop him from advancing. Don't. Ashton winces at my command. What else is there? He takes a shaky breath and I see the glint of unshed tears. I slept with other girls. After we met. This time it's my turn to wince. A lot of couples cheat. Despite saying that, my heart hurts. Not only that, but a shadow of hurt travels to my abdomen and I'm reminded of the burning pain that plagued me for nights. My arms automatically go around my midriff as if I subconsciously feel the fire is going to return. Ashton notices my arms and winces and, what happened when you cheated? What happened to me? My voice cracks as my vision blurs and tears continue to fall. Please don't cry. Ashton's voice cracks and, when my vision somewhat clears, I see him reaching out to me but he doesn't touch me. Tell me, you felt it. He whispers, because I had rejected you, and you hadn't completed it. The bond had forced you to feel it. I cried out as I remembered the torturing fire that almost killed me. That was every time he had wanted to push me away with sex. Every night I had wanted to scream. He was making someone else scream. Did you know? Somehow the words were comprehensible. Yes, Ashton whispers. I stumbled back a couple of steps and before I could fall, Ashton's arms wrap around me and embrace. Get off me. I scream, a sort of hysteria taking over my voice. Tears stream down my face and sobs hiccup out of my mouth. Ashton listens to my command and takes a step back, his breath hitching in his throat. Josh comes and takes his place, but I push him away too. Did you know what was happening? I turn on Josh. He looks down in shame and I have my answer. How could you? Evie. Ashton pleads. I need you. Do you know what you are doing to me? I interrupt him harshly. Do you know how many nights I was in fiery pain? How many nights I wanted to scream out but I couldn't because I didn't know what was going on with me? Do you know that I was hospitalized and had to lie to my parents over and over? My voice was clearing up despite no stop in the flow of tears. They didn't say anything and for a couple of seconds and the only sound was my heavy breathing. An idea forms in my head and I can't help but give a sad laugh at the irony of it. Damn you, Ashton. I say quietly but loud enough for both of them to hear me clearly. Ashton winces and I still see the glint of unshed tears. Please, Evie. He begs. Tell me you don't mean that. I would be lying. My heart cries out but I steal it. You deserve much worse. Ashton only nods. I continue. So that's why I'm getting out. Ashton tenses and his mind must have connected what I'm about to say because he steps toward me and reaches out. No. Evie, please don't. I, Evangeline Cross, reject you as my... I turn around and walk out Ashton's life. Epilogue. It was so awesome for your parents to let you move back here for the end of high school. It's so much easier now that we're going to college. Kristen says as she unpacks her boxes for our apartment. I think you said that before. I trail off knowing Shess said that before. She smiles. I know. I return her smile and turn back to my boxes. Opening the next one. I pause and look at the pictures that were some of the last things I packed to move away from Kristen so long ago. My eyes fill with tears as I look at our younger selves and the picture on top. We're both laughing because Kristen had just sprayed whipped cream all over me. I of course retaliated and my parents had found us with whipped cream all over our kitchen. What did you find? Kristen comes up behind me and laughs once she sees the picture. Oh my God, I remember that. She takes out another picture of us. But this time we're singing karaoke. I laugh. Remember this. My parents thought someone's cat was dying. Kristen joins my laughter. We weren't serious. I can sing much better than that. Sure you can. Ice cough. We both put down the pictures and pull out a few more. I grab a handful of some that aren't in frames yet. I start to flip through them and find that these were the ones from right before I left. Near the end of the pack. I'm surprised to see just a few pictures of people I met in Lupus Harbor. Who's that? Kristen asks as she looks over my shoulder. That's Catherine. She's a lot like you. You would have liked her. I say as I look at the picture of us at school. I'm surprised that someone got a picture of us. But remember that Catherine was in a photography class during my time there. I flip to the next picture and freeze. Josh's green eyes stare back at me. And who's that? Kristen asks quietly, probably noticing my uncomfortableness. Josh. I respond. This must be another one of Catherine's pictures. I don't know how they got in here, but my best guess would be my parents. Cautiously, I flip to the last picture I'm holding. I already know who it must be of, but I go to it anyway. Blue eyes. Dark. Brown hair. Sexy smile. Traitor. Liar. If I had a guess. Ashton. Kristen says softly, knowing my feelings toward this particular person. I had spent about a month once I returned in a depressed state. Not crying. Not talking and really not feeling. The first month was hard being away from him. Though now that I know what the bond is, I understood why. I just hoped this time it would actually stop working. Maybe then I could get a full night's sleep. Yeah, I whisper. Oof. How dare he cheat on you? That no good dirty asshole. Kristen mutters some other obscenities. He didn't deserve you. I laugh as a couple tears fall from my eyes. Tell me about it. Sweetie. Kristen's voice turns soft as she hugs me. It's okay to be upset over this. I haven't seen you cry over this. Not that you should because he doesn't deserve your tears, but it would help you get that emotion out in a healthy way. I didn't bother telling her that I had already cried enough, and that crying was what convinced my parents to let me move back to California about a week after that day. Only anger remained. And betrayal. I only feel regret for falling for everything he said. I keep my voice hard, but my heart clenches at any thought of him. Somewhere deep inside, I know I still yearn for him. I just have to learn to ignore that and move on. HES in the past, sweetie. You will move on and find someone worth your time and heart. Kristen comforts me in a soft, reassuring voice. Thanks, Kristen. I whisper and quickly wipe my eyes before she sees that more tears had formed. I know that there won't ever be someone else who will get my heart. All right? Enough crying. Kristina's voice turns cheerful. I think we deserve a break. We should go out and see the town. This is college after all. I smile at her. Always the optimist. All right. I'm up for that. Good, because I was taking no for an answer. Kristen says as she hooks her arm into mine and starts heading towards the door. We head out of our apartment and start walking down the street towards where the center of town is. A family-owned coffee shop appears on our left and we decide to see if it's any good. Walking in, Kristen immediately starts gushing. Look at the super hot cashier. She hits my arm a couple times before I can move it away. Oh, Kristen. You know it kind of hurts a bit when you slap me. Even if it's just on the arm. I complain. Stop complaining and look at him. Kristen continues to gush but suddenly gasps. I have an idea. Before I can stop her. Kristen is already up at the counter talking to the cashier. I rush up there before my friend can make a fool of herself for me. And here's my number. Kristen's smile is huge as she blocks me from watching her write down the number. The cashier looks pleased as he watches Kristen write down the number before glancing at me. Hey, he holds out his hand. I'm Alex. I accept his handshake. Evie. Nice to meet you, Evie. Alex says as we shake hands. Hope to see you around. The handshake ends and Kristen loops her arm in mine. Yeah. Kristen turns us around and we start heading out of the coffee shop. Wait. We didn't even get any coffee. I protest. Kristen smiles. That's okay. I didn't really want any. What if I did? I complain. But I didn't really want any either. Kristen just looks at me with a smile as we walk through the door and back onto the streets. My phone buzzes and I look down to read the text. My mouth pops open and I stop walking, pulling Kristen to the side. Kristen. I yell at her, causing a couple people to glance at us. I hold my phone in her face so she can see the "Hey, it's Alex" text message I just got. She laughs. Well, I didn't give him my phone number. I can't believe you. I stick out my tongue at her. She sighs and becomes serious. I want you to get over him. What better way than this? Kristen, I say softly. I don't need anyone right now. Maybe some other time. I trail off. Kristen narrows her eyes in suspicion before her shoulders droop a bit. All right, Evie, but I'll hold you up to that. I give her a small smile and we continue on our way. Thank you for tuning in. If you enjoyed this episode of the story, please give it a like. And don't forget to subscribe to get notifications for updates.